A woman has a right to choose what she does with her own body.
Abortion is baby killing. There is no other name for it.
Marijuana is illegal to buy or sell under state law, and it should be illegal to possess
What
it.
Alaskans choose to do in their own home is nobody's business, and our Constitution guarantees
I believe
that.
there are crimes that a person should pay for with their
We
life.
can't resurrect someone when our court system makes a mistake.
Only 18 out of 100 Alaskans actually cast votes. It's this simple. Those who vote decide how Alaska's future will look.
Future generations have a right to clean air, clean water, and wilderness. We have no right to squander it away on an economic quick fix.
The color of the environment is not just green, it's real. And a man who's cold and hungry and unemployed is in an ugly environment.
Will you have your say about Alaska's future, or leave the choice to others?
Your vote. It's one message that we can't deliver for you.
Alaska's biggest election in decades. Redistricting has led to nearly every seat in Alaska being up for grabs. Ranked choice voting has changed the game. This election will determine the balance of power in the legislature, which has been dysfunctional for years. Governor Mike Dunleavy fights to hold his office against challenges from former Governor Bill Walker and Democratic candidate Les Gara. Alaska's senior senator, Lisa Murkowski, faces a far-right challenger for the first time since 2010, this time endorsed by Trump.
He's my president. He's your president. He's our president.
And in the race to replace the late Don Young, two legacy Alaska names contend with Alaska's newest political powerhouse. All of this and more will be decided tonight. The polls are about to close, and the results will soon be in. But first, get ready for the most entertaining and comprehensive election coverage in Alaska with your panelists, Charisse Millett, Mark Begich, and Ivan Moore. Tonight's election coverage is made possible thanks to our sponsors, the IBEW Local 1547, Alaskans for Lisa, Confluence Strategies, Hillcorp, Legislative Consultants, ConocoPhillips, Doug Smith, and Kevin Jardell. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Your host, a man that is no stranger to the halls of the Capitol, or wearing a Speedo while taking a refreshing dip in Campbell Lake. The man of the hour, the keeper of whispers, Alaska Landmine Editor-in-Chief, Jeff Landfield.
Wow, what a great intro. I want to give a big shout out to Cale Green for making that extremely modest. You guys should have seen Mark Begich's face when I was coming out of the water. It was
very supportive.
Something to see.
Very supportive.
I want to thank you all for tuning in. Very excited tonight for our election coverage for the 2022 general election. I again want to thank all of our sponsors and especially our premier sponsor, GCI, for making live streams and coverage like this possible. I'm very excited to be joined tonight by a great panel of politicos and experts here in Alaska. Former Representative Charisse Millett. You're back from the primary.
Right, from the primary. I had so much fun.
Which was a lot of fun. I love doing that. Former Senator Mark Begich, how you doing?
Very good.
First
to be here.
First time on the show. Very excited.
Could be first. Could be last. Signing.
I hope not. I hope it's many more to come. And then Ivan Moore, pollster Ivan Moore, who's was also on in our August primary coverage. Welcome back, Ivan.
Good to be here.
It's a big night, folks. This is a big election. It's the first time 3 statewide races are on the ballot since 2014, the governor, Senate race, and the House race. It's the first time since 2012 voters are facing the Constitutional Convention question that's once a decade. Redistricting also happened this year, which is once every 10 years. So we got a lot of things happening during this election. And then ranked choice voting is a brand new system which has really radically transformed how we elect people in Alaska through the open primary and now ranked choice. This is the first ranked choice election minus that August special election for the House seat. Republican Governor Mike Dunleavy is looking to become the first incumbent governor reelected since Democrat Tony Knowles in 1998. And if you can believe this, the first Republican incumbent governor to be reelected since Jay Hammond in 1978. You guys believe that? That's
a long time.
It's a real fact.
It's a real fact.
I looked it up. He's
on the internet.
Looked it up on the internet.
Looked it up on Wikipedia.
Dunleavy's facing kind of somewhat of a rematch between former Governor Bill Walker, an independent, and former Representative Les Gara, a Democrat. There's Charlie Pierce. He's still on the ballot. Edie Grunwald kind of dropped out, so yeah, they're there, but not too many votes they're going to get. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski is facing a kind of very conservative far-right challenger for the first time since 2010, when she was defeated by Joe Miller in the Republican primary, and she went on to win a very historic write-in campaign. This time, she's facing Republican challenger Kelly Tshibaka, who is endorsed by not just Donald Trump, but the Alaska Republican Party. And we're going to go to a quick little clip here from when Trump came to Alaska to give you an idea of kind of some of the Republican fervor.
Let's show President Trump how much we love him.
I was there. It was a big event, to be honest. I can't believe they had that many full. There was standing room only. Didn't even get in, everybody. So that's a big race, and that has just not implications here in Alaska, but nationally right now it's very close. Ivan Morrill, he's been checking in Mark on these Senate races, and Republicans going to be able to take back the Senate or not. It's very close. So, and then we have the House race. Congresswoman Mary Peltola was elected in August in the special election to replace the late Don Young. She's trying to again defeat Republican Sarah Palin and Nick Begich. After the August primary, Peltola surged in momentum and fundraising, brought in a lot of money, millions of dollars, while Begich and Palin raised not as much, and their campaigns kind of stalled a little bit. Can the Republicans rank the red, which they've been trying to put out there in this race? Now, it's funny, this race is ranked the red, but the Senate race is not ranked the red.
It's selective ranking.
It's selective ranking.
It's very selective ranking.
So can the Republicans pull off a rank the red strategy and get one of them elected, or will Mary Peltola do it again? We're going to start with talking about these statewide races, and then later we're going to go into the 59 legislative races. Oh, I forgot. Geez, I didn't even remember. Thanks for the reminder. Folks, this is the first time since we've been doing all this election coverage that we have a roving correspondent who is right now outside the Division of Elections. Jacob Hirsch, how you doing?
Good, Jeff. How you doing?
Good. Are you seeing any activity? The polls close in about 23 minutes. What's going on over there?
Well, there's still some people going in and out. I've counted about 10 voters in the past maybe 5 minutes trying to get some last-minute votes in. There's a fire truck parked right here. I don't know if you can hear that. I do appreciate, by the way, that I'm forgettable. So.
Sorry, Jake. Sorry about that. Well, guys, we're very excited to have Jacob Hirsch. He's written a lot of articles for the Landmine, some great stuff you may have seen. He's going to be going to a bunch of election parties tonight. Kelly Tshibaka, Lisa Murkowski, Governor Dunleavy, Mary Peltola. And we're also going to hope to get some early tapes, which we provided last time from Jake, and some other folks are going to be sending us some precinct tapes, which will be the results of those precincts before just that one precinct before the results come out around 9 or 9:30. So, Jake, thanks a lot for being there, and we'll be seeing you tonight at many events throughout the city.
Awesome. Back to you, Jeff.
Sorry I forgot about you. I feel bad.
It's all good, man.
We practiced this, and
it's all live.
Mark said it's live.
It's live. You don't know. Maybe he's going to reappear, and you don't even know it.
Right.
He'll be back. Well, I want to start by talking about these statewide races. We'll get into the legislative races later. Again, folks, the polls close at 8, and then we'll be having a lot of guests here in studio later. Mark, I'll start with you. You actually ran in 2018 for governor, so you've kind of been here before. What do you think about this? Is a very different race now with this ranked choice and.
Yeah, it's a race that we'll see tonight, maybe not decided tonight, right? I mean, you got to hit the 50 mark, and if you don't, you're going to be waiting for a couple weeks until they get all the numbers counted up. But the governor's race is competitive. They're all raising money, both in their own campaigns from third-party candidates. So it's pretty wild. I think it's going to be interesting. I think your point at the intro of ranking the red, they did it in one race, but not in another race.
Actually, I listened to.
Do voters get confused and rank the red in the Senate race and forget the other race?
I was listening to Mike Porcaro last week, and he, very conservative and supporting kind of Begich more, and also Tshibaka. And somebody called and said, I'm going to rank the red in the Senate race, and he says, no, that's not the right race.
Right.
Because there's 2 Republicans in that race too.
Right. Yeah. I think it's just it's going to be interesting. First time, are voters confused, or do they figure it out, and how many will drop off, right?
Ivan, what do you think? Your poll, is this hard to poll, this new ranked choice deal, isn't it?
No, it's actually, it's very intuitive. It is difficult to kind of sift through the data. I mean, you put it out there, first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice, but then people mess it up, right? They'll do 2 first choices, or they'll leave a couple of columns blank, or they'll vote for someone twice with 2 choices. That's what happens when you've got a grid. And figuring out what to do with those. Because, for example, if someone puts 2 people equal first choice, ballot's thrown out. A lot of people don't know that, and that's about 1% of ballots that get tossed.
Which in these really close, 49, 50,
right.
0.5,
I mean, people
40,
saying, well, I like these people, I like them both, first choice, and none of their votes count because there's no preference.
Now, Charisse, what do you think? There's the governor's race, which is, the pretty high profile. They're all high profile, but I've talked to a lot of people who are voting for maybe Dunleavy, but then Peltola, or maybe Murkowski. So there's like a Democrat in this, kind of favorite in the House race who's won in August. Murkowski, Republican, but Republicans, a lot of them don't like her. And then you got Dunleavy, who's a Republican, who's kind of the I mean, what do you think about this dynamic of Democrats and Republicans who might both win statewide races?
I think there's going to be a lot of crossover, but I think that's kind of how Alaska is. I think we don't vote for the party necessarily unless you're hardcore right or left. You vote for the person or vote for who you feel comfortable. So I think I think we'll be surprised on how the races turn out just because there'll be crossover, especially if they go to that second round, right? Who is your second choice? Because I think it's all over the map for the governor. I think it's all over the map for some of these legislative races on who they're going to rank second. I mean.
So in the governor, if we can pull up the governor's race graphic, there's the three main candidates we talked about, Dunleavy, Guerra, and Walker. And then there is Charlie Pierce, who I kind of joked about, but he is in the race, and he is going to get some votes.
He's going to get some votes.
Right.
And so if I think Dunleavy is probably going to start around, I don't know what you guys think, 45 to 47%, which
I think he'll be up around 45, 46%. I really do. I think that people are going to vote for him. I think a lot of people from Charlie Pierce's campaign are going to come over to Dunleavy after Edie Grunwald, resigned, basically from running.
Right.
I mean, I can't see someone voting for Dunleavy and then voting for Les Guerra. I think that's highly unlikely.
Here's the deal.
Yes.
When we get survey data in, there's all stripes in there.
Yeah.
There are people who vote for Guerra and then they don't like Walker and they put Dunleavy second. There's like the other way around. There's like really weird combinations.
Well, for the special election for the House race, and this is again the craziest thing I can't figure out. Of all the people who voted for Nick Begich first, 30% of them voted for Mary Peltola second.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
20% voted for nobody.
Yeah. Right. I think and I agree with what you said, Ivan. I've talked to people, Democrats, who've said to me, they're voting for Les, they don't like Walker on some issues, and they're voting for Dunleavy, which I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I think people in this election here in Alaska, compared to any other state, it's going to be very different than what people are expecting, I think, because you have this new ranked choice vote, and I think there is some confusion of how you vote. You got to follow the columns, and you got to kind of go across. If you do that wrong, your vote's out. If you don't like someone, you may not even rank them, but if you kind of like someone because they're nice, I'll put them second. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. For the Senate race, we have four candidates again, but this guy Buzz Kelly, who won, he got the fourth place in the primary, of course, because people thought he was Kelly Chewbacca, because all of her signs were branded Kelly. Remember, we were doing the results, and I said, "Who is Buzz Kelly?" There was, I think, 19 candidates. I didn't even know the name, and I've been going. I thought it was going to be that Shoshana Gungerstein, but he's out. But he's still going to get,
But it was funny how when he came back and people were like I think even candidate Chewbacca said that, like, people were voting for me, but they actually were voting for Buzz Kelly. So she could have
he was
done
convinced.
better.
He finally got. They couldn't find him. They finally went to his house. He was convinced it was his 12 signs that he had. He was convinced it was these 12 signs. One in Eagle River on the corridor. That was really.
That was it. That's how I got it.
But in this case, he's going to get a few percent. Now Chesbrough in the primary only got, I think, 6 or 7%, which
that's going to change.
I think that's
is
going
it?
to change.
Yeah.
Because there's so much difference between a pick one primary
I agree.
and a ranking, because the whole point about ranked choice voting is that if you want to vote for someone who doesn't have a chance, I mean, let's face it, Patricia Chesbrough, she's the Democrat, she's a good person, but she's not going to win.
She's raised
right?
about
If you want to vote for her,
candidates.
there's no harm in voting for her as long as you have your second choice who you want, right? And so if you want to vote for Buzz Kelly, vote for Buzz Kelly. He's going to get eliminated first, so you get to vote. It's good for minor candidates. That's one of the reasons I thought it was stupid that the Libertarians and various other minor parties thought that this was a bad thing for them, because people can vote for the Libertarian, the Alaska Independent.
Yeah, she'll definitely get more votes.
What do you so if this Buzz Kelly guy gets, I don't know, 3 or 4% on the first round, what do you think Chesbrough starts. She was at 6 or 7 in the primary.
She'll be mid-teens.
Yeah, I was gonna say high teens, 15, 20, somewhere there.
Because in the primary, I think what we saw is a lot of people just said, you know what, I'm voting for Murkowski. I'm just going to kind of skip to the end of the movie.
Right.
But now you're right. It's a good point that with this ranked
you get a
choice.
choice.
So if Murkowski starts in, let's say, high 40s, and this Buzz Kelly guy, his votes aren't probably going to benefit Murkowski very much. It's going to be the Democrat Chesbrough votes which are going to decide that race, how that race plays out.
No question about it.
No
Yeah,
question.
The Democrat will decide the race in that. In a Senate race.
Who's ranked second on Pat
Yeah.
Chesbrough's
Yeah,
ticket
who's
will
ever-
be the deciding factor.
And just to remind the viewers, and you guys know this, but they aren't going to do the retabulation process until Wednesday, November 23rd, right before Thanksgiving. 4 o'clock.
And you know,
We'll be
this
thanking
is-
or
this
not.
is-
We'll be hungry or not hungry.
This is one of the things that is bad, because one of the things that's happening nationally is that the crazy kind of election deniers in Arizona are getting tossed out, right?
Yeah.
And there's been very little of that here. People kind of saying voter fraud and the 2020 election was rigged. But the one place that you are getting it, that I've been hearing it, is where you've got this 2-week no results, right?
lag.
Between election day and them coming out with the ranked
And
choice
this isn't just
tabulation.
ranked choice.
And
We
people are saying they're fiddling with the vote. They're fiddling with that, and it's kind of creating this uncertainty and this doubt and
Right.
the conspiracies
But to
flying
remind
around.
people, what's happening is by law, you get the absentees are coming in, right? They're being mailed in overseas.
But frankly, I'm a big I would have said to Division of Elections, go ahead and do the tabulation. Like
But
at the end of
we
tonight,
saw
do
in
the
2020,
tabulation.
we didn't announce till one of the last states. This is before ranked choice voting.
Yep.
Florida has this. They have this process. A lot of older people there. They have this process figured out. They have the results basically that night or the next day. Europe, all these countries in Europe can have elections, and the same night or the next day.
But we
it's
do
just
things
a
different
decision.
here.
But we
Come
used,
on.
years ago in Alaska, we used to do this. We used to have
Right.
the results.
But but
Well,
they're
no,
not
no,
doing
Not
it
from
for
rural
that
Alaska,
reason.
we didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
we didn't have it from rural Alaska.
They're just not tabulating. They're not doing the ranked choice reapportionment
Right.
because it might change, and they think, oh well, people will get
Right.
confused, and they'll think that one person's getting eliminated, and then more votes will come in, and another person's getting eliminated. But people are
But
getting
even
used
in
to that.
2020, when it was all vote by mail because of COVID, they didn't count a bunch of those absentee ballots
For
for
a long
weeks.
time.
Right.
But they had them.
Yeah, but you're still getting, okay, 98% of the vote is in, and this is what the result is. But with ranked choice, you've got this
gotta
1, 2,
wait.
3, 4, and you don't know what's going to happen with the reapportionment.
So I've
They
heard the
should do
issue
it.
with retabulating as they come is the numbers could get really funny.
Why could they? Why should they?
Because you
why
could have
would
a
they
bunch
get-
of new ballots come in that might benefit the Democrats. So
No,
somebody's
the-
over 51,
Well,
then they go down to
might be-
48.
might get
Yeah.
funny,
No.
but it
No.
means-
The only way it's going to be weird is, for example, in the governor's race, where Dunleavy's out in front, and then Gara and Walker are very close.
Right.
In one tabulation, you could have Walker getting eliminated and Gara going ahead, and then 2 days later, more votes come in, and they update the tabulation, and Gara's getting eliminated.
Right.
And
Right?
you won't see a trend,
But
right?
that's okay. That's okay.
I guess that's not that much different than if somebody's down and they go up a little. I mean, that's probably.
It's like,
Right.
what's the big deal?
So why aren't they doing that?
I don't know, because I don't think it's very good PR. They did a great job in the primary, Division of Elections did. I thought they knocked it out of the park. They did really, really well. But that was the only thing that was wrong, is that I don't think they should have sat on the tabulation. I mean, actually, it was exciting. Everyone was kind of like,
Ivan, let me just
betting
think-
on predict it,
but
and
let
kind
me-
of wondering what was
but
going
wait
to
a second.
happen.
On the way you've just described it, let me make sure I understand that right. So if Dunleavy's winning, Garrett comes in second by a few votes, Walker's a few votes behind, you can't do the scoring because you're going to eliminate him and all his second votes get counted.
Yeah, well, you just
Then
do
you,
the
but
you
then
just
the
do
next votes come
tabulation.
in, a whole bunch of Walker votes come in,
Oh,
but he's
that's-
gone.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
He's gone.
Yeah.
You can't retabulate.
No. Yeah,
He's
you can.
eliminated.
No, yeah, you can. You've got the votes there. You've got all the
This is
preferential
what will make
vote.
people nervous right here.
We
just added more
Right,
confusion.
four of us are trying to figure it out.
I mean, you can get a situation where just a small change. I mean, if you've got
But
a
you
situation,
can't eliminate
for example,
you can't eliminate the bottom until all the ballots are in.
That's right.
And that's the problem
That's the
with
problem.
with
but you
waiting
can do
for.
it in a temporary way. You can say, okay, if these results were final,
you cannot.
this is how the tabulation.
I was
would
driving
go.
over here, and on the radio, somebody called Mike Porcaro and said, the Dominion machine would not take my Republican ballot. This is in the radio on the way. This lady was saying
it was
this. The
Republican.
Dominion machine would not take. And
tell
Porcaro's
you,
like, that's horrible.
you're gonna have-
Jeez. The machine knew.
That will be the topic tomorrow.
That'll be the topic.
I'm going to ask your first winning Republican guest if their opinion was that there was voter fraud this evening.
Right.
Okay, real quick, we're
That
going to
is
pull
the
up.
question.
real quick, we're going to pull up. If you've been
Or
in
fake
Alaska,
news.
if you're a voter and you have a phone number, I have gotten so many Mary Peltola texts, and some Lisa
yeah.
Murkowski too.
Yeah.
We've got some last minute ones, coming in, but I've probably gotten, I'm not even kidding, probably 50 or 60 of these things. Have you guys got?
Let me
tons
pause
of
you for a
them.
second on this. Do you type stop or do you type stop to quit?
You type.
I've tried to stop some, and maybe it's different groups or different campaigns. Maybe, I don't know, she has different systems, but I've tried to stop, and some of them I want to see because I'm interested. It's my job.
I
but
mean, when Luke Skywalker is texting you,
that was a good one. That was a good one.
I feel like Mark Hamill is, when you're
You
getting a
gotta look
text
at
from
it.
Mark Hamill, I'm going to
gotta
keep those
look at it.
coming.
You
That's
see what's going
interesting.
on.
Mark, I don't want to ask. I don't want to get personal here, but your nephew
Do
is
not
in.
get personal. You were personal in there, getting out of the whatever with
The
the
lake.
Speedo in the lake. That's pretty
No, I
personal.
don't want to personal how you voted, but your nephew is on the ballot. So you're
Yes.
you're the brother of Nick Begich II,
Yes.
who's the father of Nick Begich III. So he's Democrat.
Can you do a chart?
Yes, we should get that.
Did you do a family chart for us?
He's the Republican. You're the Democrat. Kind of split family. How does that go with
He's the
things?
only Republican. The
His-
rest are Democrats. Go
His
ahead.
dad's kind of
Libertarian.
okay, but how does that go with the family? You guys.
Oh,
Tom, your brother Tom.
He's a business partner of mine. There's no issue. I mean, politics is one thing, business is another, and family is another. And you vote for who you believe is going to be the right person. He knows. If I would have endorsed him, he probably would have lost.
Probably asked you not to endorse them.
I'm a realist here.
Actually-
but there's a conspiracy.
Actually, under ranked choice voting, I'm not sure he would have.
Yeah, that's true. I would say there's a big conspiracy that somehow he's my shill and I'm going to switch with him on election day. That was when someone sent me a text on that.
So that's not going to happen. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm aware of.
You're not going to go.
Are you the one messing with the machines and the Republican?
That's right. That guy knew that.
Somebody figured it out.
Yeah, no, it's in our family, it's very diverse viewpoints, and Ivan's been around a few of us at times, and we may differ, but at the end of the day, we're all going to do what we think is right. And Nicholas, has run I think a very good campaign. He's gotten a little more negative than I would have recommended toward the end here. I think he's pulled out all the stops because he realized, you got to get the second.
He was actually. We're going to take a break here in 1 second. If we can pull it up, if Scott's got it there on our Twitter, he was actually at Costco, Diamond Costco this morning.
Yeah.
Glad handing vote. I mean, that's an aggressive.
That's
good. That's a campaigner.
He's
right
out.
there.
He's out to win. There's no question about it. He's worked double time.
We'll pull that graphic up later. Folks, we're going to take a quick break. We don't have that. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about a bunch of these House and Senate races. Of the 60 legislative seats in Alaska, 59 are up for re-election because of redistricting. Normally it's all 40 House seats, 10 Senate seats. Now we're at 59 because of redistricting. A lot of big races we're going to talk about. And folks, you're going to love, we got a special treat for you. You're going to love our commercial break. The commercials on the break, and it's some really kind of old throwback stuff that I think you're really going to enjoy. So check that out, and we'll be right back.
Hi, my name is John Moore. Ethan Berkowitz is my godfather. He calls me Big John, and I call him Eth. He plays with me, we watch cartoons, and he reads me stories when he comes over. He sometimes goes away for a long time. My mama says he's doing important work, but I miss him when he's gone. One day, I think we'll go fishing, or camping maybe. He's my friend.
I started riding when I was just a little kid. Horses were my favorite animal then, and they're my favorite animal now. There's lots of open space on the hillside, so I decided to campaign on horseback.
Hi, Pat.
Oh, hi, Sean.
How are you?
Good. Great.
I'm Sean Parnell. As your senator, I'll continue fighting for South Anchorage. I need your vote on August 27th.
Yeah.
Wild about Anchorage, nothing can change my mind. Wild about Anchorage, it's a marvelous find. There's no place anywhere else that you could want to be.
Pullen began her working career in a cook tent amidst the squalor of Gold Rush Skagway. She came to Alaska with $7 to her name and 4 children to support in Seattle. Pullen achieved great success as the only woman freighter on the White Pass Trail. Harriet's boarding house, famous for its apple pies, earned her the name Mother of the North.
Well, I have been very interested in finding that when I talk to seemingly totally opposed parties, that they're not nearly as far apart as they might have you believe. One of the problems has been we have failed to sit down at the same table with one another in an attempt to reconcile our differences. Everybody wants to do things right. I think the only way we can assure that things are done right is to sit down together to try to resolve our differences, to try to modify, if necessary, our own positions to accommodate the other fellow's point of view, and hopefully then come up with something that, while not totally satisfying to either, allows for the greatest public benefit to be met and served.
Jay Hammond. He's already changed the face of Alaskan politics. As governor, he can do a lot more. Paid for by the Hammond for Governor Committee. Bob Palmer, chairman.
Okay, folks, we are back. I hope you enjoyed that break. We had, Jay Hammond and old Ethan Berkowitz commercials. We're back. We're going to talk about the legislative races. But first, we were breaking on that Nick Begich thing. We have that graphic of Nick at Costco, Diamond Costco today, trying to get those last minute votes. So let's bring that graphic up. That's a pic somebody sent us. Do we not have that?
Visualize.
There it is.
Wow.
There's look at that. Getting some. Those aren't voters, but he's trying to get the
future voters.
Future.
The person who sent that said he was out there just saying this is where the people are. Costco is actually a really good. I think a lot of people who go to Costco vote.
Oh yeah.
That's always been my impression. Well, again, I want to welcome everybody back. And if you're watching this and you want to share it, you can go to AlaskaLandmine.com. It's playing on the website. It's also on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. So if you're watching on Facebook and you want to put it on a screen or something, it's on the YouTube channel. We're going to go from the statewide races to talk about these legislative races, which normally there's 50. There's 40 House seats every 2 years and 10 Senate seats, which are 4 years. Every 2 years, half of them are up. But because of redistricting, 59 of the 60 seats are up. And interesting fact, the only senator not up for re-election is Donnie Olson, who was the only senator not up for re-election 20 years ago.
That's right.
For redistricting.
Luck.
10 years ago,
10
too.
years ago.
10 years ago, he wasn't up for re-election.
I don't think there was only, I think 57 seats up.
Oh.
So twice when it's been the one, now his area doesn't change very much, but also maybe he knows a guy.
He's lucked out. Every 10 years he lucks out, and his district doesn't get redistricted.
Well, with the Senate, usually in any given election, there's 1 or 2 new senators at the most. Because of the new districts and because of people who aren't running for re-election, we're going to have at least 5 new senators. That's the minimum, but it could be up to 8, depending on how some of these races go. There's an open seat in Anchorage, which Forrest Dunbar is running against Garantar. That's one of the big races. There's a bunch of incumbents, like I said, that are leaving. Your brother, Tom Begich, Peter Machicki, the Senate president, Josh Revak, Natasha von Emhoff, who was paired with Mia Costello. They're all leaving.
And who can blame them?
I would not blame. I kind of want to get in there at some point, but if I was them in the last 4 years,
oh,
it's
a tough place to be.
It used to be fun.
It used to be fun.
Yeah.
So one of the big races is I'm going to go through the races here, and then we'll kind of talk about them. But the Tuckerman Babcock race, that's the one Machicki's not running for re-election. It's him versus Jesse Bjorkman, who's on the Kenai Peninsula Borough Assembly, and that's maybe be a closer race than some people think. The Kathy Giesel race and Roger Holland is kind of a rematch of 2020. Holland's the incumbent. Kathy Giesel is coming back and trying to win the seat back. And there's also a Democrat in there who's going to kind of determine the race with the ranked choice voting. The Mia Costello, Matt Clayman race is a big Anchorage race. We have the Kelly Merrick race in Eagle River with Ken McCarty. Both reps got paired, and they're both running for the Senate seat. And I think a lot of folks didn't think Kelly had much of a chance, and she blew out the primary.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, she did.
And then 2 of the other folks who were in the race, we'll get into that in a second, they dropped out. The Doug Massey, Mike Shower race is a big Valley race. 2 Republicans, but Mike Shower might be out of the Senate if Doug Massey can repeat his primary showing. And then the Kawasaki race in Fairbanks is one of the really big district. This is P. Sorry, I should tell the
District
producers.
P, Jim Matherly and Scott Kawasaki.
Yeah, so let's start with that Fairbanks race, District P. It's Scott Kawasaki, Jim Matherly, and then this guy, that's E. That's close, it rhymes.
Rhymes with P.
you know, it's.
Are we going to keep up E or are we going to go to P? That's my fault. I should have said the letters. My fault. It's awkward. Anyways, let's start with the Kawasaki race. Now you got Jim Matherly, the mayor, former mayor,
There it is,
and he was in the city council. This guy Alex Joffrey, who's raised no money. He's kind of a very odd character, but he has been telling people to rank Scott second.
Oh.
He got 6% in the primary. Scott's district got a little more conservative, but he beat Pete Kelly in 2018, and I kind of think it favors Scott a little bit, but I don't know. This could be very.
Jim Matherly has been mayor in Fairbanks for 6 years, two terms, I think.
And he was in the city council before that.
And you know, he's pretty popular. He's been very active on social media. He's very active in campaigning. But then again, I will tell you that Scott never stops campaigning.
He's a campaign machine.
He campaigns every day, and so that is an interesting race.
And he sends out, these. A lot of reps do this. These birthday cards and all these very kind of hands-on
Marriage,
outreach.
when you get married, when you have a baby.
I think he's gonna win that race. It's different than what he's run before, but he knew it. He started campaigning early, hard. He's an insane door-to-door. He has great loyal supporters up there that will work every door possible. It's interesting that Republican, I didn't realize that the Republican was saying rank him second, and that Republican got 6%.
I
In this race, it's the margin.
I don't know how much that's kind of gotten out there because he has no money. He's he wore like a full body mask at one of these like it was very.
But he got 6%.
But I wonder how many people know that he's been saying that.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
And then Matherly, I know a lot of folks in Fairbanks said Republicans were frustrated. He wasn't working as hard early on. Since the primary, he started working, harder.
A lot harder, yeah.
But this is going to be, one of these races that really determines how the Senate organizes. Because if let's go into the Costello race, letter H. If Matt Clayman can beat Costello, which he did, in the primary, and you're going to have maybe 7, 8, up to maybe 9 Democrats in the Senate. When you factor in kind of Bert Stedman, Gary Stevens, and Click Bishop, who are I think pretty tired of dealing with some of these Republicans who don't want to play by the rules or have a budget vote or adopt the rules, there could very easily be a coalition next year.
I think so. I actually think Scott Kawasaki wins that race in Fairbanks too. I think that he's just got so much momentum, and people are used to voting for him. They see him around the community quite a bit.
They like him. He's a likable guy.
Although Jim Matherly does DJ, so he does do a lot of parties and he's DJing a lot of events.
Folks, real quick, I want to say the polls are closed. It's 8:03, so the polls closed a few minutes ago, and the division said they would get the first results by 9, but in the past they've said that.
Are we taking a wager on that at 9 o'clock?
I think it's going to be 9:45.
Okay.
But we are going to have tapes. Hopefully, we're going to have a lot of tapes coming in from each precinct, from some precincts that will show how that precinct performed. So it's a very small look into the election. But once we start getting those tapes, we'll put those on the screen. We'll be able to get an idea on some of these. Go ahead, Ivan.
One of the things that's very interesting about ranked choice voting, a little wrinkle of it, is that up until this year, when people voted in the primary, they picked the Republican ballot or they picked the open ballot. So whether you picked the Republican ballot and you voted for your favorite Republican, or whether you picked the open ballot and voted for one of the people on there, they weren't running against each other. Now they're running against each other, and the primary is kind of a dress rehearsal for the general, right? And so the question becomes, if you voted for Scott Kawasaki in the primary over Matherly, or you voted for Matherly over Scott Kawasaki, something's got to happen in the 2.5 months in between for you to flip around, because you're going to remember who you voted for, right? And someone's got to kind of prove you wrong in the sense of, okay, I voted for Kawasaki then, but I'm going to vote for Matherly now or whatever. So I think you'll see a lot more consistency. Now, of course, Kawasaki won by what, 3 points in the primary?
But below the 50% threshold because of that Joffrey guy who got 6%.
Yeah, 6%.
Right.
Let's pull up the District D, the Tuckerman-Babcock race. This is the open seat. This is an interesting. I think most people kind of think Tuckerman's got this, but he only got 49% in the primary, and this guy Cizik has raised almost no money. He owns the ice cream. You know the big ice cream thing in Soldotna? He owns that. He got 15%. Bjorkman, who's not as kind of the more moderate in the race. If Tuckerman doesn't win on the first round, it could be interesting how these Cizik votes go. What do you guys?
Where they fall. Yeah.
Well, I doubt they'd go to Tuckerman, right? I mean, I would think that his second vote would go to Jesse Bjorkman. But I mean, again, you never know, because
Yeah, it depends if people pick a second.
Right. If they pick a second,
if
or they just
don't
stop.
Pick a second,
yeah.
then the overall number, what Tuckerman had, that percent actually
with
increases.
someone like, I mean, the thing is, with someone like Tuckerman Babcock, you either love him or you hate him. And if you hate him, you're not going to leave your second choice blank, are you, if you vote for someone else?
You're not going to rank him. Yeah.
No, but I mean, you're going to, I think people understand that if they don't put a second, that's not voting against, like, assume you don't like Tuckerman Babcock, right? You vote for Bjorkman first. Who are you going to put second? You're going to put Cizik second because you don't,
or no one.
I mean, that's your preference.
This race
right?
has gotten pretty nasty. We have a mailer here. Pull that mailer up that you guys just told me about. There's some really nasty mailers that have been going out here in the last minute. This is not the. Oh, here, yeah. This is not the one. This is one of them. The digital ad.
Tuckerman supported not plowing the roads.
That's a conservative outlook for you.
So in this case, whoever wins, if it's Bjorkman or Babcock, it's a Republican.
Yeah.
But Babcock was so toxic when he was chief of staff, and has created. He's gone after a lot of people. The Ruffridge, we can pull up that later. The Ruffridge ad of the twerking. That was Jim Minery admitted that was Tuckerman's idea. So if he gets in there, how does that affect how the Senate? How Republicans who have been attacked by Tuckerman in the past, if they want to work with him or not?
I think it'll raise the probability of a coalition.
Yeah. He's just as polarizing probably as David Eastman. I would think at this point.
But there's something about Tuckerman. I will tell you, I've known him since high school, and he has the ability to kind of weave through the maze when he has to.
Right.
And he'll recognize people who are more toxic than him, and those people will be the ones in the front.
And he can mend fences. I will give him that.
Yep.
He can mend fences whether it's genuine or not. He can approach something and make you think that.
Well, he's actually. It's interesting. I didn't know this until recently. He's really good friends. He goes way back with Donnie Olson.
Yeah.
Who's a Democrat who, in a coalition type environment, could be a real player. And how that goes.
Tuckerman's, I would not underestimate him. I think he will not be. He's toxic when he has to be, and he doesn't have to be at times.
Wasn't he in some South American country with your brother during some kind of coup in the 70s or 80s?
No, they were all in. We were all in high school together at Stellar, and they had a. I don't think so. I don't remember my brother going to a coup, but
they were in a country and there was a coup and they had to get out. He's told the story before.
In
Central America.
Central America.
South America.
Yeah. But they also were. In school, they created a imaginary world. It was actually a game that they created. And Tuckerman was on one side, my brother Tom was on the other side. And so every noon, they this massive board game at Stellar where people would participate.
Comes full circle, huh?
It comes full circle.
Let's go to the Kathy Giessel, Roger Holland race, District E. This is a really interesting race because Holland beat Giessel in the primary by a lot in 2020. But she's back, and this ranked choice, they all got about a third in the primary. Yep. Rosalind Casey, who I have a personal history with, she was supposed to get out of my race in 2020, the Senate race, and she did. I had to drop out. But she's in again, and she's really her votes are gonna decide this race.
That's right.
Because unless Giessel somehow gets the least votes, which I don't think is gonna happen.
And this is where ranked choice, you have to think about if you're trying to get that second vote. This is where I think Giessel has figured it out and focused on the Democrat. Now, she's gotten criticism, because I hear it on talk radio a lot, but that has pushed Holland in his deeper, hard right and given Giessel basically a path.
That's the thing about ranked choice, is that the people on the extremes don't like it because it focuses the probability of winning on the middle.
Right.
Yeah.
And you cater your campaign differently as you move into the general.
Here's one of these ads, for example. This is kind of trickery. This is what's this group called? Alaska Policy Partners, which is like a Jesse Sumner. He's his group, but I guess he's not the chair anymore. And they've been sending out these mailers. This is sent to Democrats and progressives designed to make them vote against Giessel because of her, pro-life, pro-oil.
Right.
Which is a clever kind of by this group that they came in doing a bunch of mailers in a lot of races last minute. I mean, Mark, do you think that's going to?
Those are the kind of things. If you have low information voters, general election creates a larger turnout. So you can have people who just get turned off by politics, but they go vote, and they see this kind of stuff, and they go, well, okay, wait a second, I'm voting for the Democrat, but I thought she was more moderate, but now I'm a pro-choice person, but I'm confused, so I better leave it leave it blank.
blank.
And that's an advantage to then the Republican in this case, Holland, is more right. So.
But if you're one subject voter, if you're moved by wanting to tax oil companies more, or you're moved by abortion issue, that's going to trigger you.
Yeah, that's right. That's
I mean, I think those are effective.
I mean, whoever would have thought this, right? In the past, Democrat groups would speak to the Democrats, and the Republican groups would speak to the Republicans. And now you've got all kinds of.
But that started happening back in 2016, and I think even in my race in 2018, that was happening. You saw people that were using, if you supported Trump or if you didn't support Trump, that was the polarizing to the Republican side, right?
Well, in this case, Rosalind Casey is a perennial candidate. She's run every 4 years for many years, hasn't raised much money. If there was a real actual Democrat in the race who was raising money and campaigning, who had a name, this race might have a different kind of outcome.
But there's two Republicans and one Democrat. So the Republican vote, if one of the two Republicans, Giesel or Holland, comes third, you would have thought 80-90% of their vote's going to go to the other Republican, and the Republican will win.
Right.
If the Democrat comes third, that's what that mailer was doing, because it was pushing Giesel down, making Casey's voters more likely to vote Holland second.
Right.
Well, this is the question: are these two Republicans saying rank the red? Because this is the whole question, right? We're ranking red in some races, but are we ranking red in Senate District D?
If you listen to Dan Fagan or Mike McCarr, which I do sometimes, Holland is very strange. He's been calling up, kind of working out his emotions live on the air.
Oh, yeah.
He's very upset. What do I do?
That's one way to campaign.
How do I talk to the Democrats? How do I talk to the Republicans and Democrats? I talk to them.
He learned off Mark Begich. Mark Begich would always call into the talk shows and work things out.
He's like working out his emotions live on.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. You used to fill in for McCarrow back in the day. And you probably remember this. There was a guy one time he called, and he just hated you. He was really just saying the worst things. And I'll never forget it. By the end of the call, he was like, "I'm so sorry. You got my vote next time." It was like the ultimate flip. Remember that? It was,
I do remember that. Actually, I remember many times in those call-in shows. What I would love to do is, because here's what happens. When you're a candidate and they're mad at you and you're not on the call-in show, they all moan and groan, call in, scream about you, call you all kinds of names. Then when you're the host, they're scared. They don't call in. Because why? You got the button. When you're done listening to them, you just push the button and you move on, and they don't like that. So it's that guy, I do remember him. And lots of times, and I tell my Democratic friends all the time, call into these shows. What's the downside? They're already yelling at you.
This is like what Bill Maher always says: Democrats need to go on Fox News because this is where a lot of people get their news or watch.
Right.
Let's pull up. We're going to go to the District H, the West Anchorage race. This is a big race.
This is a huge race.
Matt Clayman has raised the most money out of any over $200,000. Costello didn't raise much, but now in the last month she's come in with pretty impressive numbers. Still far less than Clayman. She's kind of really gone, kind of fallen into the very right part of the Senate. It's West Anchorage. Clayman did very well in the primary. It's a heads-up race. I think this is Clayman's race. What do you guys?
Yeah, you got to remember West Anchorage in the day gone by. Lauren Lehman represented that area. There was Republican bastion out there, and it just over time changed. It's so more solid, and I think Matt has a good shot of winning. Sand Lake, which used to be also very Republican, has moved into more moderate positioning, and I think he has a chance to win this race for sure.
From a polling perspective, it's a very interesting district because the International Airport Road, which is basically the dividing line of the northern district, which is Clayman's district, which is Turnagain, and that area, and then south of International Airport Road is Mia Costello's area, which is all kind of goes down to Bayshore and Sand Lake, and they're two totally different districts. And you wonder what it is about International Airport Road that makes the left-leaning people go north and the south the right-leaning people go south. It's kind of a strange kind of deal, but that's the nature of how political patterns work their way into
They're very good
districts.
turnout areas.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, is this will be a close race, just like it was in the primary, and it's going to come down to turnout and who does better in their district, who manages to get a few more percent in the opposing district.
So in
Matt
those
Clayman going
precincts-
south, Mia
Yeah.
Costello going north.
But doesn't Matt Clayman have more precincts after redistricting than Mia did? Wasn't there a shift in her district shrunk as far as the House district
The
part
House
of it,
district.
but the Matt's grew a little bit, the more...
Yeah, but it's the question, it grew, I think, by precincts, but the turnout numbers are very similar. This
Yeah,
this
it's
is
a
gonna
high
be-
turnout,
It's a
yeah.
very high.
I grew up over in that
so,
district, yeah.
you know, I think it's Matt's, but it's tight. And I think, I can't remember in the primary, wasn't it just like a couple votes? It was.
Matt.
I can't remember the number that he got in the primary.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was 53 or like.
Yeah, Matt was only 3%.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And those are the two key races: the Clayman race and the Kawasaki race. I think gives the Dems 9, and then when they have 9, they can go to
They're in
Stevens.
bargaining.
Yeah, they can go to
they're in the
Stevens
play.
and Stedman and
Let's-
get to 11.
We're real quick. We're going to go to a break. We got a big guest here, but we want to talk about the last big Senate race, Eagle River. I'm not pushing anything. We want to talk about the last. Okay, stop. Is it stuck? They're yelling at me about the. No, it's stuck. It's jammed shut. We want to talk about the Eagle River race. Kelly Merrick and Ken McCarty, the two reps who are both running for the Senate seat, which is Laura Reinbold's seat, who's not running for re-election. Now, I think a lot of people thought Kelly Merrick, when she announced, was going to have a hard time because she voted for Stutz and they've been coming after her, but she
Yeah, but
performed
I think a lot of the talkers thought she was going to be in trouble.
Small minority of
Right.
people, small, loud,
she
vocal
knows her
minority.
area.
But like a Laura Reinbold, I mean, that's one of the most conservative kind of in the Senate.
Too much.
To think that,
Never
she'd be followed by, we're actually joined by we're talking about L, yeah, District L. And then there was 4 people in the primary, but then 2 dropped out. Joe Wright and Clayton Trotter. Right?
This bugs me. Why do people drop out of ranked choice voting? It's like, why? You're gonna get eliminated anyway. Just keep on going. Have some fun.
Because they got like hardly any votes. Maybe they just decided they didn't want to do the.
Yeah, but you're
It's
already
like
on the
Buzz
ballot.
Kelly.
Yeah,
You could have stayed in the race.
There's
You're not
nothing
taking
lost by staying
Nothing.
in. Nothing
That's
lost.
the greatest thing about this.
Yeah.
You're going to be there, and if you think you're going to be 4th out of 4, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Don't
but-
drop
You're still
out.
in there.
You're still in there.
You're still in there.
Buzz kind of suspended the campaign, but he's still on the ballot. These people just withdrew, so they're off the ballot. But I think, Merrick's raised a lot of money, been running a really, really impressive campaign.
Yeah,
And
it's
Ken
been a good
McCarty
race.
he's kind of stalled, and he's sending out these weird ads with like Ilhan Omar and AOC. It's very strange.
Yeah, I don't think you should. I don't think you should ever underestimate Kelly Merrick. She's a go-getter. She's a hard worker.
Her husband Joey, he's big with the laborers, and laborers coming out to support her. So, with no Democrat in the race, I think she's going to get all that left of center vote, and then a chunk of the.
Says it Nancy Dahlstrom's.
We have Nancy Dahlstrom in studio. We're going to have on next, who was a rep from Eagle River many years ago.
This is her old district. Yep.
Folks, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, talk about the House race. We have some guests in studio, and it's 8:18, so the polls have been closed for 20 minutes. And we're going to start getting some tapes in hopefully very soon on some of these precincts. And in the next, probably hour, a little more, we're going to have initial preliminary results in. So again, I want to thank our panel, our sponsors. Take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Here's Cal Worthington and his dog Spot.
If you want a better buy, go see Cal. You're the guy be satisfied, go see Cal. Give a new car to your wife, she will love you all her life. Go see Cal, go see Cal, go see Cal.
Now's the time to get that new Ford car or truck here at Worthington Ford. Shop indoors. Big, friendly, giant Worthington Ford. Bring the kids. It's Worthington Ford. The rebates are back. Worthington Ford. We're open to midnight. I'll see you here.
It seems all politicians say they're effective. Cynthia Toohey is effective. In just her freshman term, she was prime sponsor of 5 bills that became law. Get tough crime bills like the anti-stalking law and the use it, lose it measure for drunken juveniles. Cynthia Toohey has done more real work in her first term than some career legislators do in a decade.
I promised you effective leadership in Juneau, and I'm proud of the work I've done.
Cynthia Toohey, effective ethical leadership for the Coastal Trail District.
It's happening. Alaskans across the state are uniting to elect a new governor, Tony Knowles, a leader who's bringing us together with the experience and commitment to create real jobs, a leader who will take Alaska in a new direction with courageous stands and a new energy to get our economy moving again. Tony Knowles and Fran Ulmer. They've earned the job because they've earned our respect and restored our trust in Alaska's future.
Joe Miller for U.S. Senate, West Point graduate, husband, dad. He chose Alaska as his home. Joe Miller, Tank Commander, U.S. Army in Iraq, awarded the Bronze Star.
We have to change D.C. In the Senate, I'll fight the incumbents' endless spending and tax hikes. And I'll work to free our natural resources, to lower energy costs, and to create jobs for all Alaskans. I'm Joe Miller, and I approve this message because to change D.C., you got to change the people that are there.
There are days when we wish the news was better. There are days when we wish our public officials followed a higher standard and remembered that respect for our government is often established by their behavior. There are days when the news, although true, is sad, and we wish it weren't true. There are days when maybe we aren't very proud of some of the people we voted for, but we learn, and we go on, and we clean house and make it better. Larry Baker, State Senate.
Day and night, Joe Murdy rides the streets of our city, fighting crime with the community patrol he founded. And as chairman of the Public Safety Committee, Joe Murdy has ridden over 1,000 hours with the firemen and the police.
Yeah, they passed some good laws down in June this past session, but unfortunately, they cut the troopers in the corrections when they did the budget. What's the sense of having good laws if you can't enforce them?
He knows what he's talking about. Joe Murdy, State Senate.
I'm Marilyn McGann. In his campaign, Larry Baker mocked Senator Dave Donnelly because he voted to name a mountain for my son. Bruce and his wife hiked on that mountain. They used it as a landmark when flying. It's where they turned for home. When Bruce died, we petitioned the legislature to name it Mount McGann. I told Larry Baker his ad was hurting a lot of people, and he promised to stop it. But he didn't. What Larry Baker did was wrong, and he should know that. It's a matter of decency.
All right, folks, we are back. I want to welcome everybody back. The polls have been closed for about 23 minutes. We're going to talk about some of these House races. Mark Begich stepped out for a second. He actually had to, I guess, call into the BBC. Mm-hmm. Why didn't they get Ivan?
I don't know. I don't know either.
We're joined now in studio by Matt Shuckerow, who's going to be on the panel as well. He had some stuff. What were you doing? Were you out kind of gallivanting? What were you?
I have a couple other things on the agenda tonight, so happy to step in for a while. But
busy guy.
Hey, you guys have I think everyone's
this
eyes.
This is the place to be.
I think everyone's watching you. I'd be curious what election parties are doing. I bet you they're tuned in here.
Were you watching any of the coverage before? We talked about the statewide races and the Senate races.
You know, I'll admit, I headed into sitting on a panel like this, I do like to tune in just to see and hear what you guys have talked about, and so I don't sound like I'm repeating old information and can add to the conversation. So yeah, I've been listening in since you guys started.
We talked about the statewide races and the Senate races, and I want to go and talk about some of these House races. As we said in the Senate races, there's usually 1 or 2 new senators. This time there's at least 5, could be up to 8 or 9. In the House, we're having a very similar thing. It's at least 15 new senators, or representatives, but it could be up to 20. And a lot of this is because of redistricting, and then several representatives aren't running for re-election, which includes Jonathan Christ Tompkins, Christopher Kirker ran for governor, didn't work out. Sarah Rasmussen, Ivy Svanholtz, Christopher Tuck, Chris Tuck, Adam Wool, Tiffany Zolkowski, and Craig Steve Thompson are not running for re-election, and then some people got paired.
And then Liz Snyder's not running, right?
Liz Snyder. And then several of them are running for the Senate. You know, Matt Clayman, James Kaufman, Kelly Merrick, Ken McCarty, Garen Tarr running for Senate seats. So between people running for the Senate and people not running for re-election and redistricting, we're going to have a very, very different House. And a lot of these races, I think 6 of them they're unopposed, and then another dozen they have opponents that aren't really going to matter, and the people are going to win. But there are some pretty important House races. One of the interesting ones, I think, isn't so much for organization purposes, but Harriet Drummond and Zach Fields are the only incumbents that are paired that are running against each other.
Titanic collision
in downtown.
Yeah.
Matt, I'll start with you. You're new to what do you think? I mean, I'm kind of going with Zach here because he's been really working hard, but she's been there a long time too.
That's my district. That's where I live. That was the ballot I had, and I think if you look at the makeup of the district, it's a majority of Zach Field's district. It's primarily downtown. And you know, someone commented like, why did they get kind of pushed together? But believe it or not, between where Harriet lives and Zach Field lives is like a half a mile. It's very, very close. So it didn't seem that crazy that they got districted together. So I think that Zach, just by the simple fact that it is a majority of his district, he's represented them. But you know, you can't overlook the fact that Harriet has also served for a long time.
Been there a long time, and that's something that people are going to consider, is that you've got the guy who got elected just a few years ago, not been there long, and then someone who, when you combine her House and school board and assembly,
she's been
has
around
been
for
around for a long time. And some people are going to say, you know what, the experience, that's what's important to me. And some people are going to say, new blood, good thing. It's going to be very
Sorry to interrupt. We have Jake Hirsch. He's at a precinct. Taku Campbell.
Oh, nice.
And we're going to go to Jake here, and he's got a tape. Our first tape of the night at 8:26. Jake Hirsch, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Jeff. I just got the tape from the Taku Campbell polling location, precinct 3. And
Tell us what it says with the Andy Josephson, Kathy Hensley race.
Andy Josephson has 361. Hensley has 398. So Hensley's winning here by like 27 votes. 37 votes.
Okay, and then we have, for the Senate race, we see this on the screen here. Murkowski, 326. Chewbacca, 299. Interesting. Okay, and then we have, this is, guys, one tape at one precinct at Taku Campbell. So it's a very specific glimpse into the election. But I bet you this is the first results anybody's seeing here for this election.
So what's Mary Peltola is?
Wow, 384.
Wow.
Almost 50%,
Yeah.
But then, interesting, Governor Dunleavy has 406, so is outpacing everyone.
Wow, Big Mike, who's actually pretty nearby, is murdering the Taku Campbell
double digits
precinct.
in this precinct.
It's my precinct, actually, so that's where I live.
Shall we call it now?
I don't think we should call it. I mean,
Okay,
I'm very liberal on calling things early.
I'm just checking.
What are your thoughts on Guerra and Walker there? Guerra outperforming Walker significantly in that precinct.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we saw last time. Guerra was a little bit ahead, but this is an interesting district. I mean, it kind of leans to the right, but you know, Chris Tuck was the representative there for a long time, and we're seeing this kind of ranked choice how they're splitting that vote.
What's doing with Marcus Sanders and?
Let's go back to Jake real quick.
Okay, I can't see those numbers on LV and Marcus.
Jake, what were you seeing? Was anybody voting when you were there? Were they last minute voters, or what were you seeing?
There were some straggling voters. One lady took a while to vote, which is why I got the numbers to you comparatively late. One guy came in like 10 minutes after the polls had closed, and they turned him away. Some like pretty high voter turnout from what I'm seeing, like 788. And then Marcus is winning, or Sanders is winning in this Senate district.
Is he really? Whoa! By how much? I'm not surprised. I mean, she has the LV Gray Jackson. You know, is going to do much better than the other district. Further, towards downtown. But Jake, thanks for getting us that tape, and thanks for being here from Taku Campbell. Where are you heading next? Tell us where you're heading next.
I'm going to the Chewbacca election party over on Old Seward, so I'll be reporting to you from there if they let me in. If not, I'll be outside.
We're looking forward. I think it's 50-50. If not, we'll go live. We'll do it live.
Cool.
Thanks a lot, Jake.
Bye, Jake.
Back to you, Jeff.
Can we pull up that tape one more time? This is, again, folks, one tape from one precinct, Taku Campbell. So it's a glimpse into, there's over 400 precincts statewide. So this is one, 400th of the election in a kind of center-right Anchorage district. But we have Hensley up on Josephson by about 20. And this is just in-person votes and early votes up to Thursday. I don't think they're counting the absentees yet. And especially, and this is just what happened. No, this is what happened today at this precinct only. This is no early votes.
Walk-in votes.
This is walk-in votes today only. Let's go down to that Constitutional Convention question.
Oh yeah, we didn't even look
We
at that.
didn't even talk about that yet. This is the once every 10 years question. Pull that tape back up. I think it looked like it was going down.
No,
538. What's the percentage? It's like 2 to 1. More than 2 to 1. And then real quick, go to that Marcus Sanders, LV Gray Jackson race. This is one that LV should pretty easily win this race, but let's check. That should be up a little bit. Kind of curious.
Yeah, that was those were interesting. Again, one precinct, but it is interesting how close they are.
Can we go up to, thanks. Thanks. Go up to the Senate race.
There we go.
Yeah, 3. Interesting. So this is another one of those races. There's a couple of races in Anchorage. This race, and then the Donna Mears Forrest Wolf race in East Anchorage, and the Ted Scheid Stanley Wright race, which are really, depending on how these things go and some other races, how it's going to kind of determine how the House organizes next year. And
Yeah.
Charisse, you've been there, you've done that before.
It's really hard to organize when you have such a narrow margin, and you become less effective as a majority and as a minority when the numbers are so close. It was more fun to be in a majority of 27 than it was to be in a minority of 18. So, I mean, numbers, they count, and that's why it was so important the last organization. How long did it take? I think it took almost 5 weeks for them to organize, right? The very first.
The last 2 legislatures, it's been a month into session, which normally in normal years, it's a week or 2 after the election.
It's just, it's probably, we organized 3 days after the election
Well, you guys used to have 25, 30 people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
at
27. Now that the races are narrowing and you're getting independents like Ortiz and, people that are willing to work with a coalition, it's much different. I mean, the coalition that we had was Richard Foster.
We're going to take a quick break. We have a very special guest here live in studio. We're going to take a quick break, folks. I want to, again, thank our sponsors, panelists. Quick break. Right back. We have 2 really, really impressive guests here we're going to have on the next, after the break. Be right back.
You said that the Congress has, in a sense, given up its power to the president. Do you think that as one congressman from Alaska, you could change that?
I think that's the crux of the whole matter. We have one congressman, and I can work with the majority. I can work with the minority. I've had 6 years' experience doing this under Governor Hickel, under Governor Miller, and Governor Egan, and in a minority in the House, and a majority in the Senate, and a majority in the House. So I have had experience working on both sides of the fence. I know how to do this. This is the important factor. Congressman Begich had it. Congressman Pollack had it. Senator Stevens and Senator Gravel have had this training, 6 years of training. The other thing is this. I have the double advantage that I will have access to the administrative branch. And I'm proud of the fact that I've been able to work, not through legislation in Juneau, but through working with the commissioners and obtaining, for instance, in Delta, they have an erosion control project. That was my project. In Tok, they have a hospital and a library. This wasn't done by legislation. This was done by working with the commissioners, and I can do the same thing in Washington by working with the secretaries. The important thing is knowing how to sell Alaska's program, and I can do that.
Let me tell you about Congressman Don Young. He was a school teacher in Fort Yukon. He married Lou and had 2 daughters. He was a tugboat captain, a trapper, then city mayor. He served in the state legislature. And as our congressman since '73, Don Young has fought for Alaska, for the pipeline, the fishing limit, and a strong military presence. Now that I have a family, I know the value of a congressman who stands up for Alaska. After all, I should know. My kids call him Grandpa.
After 22 years in office, Don Young really has become part of the problem. That's why I'm for term limits. The special interest groups in Washington have forced many to forget who they represent and who sent them to Washington in the first place. Rather than do what's in our interests, too often politicians like Don Young look after their own interests. Term limits may not solve all of our problems, but at least it's a start. Help me send Washington a message.
Those people need a lie detector test. I bet they won't take it. Tony committed to me for 2 years, and I wanted him to stay for 4.
The opposition says I'm a lobbyist. If that means I've effectively represented individual Alaskans, coastal communities, fishermen, and rural Alaskans in Washington, then they're right. I'm running for Congress because the people of Alaska need to be represented.
I know from experience that Alaskans don't like negative political advertising. You may have seen some negative ads attacking our Congressman Don Young. The truth is, Don Young has an excellent voting and attendance record, and in passing important laws, Don ranks in the top 12% of the entire U.S. House. Don Young is honest, hardworking, and effective. Let me pass on to you what my grandmother told me. Don't listen to anyone who tries to build himself up by tearing someone else down. Vote for Don Young. We need him now more than ever.
Okay, what a commercial we had there. We really want to thank Scott and the crew for digging up all these old political commercials. Very excited to be joined by GOP Governor Mike Dunleavy and his running mate Nancy Dahlstrom. How you doing?
Good. We're glad to be here, Jeff.
That Taku Campbell tape, it's pretty good for you. That one tape.
That's one precinct. So we're hoping for more like that here shortly.
No, it's been a long campaign. Polls are closed. How do you guys feel, and what's it been like in this new ranked choice? You pick your running mate this time. Before it was two separate elections.
Yeah, and I was fortunate that Nancy wanted to be part of the ticket. So it's it's been a quick 4 years, by the way, in terms of the work we've done as governor. But I think we did a pretty good job here in the campaign. We got out. We talked to a lot of Alaskans all over the place, not just in urban Alaska, but rural Alaska as well. And the feedback has been really good. So hopefully that work will translate into a win tonight. That's the hope.
Nancy, you were a legislator before, and then you were corrections commissioner.
Right.
And then now you're running for lieutenant governor with Governor Dunleavy. How did that, was that something you were expecting in your life? How'd that?
I wasn't expecting it, but I was highly honored when the governor asked me to serve with him. And serving Alaskans is just, it's great. It's fun. It's a lot of work, but it's very rewarding. I love it.
What's this ranked choice thing been like? It's a whole different animal.
We're going to find out right here in a few moments. We don't really know. We'll see what happens tonight. If we get over 50 plus, then that's good. If not, we have to wait for the next round. But it'll be interesting. People have asked me, "What do you think of it?" You don't know until you go through it. You have to dissect and do a post-mortem on this whole thing.
But what do you think of it?
We won't. I really
no,
can't.
I mean, kind of as you approached the campaign, I mean, it must have changed how you thought about how you were going to run. You ran before.
But you really, in a way, I mean, you don't, because you are who you are. You are what you are. Your values are what your values are, and hopefully your values reflect the majority of Alaskans. If not, you don't win. But for us, we really didn't change who we were in this race. Again, this is brand new. We're going to find out tonight.
It's interesting. In 18, it was you and Mark Begich. He's actually on our panel, but he's upstairs on the BBC. But it was you and Mark.
Just tell him I'm warming his seat up here. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I think you are in his seat. Actually, it was you, Mark Begich, and then Bill Walker, who kind of withdrew at the end. He was still on the ballot,
and several others that were running at the same time.
But it was still that kind of. We have that same situation here where it's a Democrat, Independent, two Republicans. But Charlie Pierce hasn't really raised much money or campaigned much. So, I mean, how are you? What are your thoughts about this kind of first round numbers, and then
the only thing I could do is look back to the primary in August, where we came out on top. We did pretty well, and hopefully we have a repeat of that, where we get instead of 40-some, we get over 50. But again, we're hopeful. We think we ran a pretty good campaign. We think we ran a pretty positive campaign. We highlighted our record, and we think Alaska's in better shape today in many ways than it was 4 years ago. So we're hoping that translates into votes.
Nancy, I want to ask you real quick. We were talking earlier about the Eagle River race. You represented Eagle River many years ago.
Yes.
It's kind of this Kelly Merrick versus Ken McCarty, the two reps. Do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, you live over there, and it was Laura Reinbold who's not running, and that's a pretty big, one of the big Senate races we see
It
here.
is a big Senate race, and both of them have been active in the community. They've both been running hard, and so we'll see how it shakes out tonight.
Has Eagle River changed in blue or red? Have they become more purple in a sense?
There's some sections of Eagle River that are a little bit purpley, but we're just growing. The community, the area is growing, and what I see is an increase in people that want to be involved in what's happening in the community and in the state, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I know you guys got a big event to get to. Matt, did you have anything? I want to get you a chance. Matt, you used to work for this guy.
I did,
yeah. 29th press secretary.
Well, I think that in a race that we may elect a Republican governor, we may elect Lisa Murkowski, and very well may elect Mary Peltola. I mean, it's back to this question of ranked choice voting. What is it about your race that you kind of stuck to? I've always said elections are about vision and record. What have you kind of been your approach as you've undertaken the last 8 or 9 months of this election? I mean, some of these races started 18 months ago. It's been a long election season. What's as you kind of come into the final weeks, what's been your thoughts on all this?
I would like to think that we connected with the everyday Alaskan. There's a lot of, and I'm not going to attach a negative to it. There's a lot of special interest in other associations and groups that get involved in politics. But it seemed to me that when we went around Alaska and we talked to individuals, whether it's at a store, in a restaurant, that we connected with them. That our values reflected their values when it came to things like crime and fiscals and so forth. And so we'll see what happens tonight, but we felt pretty good about that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's a test of, we may think what people go into the ballot box and what their priorities are. I like to think that at the end of the day, you're talking about jobs, economy, inflation, those sort of things that directly impact you. You can care about other issues, but those are primary drivers of how you're voting, I think.
Well, just squeeze a quick one in. If you get reelected, for the first time, you'll be able to do what you want because you won't have to get reelected down the road. Any thoughts as to what your priorities are going to be for the next 4 years?
Yeah, it's going to be similar when it comes to crime. It's going to be similar when it comes to fiscals. We're going to also focus on some infrastructure projects because we have to build Alaska out for the future. This can't be in Alaska for the next 2 years or 4 years. It's got to be in Alaska for the next 10 to 50 years. And so the hope is that we create a situation up here in Alaska where people are going to want to stay here, more people are going to want to come up here and live here. I think we have incredible assets really to attract people. We just have to make sure that politically when we get to Juneau that we can all work together to at least a certain extent to implement policies that will work on behalf of all Alaskans. So I'm actually looking forward to it. We're hoping we win tonight and have a discussion with legislators.
Governor Dunleavy, I want to thank you and Nancy Dahlstrom, your running mate, for coming in. I know you guys got a big event to go to downtown, so thanks again. And folks, we have a whole bunch of tapes got in, and we have some candidates on Zoom, so we're going to be doing a lot more after this break analysis on Anchorage races. We have some Kenai races and some, I think even the Valley. We have, I think, 10 or 15 tapes we're going to look at way before the Division of Elections provides any results. So we're going to be looking at those when we come back. Again, I want to thank Governor Dunleavy and Nancy Dahlstrom for coming on in our panel.
Thank you.
Sponsors, we'll be right back.
Thanks, you guys.
You bet.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Problems we have in this country for people who can't communicate, and particularly some of those who can't seem to understand. They correlate their own personal problems with other people's past. You seem to have done that with me. It's unfortunate. I wish you'd go find some help. I think you need help, Mrs. Obermeyer.
All right.
Yes, sir. Response, Mr. Ring.
We've used up that candidate question round. You will have an opportunity before the program is over for us to address the issue.
Okay, folks, we are back. It was great having the governor on and Nancy Dahlstrom. We're going to talk about a lot more of these House and Senate races, but we have a bunch of tapes we've got in here. We're going to go over some of these. Again, these are the results of in-person voting today at these precincts. It's one individual precinct, so it'll give us a glimpse. We saw the Taco Campbell one earlier. Let's start pulling these tapes up, guys, and just tell us what tape it is. We can be able to read it. And again, I haven't seen what is this? Eagle River. Okay, so we got Kelly Merrick. What precinct is this?
25.
No.
23.
Okay. Normally it says the describer in there. Anyways, Kelly Merrick way up on Ken McCarty, 395 to 269.
Wow.
Let's go to the Jamie. No,
There's Jamie Allard. She's ahead.
This is one we knew Jamie was going to win that one. That's not really a surprise. We got the Constitutional Convention question going.
No. 65% no.
Yeah, and I'll say, Jeff, as I ran a campaign in 2020, when campaigns are receiving these, you're looking immediately at your vote totals, but then you're looking, how do you compare against other candidates? Like, that's where I'm immediately looking. I'm looking at how Kelly Merrick's doing. How did she perform in relation to Dahlstrom, Dunleavy? And you want to see, like, did people who voted this way, how did they also vote? Because some of these people go in the ballot box, and a number of people voted Merrick, Dunleavy, no on Constitutional Convention.
Let's go up to the Dunleavy. We didn't look at, is there the Senate and the House race on this tape, or was it cut off?
Yeah, how the downvoting goes is really interesting.
So let's start with the Senate race.
So, this is Eagle River, Mary Peltola, 294. That's
Can you go up a little bit to the, okay, here we go. So Murkowski, 280, Kelly Chewbacca, wow, 377. And again, this is Eagle River. We're not sure which precinct. And then we have, what is this? Peltola beating the Republic. Wow. Look, Matt, how does that work where Kelly Chewbacca does so well, but then Mary Peltola does so well?
Well, you might be able to speak to this. There's something that people say when you are not as defined of a candidate, when people don't really know you, you're more likely to take a chance. Mary Peltola in 2 years, after a bunch of tough votes, after aligning with maybe her party, it may be a lot harder. And that's when people look back. Not being defined can be an advantage. And that's why candidates and campaigns spend so much time, money, energy on definement. And I think in this instance, Mary Peltola has the benefit of not being so defined just yet. It will come. It will certainly come in time.
That looks perfectly normal because she's running against 2 Republicans. If you add together Nick Begich and Sarah Palin, it comes to over 400 votes to Mary Peltola's under 300.
The question
right?
is, are these people ranking the red, which we're not going to know about for a few weeks? Let's go to, we have a tape from the Kenai Peninsula, the Tuckerman Babcock, Jesse Bjorkman race. This will be very interesting.
This will be very interesting.
I just got a bunch of new tapes. I texted to Scott, so you should have those, Scott. So,
Bjorkman in the lead.
Now, do we know what precinct this is? See, they're cutting off the precinct. Those
District 8.
Well, that's the district,
Right.
but up on top it says Senate District D, but it doesn't have the
doesn't give
precinct.
so
Yeah, it might be on the bottom.
Folks, each House precinct has anywhere from 5 to 8, 9 precincts. Senate District double that. So this is Jesse Bjorkman is beating Tuckerman Babcock.
I don't think Tuckerman's going to win.
The Constitutional Convention is down on that one.
It's even going down in like the conservative Kenai Peninsula.
It's going down in Kenai. I don't think people have confidence in the
People were thinking 20 points it was going to lose by.
Yeah.
I'm ready to call.
What we've been seeing, there's some that I've seen where it's 70%.
I'm ready to call this race for Ben Carpenter.
Yeah,
unopposed.
I think that's safe.
We got that. Good job, Ben.
Hey, and I did work on the Constitutional Convention on the no side, and look, at the end of the day, there was a big, giant coalition that included, resource development, industry, chambers of commerce, and they all kind of understood that there is a little bit of inherent risk. I mean, Bob Byrd from the Kenai Peninsula, who authored the election pamphlet language, said something like, a constitutional convention is risky, but Alaskans are risk takers. So there was an acknowledgement, even by the proponents, that there is a risk, and I think when it all was said and done, business organizations, chambers of commerce, industry, fishing, Alaska Native groups, they all kind of made their case, and it was all based on different issues.
Right.
It's that when you open it up, we don't know what you're going to get.
That was the ad they did, was the Pandora's box,
Yeah.
which I thought was very good. You open it up, you won't be able to get it shut, and all sorts of bad things will happen.
Well, and look, I think that there are some issues that when we talk to people that they want to address, and we've said go the targeted, transparent amendment route, and I think that there will be proposals for amendments, but this big everything on the table, and you don't know what you're going to get, I think that certainly was a question as people went to the ballot box. We're seeing, I mean, it's still early, obviously. We'll see what happens.
We have a tape from District K, which is the Willikowski, John Cunningham, that's an East Anchorage race. Let's pull up this tape. Maybe this one will have the information on top, which will show us what precinct we're dealing with. Do we have? There's Bill and John Cunningham. Willikowski's going to win this race, by the way. Okay, so Willikowski, way up. No surprise there. Oh, we have the Stanley Wright. Interesting.
Oh wow.
Wow, look at that. Now can we go up? Do we know what precinct this is? Sometimes the precincts really gives you a big insight into kind of how these votes are going.
And then there should be the governor's race and the Senate race on top too.
Do we have any more? Yeah, they're just
there we go.
People send these things selectively.
There we go.
So this is
Dunleavy.
Wow, look at Gar over Walker.
Let's start on top and then we'll go down. Okay, so we got Murkowski here, 3-4. This is an East Anchorage precinct where Stanley Wright was way up.
So you see, there's Chesbrough. She's coming in at 15%. She's not going to get 6% this time. That
like
was
you said
just
earlier.
the pick one prize.
Buzz Kelly's not getting as many either, by the way. He's got
33 votes. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at Peltola on this one.
Yeah.
407.
More than double Palin and Begich.
More than 50%.
Yeah.
This is, again, folks, this is an East Anchorage precinct where it's the Stanley Wright and Ted Escheid and then Bill Willikowski and John Cunningham.
But look at that. I mean, kind of the balance between Gar and now. Of course, this is Willikowski's, and I'm sure that Willikowski was going around and pumping his buddy Les. But 278 to 87.
Yeah,
that's huge.
It's a very, very, very kind of Democratic area. But go down to the Cunningham. That's no surprise, Willikowski. Can you guys go back to that Stanley Wright? Go back to that tape and let's pull up that Stanley Wright Ted Escheid race at the bottom, because that was interesting. Because Stanley's the Republican.
Yep.
And Ted's the Democrat. If we can pull that tape. Quick, pull the tape back up, guys. Thanks. Wow, that's just, it's so, this whole thing with this ranked choice, you see a Republican do really well, and then you see a Democrat. because they're splitting, and we have no idea on this ranking process.
I'm surprised in that tape, on the East Anchorage tape, how, I mean, it's not close, but I'm surprised how many votes Kelly Chewbacca got, and kind of the,
wait, this is different. This is
blue.
different. Well, this is a different tape. This tape's different than the other one. In this case, different precinct.
Different precinct,
same district. So in this case, Stanley's still winning by. Now, the other thing I want to talk about in a bit is how do these early and absentee votes, how are they going to factor in? We had some texts about that, saying to ask you guys how the absentee votes are going to, because in a lot of these cases, these results are going to change a lot with the absentees and the early votes.
Here's the readout I got on what we should expect tonight, and I don't have it on the district level, but it's that there were, as of the 7th, 34,000 absentee ballots returned, and that they plan on counting about 16,000 of those. So there will be about another 16,000 that won't be counted. It sounds like those 16,000 might be a little bit random, right? It's as they've come in and they've been processed.
You won't be able to get a trend from.
And then there's about 24,000 early votes that were in by the 3rd, and those are 24,000 early votes that will be counted tonight. So there are, there was like 56,000 absentee ballot requested, and again, 34 have been returned by the 7th. We'll see what else comes in. Obviously, they have 10 days for absentees to come in. But there's also a lot of people. I requested an absentee ballot. I voted in person today. There's other people that are like that ultimately didn't, and they're not going to submit it and return it.
I think the polls, people were wanting to vote in person. We drove by a couple polls today, and we voted at the airport, and there was more people out at the airport than I've ever seen. And even in my precinct at Abbott Loop Elementary, there was a parking lot full of people. So I think ranked choice drove a lot more people to go in person. Like I've heard of people not getting their absentee ballots too. So it's just an interesting.
I think generally speaking, though,
we got Mark Begich back. How was the BBC?
Great.
You missed Big Mike and Nancy Dahlstrom.
I know.
He said he was keeping the seat warm for you.
Oh, good. I hope he did. And
Mark, we've seen a bunch of tapes. Sorry to interrupt you. We've seen a bunch of tapes and interesting results. We'll pull up some more. Sorry, Ivan, go ahead.
So it used to be only a few people voted absentee. That it was an in secret and what have you. And then with COVID, it just exploded, and everyone went, oh, so you can vote this way. And so nowadays there isn't so much, like before there used to be a pattern for absentees. Right. Now it's a much bigger group of people. It mirrors the population much more closely. What's more interesting is the question ballots that end up at the end, because they tend to be more democratic. Like in the primary, when there were a whole bunch of question ballots still out there, Mary Peltola was looking at pulling her shock. She was a lot of the late vote was rural, uncounted question ballots, and those all came in for us. So,
all right, let's pull up. We have a bunch more tapes we're going to pull up. I think the next ones we have, are those Kenai again, or which one is this? And Wasilla tape, our first Wasilla tape. So in this case, we have David Wilson, the incumbent, with 2 Republican challengers, and this kind of mirrors the primary results. He's they're splitting the remainder of the vote. So this is going to be one of those ranked choice deals.
And David Wilson's still pulling ahead.
Let's see can we scroll up on that one?
Here's the Ben Stevens, or the David Eastman race. We should look at that real quick. Well, let's go to the top on all these guys, and we'll go down.
Interestingly, on these Valley districts, it's important. If you look at vote totals, Dunleavy, these are areas where you can run up the score. If you go look, in 2018, Dunleavy won the entire election by like 29,000 votes.
Look at Kelly Chewbacca there.
I felt that pain.
He wins by like 29,000 votes, and he took the bulk of that in the Mat-Su and the Kenai Peninsula. So you want to be able to run up the score in these districts by like 70%.
Wasilla number 1, I'm not sure which area, but look at this Kelly Chewbacca, 477. Now earlier, Murkowski was way up in these Anchorage precincts, but look at this one. Wow, that's a big.
And look how well. Look, this is a conservative district, and Sarah Palin doing exceptionally well in comparison
40 votes ahead of Nick Begich,
Mary did.
Look at the Dunleavy Dahlstrom, speaking of the run-up.
Yep. Well, that's what I'm saying. In these districts, when you crunch the numbers, you can see, in 2020, Dan Sullivan won these districts by 72, 74%. And in the Kenai Peninsula, it's reasonable for a Republican to be able to get 66, 68% of the
Let's
vote.
go down a bit to that David Eastman. Curious.
Well, that's interesting that we're seeing Walker and Drygas come in third on a lot of these tapes.
I
thought it would be closer.
No, I've always, I
Yeah,
have saying that he was going to come in third on statewide.
Look at Eastman, almost basically half the vote.
Scroll down to Constitutional Convention here.
Let's see. The other, it was going down big in the other areas.
100 votes, no.
So we can call that. That's going to fail because that's gone down in every so far precinct by a lot. Even in the valley, it's gone down by 100 votes.
In the valley, they're voting no on the con. That's interesting.
Let's bring up some more. I think we have more. We have a bunch of tapes.
And look, I'll say I've seen some internal polling on the Constitutional Convention. I mean, I think people had been saying it would be closer than in previous years. 63% is kind of the average of previous years. Some of the internal polling, Matt Larkin with Dittman did the polling. He had it higher than that. I think people were, cautiously optimistic that it would be that case, but it sounds like it is turning out to be that.
We have a Mia Costello, Matt Clayman tape. Let's bring. I got this thing in my ear, guys. I'm killing it over here. They're just telling me everything. Let's look at this tape.
Whoa.
Wow.
Now that depends whether it's up north or down south.
Sound Lake or
do we know where this is? Do we know where this is? Or well, it's the McKay district, so it's.
Wait, go back.
It's down south.
So it's McKay. So that's like North Campbell Lake.
Sure.
It's,
look at that.
That's farther south.
Dunleavy's getting nearly 60%. So.
That's all we have for this precinct. Okay, let's see the McKay. Yeah, that ain't Wells. Look at that. Ooh.
Yeah, but two Republicans. But two Republicans. That will straighten out.
If McKay gets 40s or whatever, he'll get kicked over on the second round with these IBEC votes.
How's the Constitutional Convention on that one?
Yeah, what's that?
Go down. Is that all we have?
Nope, you got it right there. It's right
they were telling me this might be the only. There's a picture someone took.
Oh, I see.
They give you like the name.
Right. Tease you.
Yeah, some people send the whole tape. Other people are being selective and they give us a piece of the tape because they don't want us, maybe seeing something.
Oh, because
we have $1,000 camera in our pocket and they don't want to use it.
If we have any more, guys, we have some great guests in studio here. We're going to bring up pretty soon some really interesting characters that I'm very happy we have here in studio. That we're going to have 3 senators. We're going to have some of them on in a second. Do we have any more tapes, or if not, we can take a quick.
It's 9:01, and the Division of Elections has nothing.
So far, there's no updates on the division. They said not. Well, I said 9:45.
They're rigging it.
Hey, one thing.
So Dominion machines.
They're not taking Republican ballots.
I think that we haven't really even talked about turnout. Turnout's a big game. In the primary, 32% turnout. People that I've been talking to, I don't know. I'd be curious what your thoughts. 53% turnout in the general is what we kind of see in a non-presidential. So I mean that's the big X factor. These 20% of people who didn't vote, and so everyone, at least on the statewide races, are shooting for a magic number. They all know their vote totals. They know what they're shooting for, and I know people are looking for. We'll see. I wonder if any of the statewides will get over 50% tonight. I don't know. I think it'd be hard, but
I think the only one is
they'll make over 50%.
Maybe the Peltola one.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about of returns.
I think there's a lot to bring voters out, though. If you think of every single race, right? The Peltola race is going to bring out new voters.
Yep.
I think you're going to see a lot of people come out for the Murkowski, Chewbacca race, and I just think that the voter interest is going to be much higher than we anticipated.
Yeah, the state races, the statewide races give you a smorgasbord of everybody.
Yeah.
Right? You can get a little bit in the governor's race, a little bit in the Senate race, a little bit in the House race. So you might like one of them, but you might not like the other two, but you're coming out.
You're coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
Might as well vote the whole ticket.
We're going to take a quick break. We got some great guests here in the studio. We're going to pull up. We're going to have up next. I want to again thank our panelists, our sponsors. We're having a great night. So far, no results from the Division of Elections, but here on the Alaska Landmine, you have 10 or 12 tapes. We have the raw results, baby. We're going to have a lot more of these when we come back. We'll be right back.
And I'll tell you something else. I've had it with those other guys. You remember the way it was in the Senate before Murkowski and Reagan went to Washington in '81? They were locking up Alaska's land. The national defense was weak. The budget was sky high. And they were really pushing gun control. And taxes. Do you realize what a tax increase would do to Alaskans during low oil prices? Boy, do I want those other guys back. I'm sticking with Murkowski.
Max Grunberg is a 24-year Alaskan. He served in Vietnam, earning 3 battle stars. He worked as Ted Stevens' legislative assistant. He's experienced in business and has 8 years' experience of public service. As a father and a husband, Max understands the importance of strong family values. Max Grunberg listens to you, and Max will stand up for the issues that affect you. Vote for Max Grunberg for State House.
My choice is Betty Davis. I'm voting for Betty Davis.
Betty Davis's record on law and order and her commitment to our community has won her the endorsement of the police and public safety employees. Her work with children and education has earned her the respect and support of our teachers.
Betty Davis is the most exciting candidate we've had in East Anchorage for a long, long time.
Betty Davis, leadership for East Anchorage.
Commitment, determination, capability. Tackling the tough issues like the Mental Health Lands Trust and economic development, Ramona Barnes has been a tough advocate for all her constituents. As Speaker of the House, Ramona ensured passage of the crime package guaranteeing victims' rights and defying the special interests lobbying against it. In the years ahead, Alaska must chart a new course. Ramona has the experience to lead the way. Commitment, determination, capability. Ramona Barnes, State House, District 22.
Senator Jay Kurtula runs his campaign on facts, not cartoons. Unfortunately, his opponent is using negative campaigning and false statements to try to discredit his service and work. You may not always agree with Jay, but you can rely on him for one thing, the truth. Jay is tough on crime, for development that brings jobs, for reasonable health care, not socialized medicine, and for your hunting and fishing rights. On November 8th, don't let the joke be on you. Vote for a senator you can rely on, Senator Jay Kurtula.
Well, it's clear that Ted Smith isn't a musher, but so what? He's not running for Nome, he's headed for Juneau, and that's a whole different ballgame. Ted's experience and ability are what we need working for us in Juneau. That's why I'm asking you to vote on November 8th, State House District 28 for Ted Smith.
And I'm going to leave the mushing to you.
All right, thank you.
Vic Coring starts early each day working for your vote. Vic worked hard as a construction contractor. As a member of the Alaska Housing Board, he works hard to provide affordable housing for Alaskans. Vic Coring offers Wasilla and Peters Creek voters a hard-working conservative alternative to the ineffective liberal incumbent.
Effective leadership isn't just being a good old boy. Results are the product of hard work. If you vote for Vic Coring, I will work harder for you than anyone else.
Okay, guys, we have Jake Hirsch. He's at the Kelly Chewbacca event. He got us some footage. This was footage he took earlier of Chewbacca walking in. They're over here on Old Seward at some kind of restaurant. What's it called? The Final Countdown or something? It's on Old Seward in 76 over there. So we're gonna go. I think we have Jake. Do we have Jake? We're back, folks. We have our great panelists here. We also are joined by in studio Senator Bert Stedman and Senator Gary Stevens, the former Senate President Gary Stevens and the current co-chair of the Finance Committee. So we're very happy to have you guys here. We're going to real quick go to Jake Hirsch, who's outside Kelly Chewbacca's campaign party. Jake.
My name is Rose.
Well, it's still on there.
I don't think he has his headset on.
Oh, this is some great TV here. What's going on there? Can you hear me, Jake? I don't think Jake can hear us.
I don't think Jake can hear us.
We'll get that worked out. We're gonna get off Jake, and we're gonna get that worked out.
Oh, it looks like he got us.
Is he there? Let's try one more time.
One more time.
Let's try one more time and see if Jake's available. Some supporter was trying to maybe get rid of the fake news or something.
Are you getting kicked out?
I'm very happy to be joined here in studio by again former Senate President Gary Stevens, current Rules Chair. You decide what bills go to the deal, huh, for the vote. That's a big one.
Right.
Then we have Bert Stedman, the co-chair of the Finance Committee. We don't have any tapes yet for you're in Sitka, Senator Stedman. You're in Kodiak. We haven't got any of those tapes yet, but you guys are both in races. How are you? And you're in Anchorage too, which is great. So we're happy you're here.
Well, we're just waiting to see if we're retired or not. That's
Perspective,
we hope not. We hope not.
Now, Senator Stedman, you have this guy Michael Sheldon. He ran for governor in 2018. He ran against you before. He's out there not raising a lot of money, but he keeps coming after you.
I'm ahead of him on everything but Courtview. But I just can't keep up in that arena. So, you know, what can I do? I just got to get out on the stump, or actually on my boat, and go to the different islands and campaign. That's all a guy can do. And I started that. I got a little bit late start because I had a granddaughter this spring, so I didn't start till the 3rd week in July. But I've been at it since the 3rd week in July, and now it's kind of nice to take a break and see the results.
Now, Senator Stevens, you have an interesting race. It's you and 2 other Republicans.
Right.
So in Senator Stebbins' race, it's not really a ranked choice deal. It's 2 of them. But in your race, you performed very well in the primary. But what do you think about this kind of ranked choice deal?
I think ranked choice is good. I mean, I think it's going to be successful in the end, and people are going to be reasonably happy with it after they see the end results here. But yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, and then people are saying, you know, if whoever gets elected, are they really going to oppose ranked choice? That's how they got elected, you know. So I don't see that changing. And normally we have we're not really much on overturning a vote of the public. So we could look at it in 2 years, but I don't think there's anything big that's going to change.
So here's the deal with ranked choice voting. We've asked a number of times on surveys that we've done whether people think it's a good thing or a bad thing, just an up or down on what they think about ranked choice voting. And right now, the 35% of people in Alaska who consider themselves conservative are nearly 8-to-1 opposed to ranked choice voting. They hate it. But let's be clear. They hate it because it took away their Republican primary and took away their opportunity to stick the knife in Lisa Murkowski's back, okay? And she would have been dead meat otherwise, but looks like she'll probably get reelected under ranked choice voting. So they hate it for that reason. The rest of Alaska, the other 65%, are nearly 3-to-1 in favor of ranked choice voting. So you two, if Matt Clayman, I'm probably getting ahead of myself here, but if Matt Clayman wins his race,
he's already organizing.
He's already organizing.
Because
I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking some Republican is going to waltz into Juneau early January next year, and they're going to write a bill to get rid of ranked choice voting because the 2 years, right? It's 2 years that you can't change something by referendum, but that expires today. Someone's going to be writing a bill.
Folks, we have the initial results in, 140 precincts, so it's 34%. We're going to pull this up on my computer. We can all look at this. Let's start with the Senate race. We have Murkowski at 40%, Kelly Tshibaka at 46%, and then we have Chesbrough. Again, this is 140 out of 402 precincts. We don't know which precincts, so it's hard to glean into kind of what's going on, but this is very preliminary.
Usually urban.
Much better than our tapes. This is surprising. Kelly Tshibaka's 6 points ahead. We have Mary Peltola at 40, almost 45%.
This is almost like the last election.
Yeah.
Yes. In the percentages. In the
and then Palin's up again against Begich. Dunleavy up at over half the vote. And then Walker and Guerra again, very close, but Guerra, Walker in this case up a little bit.
Up.
So you can tell.
Let's go to Bert Stedman.
Bert Stedman.
Bert Stedman. Look at that. 2-to-1 so far. How do you feel?
How are you feeling?
17% of the district. It should improve.
Anything can happen.
That's 14.
It should improve.
That's half the district. That's 14 of 25 precincts for you.
It should improve.
Let's
14.
check Senator Stevens while we're here. So we got Jesse Keel unopposed. Congratulations. Here's Senator Stevens.
Wow.
Ooh, over half the vote.
Oh, look at that. Maybe get it overdone.
No ranked choice.
10 of 21 precincts.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like you should start calling some races.
I think we're going to call these ones for you guys right now.
We're
going to
call
call it.
Congratulations.
Get it out of the way.
You don't want that bad luck.
Let's go back. Look at this one, guys.
That one you got to go back.
This is the Duckerman Babcock one. Look at this one.
This is interesting.
Yorkman's up 48.
Oh, look at that.
Half the precincts.
17, yep.
And look where Andy is. He's 9.6.
10%.
Yeah.
10%.
That's gonna. He's gonna decide this race.
He's gonna decide it.
What's interesting is Senate District E is neck and neck.
Look at this.
all the way through.
Oh wow.
Now see, what I've said, as long as Giesel doesn't come in third, these votes here, these Rosal and Casey votes, are going to recycle over to Giesel.
Yeah, big
so
percentage.
that's 7 of 15, half the precincts there.
We're helping you think about how it's going to organize now.
Yeah.
We're helping you.
Ivan and Mark will come down to do
we'll come down there and help you.
Decide right here.
Tell us who's going to be Senate President, who's going to be the rule. Tell us who these people are going to be. That'd be great for the viewers.
There's so much
We'll
training
do it live.
Yeah, we'll do it live.
Kaufman, no surprise. We knew he was going to win that one. He's the representative who's going to replace Josh Revak, who's in studio here. Let's get him on. We'll get him on in a bit.
That's interesting.
This one's way closer.
What's the percentage in on that? 15?
9 out of 12.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
And don't forget, this is election night, voting, election day, and then up to Thursday. So this is no absentees, I don't think, so far. Or if it is, it's very few absentees. But that's Marcus Sanders has raised almost no money.
Yeah.
He's
Wow.
campaigned
About
almost
$2.
almost, it's a couple thousand, it's way less than L.B. Gray Jackson. Look at that. That's a surprise. Here's the Clayman one. Mia's up here.
That's only 4 of 13.
Only 4
though.
precincts.
Yeah.
That's a long ways.
That's a long
And
ways.
again, we have to factor in the absentee votes that are going to come in later. This is no surprise. This is your brother, your brother's district. Tom Begich is.
Loki.
He's not running. He kind of picked Loki to succeed him there. She's way up. This is the Dunbar race with Garantar.
Wow, I'm surprised that Andrew Satterfield
Andrew,
is up there, and that's 7 of 10. So there's only 3 more precincts on that.
He got about that in the primary though, so that's not too.
But you got that one. You're gonna have to wait till the ranked choice.
Right.
And that's going to be November for the folks watching. November 23rd at 4 p.m. Wilikowski here. That's no surprise. He's up with 4 of 9 precincts. Here we go. This is the Kelly Merrick one that we've all. Look at that. How many? 5 of 13 up, 15 points. Wow, that's a big
number.
That's a big.
That's a hard one though.
Shelley Hughes, that's no surprise. We knew that was going to happen. Now this is going to be another one of those ranked choice deals.
Which one?
Where do these
Where do
Wright
they
and
go?
Clayton votes go? Interesting. That's going to be, yep. Wow, Showers up against Massey, 7 of 21 precincts reporting.
That's a long.
They got a long way to go on that one too.
And we actually have Doug Massey on. We're going to bring him on in a bit. We're going to finish this and then we'll go to Doug. Wow, look at this one.
Look at that.
3 of 8.
Wow. 3 of 8. So.
Yeah.
We talked about this one earlier for a while.
About Jim Matherly and Scott Kawasaki.
This guy's at 5%, so if Scott falls below half,
that
it's going to have
5
to
makes a difference.
factor that in. Myers, we knew that was going to happen. Rob Myers.
It's going to be interesting analysis afterwards. How many do fall off at that third? Do they pick a second? Do they not? What's the impact of that? Because
and then if they don't pick anybody, the denominator drops.
That's
on
right.
How the threshold to win. No surprise here. This is your. You guys are kind of the 3 of you are kind of a little bit of a you and Click Bishop and Gary Stevens, right? You guys are kind of buddies over there, right?
The 3 amigos.
Yeah, appreciate that.
You're welcome. I mean,
There might be 4 or 5 amigos here shortly.
Maybe.
Lyman Hoffman, who's been there since the 1980s, he's not going anywhere.
Fourth amigo.
Yep.
This one's pretty close here, though.
That's a little.
Wow.
I thought Dan was going to win this one, and again, this is just election day voting. They may have
There's only
factored
3
in
precincts left to report.
Only 3 left. That's going to be interesting.
Wow, look at this guy. I thought Himshoot was going to win this one. I think, again, this is early, but Scaffelstad up. He's run before. Now, this is your neck of the woods, right, Senator Stedman?
Scaffelstad hasn't done much. I think that number will change in the end.
Okay.
That'd be my expectation.
We're going to call this one for Andy Story.
Yeah, I think so.
Should we wait?
No surprise
Unopposed.
there. Louise Stutz, no surprise there. She's way up. Wow, Sarah Vance is way up here with 4 of 9. I thought she was going to win, but I thought it was maybe going to be close. What do you think about some of these numbers? We're seeing all kinds of weird things happening.
It's early.
Yeah.
I was struck by the Dunleavy number, which was 52%. So this is clearly it's clearly conservative, Republican concentrated area, right? Because as we said earlier, he should be down in the low 40s unless he's not low 40s, mid 40s. So it's like 7 points.
Ruffridge is up on Gillum, which he beat him by more in the primary, 4 of 6 precincts. Very likely Rufford's going to win that seat. Ben Carpenter again unopposed. Man, if you're unopposed and somebody writes, they must really not like you.
Yeah.
2% of people do not like 2.7%.
Make an effort to write a name of some sort.
This is no surprise here. It's a conservative area. This is 1/3 of the precincts over David Schaff, Letty Shaw. Oh, Craig Johnson. That's not surprising.
No, not surprising at all.
You worked with him, right?
Yeah, I worked with him. Yeah.
Let's go, guys. We have Doug Massey on. Let's get Doug Massey on real quick, and then we're gonna go back to these results. We have him. There he is. Doug Massey, how you doing?
Doug.
I'm good. How are you?
Have you seen the initial results coming in?
I have not actually. I'm at Settlers Bay Restaurant. I'm doing a dinner for people who have supported me. I haven't even been paying attention, to be honest with you.
I'm going to give you a little. It's showing with 7 of 21 precincts, so only 1/3 of the precincts in you're down by a bit, by about 100 votes, 51.9 to 46. But this is only 7%.
Long ways to go.
Yeah, lots of precincts to report.
No
so.
absentees. So
yeah.
You're one of the races people have been watching. You know, you're running against an incumbent. Senator Shower is on the radio a lot. He's on Facebook. He's kind of very vocal. We have a couple guys here in studio who know him pretty well. Bert Stedman and Gary Stevens. What do you, what do you attribute your strong performance in the primary to, and how are you feeling about tonight?
I feel fine. My strong performance in the primary is just being open and honest with people and my willingness to work with others. I think that, the Valley is at a crossroads here. I think that they have seen very little getting done in the past 4 or 5 years, and they want something different. And, I'm the person that's willing to move things forward, get things done. I have no agenda other than getting, things advanced for the Valley, and I think that has been part of my success there. I feel like they want something different.
Well, Charisse, you're a supporter of Doug Massey. What do you think about this race? This is a big one.
Yeah, I think there's a long way to go in the race. 7 out of 21 precincts, and as they get farther, we don't know who's reporting, so it might not be in Goose Bay Road where Doug has lived forever and has a stronghold. I mean, I think that it's hard to overcome that big of a gap from the primary to the general. I still, my prediction is still that Doug will prevail and be down there with the 5 amigos. Or how many amigos do you have? I don't know how many you have. But yeah,
we'll have several.
Yeah, but I think when, we talked about that earlier, when people vote in a primary for someone, they're less likely to change their vote back unless, there was some.
The difference is the higher turnout. But
the higher turnout,
it's
right.
also more moderate, in the general than the primary.
Yeah.
Doug, your race it's gotten a bit nasty here in the end. You're a first-time candidate. There's been a bunch of attacks on Facebook and the radio. Did you expect that? And I know you've responded to some of that. It's been kind of some really just falsehoods have been thrown out against you by your opponent and his supporters.
Yeah, my opponent likes to be a victim, and I've just let him do his thing. He's been on Michael Dukes, which with his 100 listeners or so, whatever the number is.
You don't have an opinion on that show.
I think it's
it's terrible. I'm not gonna lie. My opponent's not a Republican. Let's face it. My opponent is not a Republican. He's told me that to my face. I am a Republican, tried and true. I am 100% committed to the party, to the values, and I'm just a true person. And I have continued to keep my moral compass pointed north, whereas he has not. I don't know what to say. It's been a struggle. It's like guerrilla warfare. I've been in law enforcement for 25 years, and then I come into politics, and I see a lot of smiles on the faces there. They probably know what I'm talking about. It's a whole different world. It is a whole different world.
Yeah, in your old job, you kind of saw the guys coming at you, right? You probably didn't have to think too much about
knives in your back. Yeah.
And I had a gun. So this is different.
Okay, I got to say, as a Democrat, Doug, I'm starting to like you a lot here. I like your attitude.
That's my cat.
I can see you have a softer side to you by holding that cat.
He told me that he was once in a skirmish on the podcast, and he it got crazy. He tried to mace somebody, but it was windy, and he got maced in the process. So he still took the guy down though.
No, that's you want him on your side.
Well, Colonel Massey, thanks for. I know you're busy out there. Thanks for coming on, and we'll best of luck to you. We'll see how this race plays out. It's a long way. It's 7 out of 21, and we have the absentees and the early votes to factor in. So this is probably going to be a while before we have an idea of this race.
Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your family.
Yeah, thanks for what you're doing, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Colonel Massey. All right, folks, we're going to take, let's finish up with Senator Stedman and Senator Stevens. We're going to take a quick break after that.
What about the rest of the results?
Quick break. We're going to come back to the, you guys want to hang out, or do you guys got to go?
We can hang out for a few minutes.
If you guys don't mind hanging out, let's get back to the results then. Let's pull up my screen. We're on the House District 11.
They're visiting the big city.
I know.
They are. That's true.
This is like
exciting.
It's weird. Used to being stuck on islands.
I know.
We got roads up here.
Yeah, road that goes somewhere.
Yeah.
Not far, but go somewhere.
So we're back on 11. We were on Johnson. Let's see. We got. This is no surprise. Colomb here, 42. This Beeling guy didn't really do much, but he's got 18%. He's run before many times.
Right.
That's going to be that ranked choice deal. What's that? 23 of 7. Calvin Troggy, who's actually in studio. We're going to have him on in a bit. Thank you for coming, Calvin. He's up at over half the vote, 52, 3 of 6 precincts.
District 13 is interesting.
This one's, okay, we got 4 of 5, and Hensley up 5 points to Josephson. Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He got paired with Chris Tuck, and he only retained a small portion of his old district. And Kathy Hensley ran against Tuck in 2020. She ran for the Assembly
She has
last
some
year.
name recognition. She's been out
She
there
had
walking.
some tough ads toward the end here. You know, she had some public safety people pushing back on Andy's public safety ads.
She called him woke on the radio, too.
Yes, she did.
There's no bigger insult.
Outrageous.
So that's interesting. That's going to be one where these other votes are going to come in. We're going to have to wait. At least Galvin, we knew this Nick Dangerous guy is a perennial candidate, runs all the time. That's an open seat, so she's going to finally got elected.
Yep.
2 times, third time's a charm here.
Third time's a
There we
charm.
go.
At least.
You should try a couple more
I was
times.
mayor.
Maybe, maybe.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
you kind of went the whole way. Assembly, mayor, the whole deal.
But 3
Senate.
times I ran for mayor. Went on the 3rd, so you never know.
Third time was a charm?
3rd time was a charm.
Maybe I have to take that advice. Denny Wells here. Tom McKay, the incumbent. Again, this is IBEC. We looked at one of those tapes earlier, so this is kind of the same.
Yeah,
only a
same
third of the
pattern.
precincts.
Yeah, there's 4 more precincts than that.
Liz Vasquez, wow, up on Jenny Armstrong, 2 of 7.
Wow.
Now there's a qualifier on this one. There's a lawsuit right now about her residency, which
The landmine broke.
Doesn't have any legs.
I may have written a story about
The
that.
landmine might have broke that story.
Ivan says no legs.
Your legal reasoning is flawed.
There's lawyers right now in court. It's not me. There isn't a lawsuit, just like the Eastman case. There's a lawsuit on the eligibility. So that's surprising. 2 of 7. Liz Vasquez, a former rep.
Yeah, and she's has name ID strong.
Yeah.
So, but again,
It's been on Chugach board.
just remind folks,
Yeah.
this is low turnout so far. Like, low small amount of results, and we have no really absentees or early votes.
Surprised about 17 that it's not a little closer.
See, we could.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I figured Zach was 3 of 7, and he's well ahead.
You know, which is interesting. Both those are hard campaigners.
Very hard campaigners.
They're no nonsense campaigners.
They raise money, and they both been getting at it. But Zach's signs are up everywhere downtown, and let's go to this. This is another one where this ranked choice is gonna, Nelson's the incumbent with 47. Groves raised $200,000.
Which is amazing.
Wow.
A lot of money, but he's only got 33 now. He needs all these, a lot of these votes here to go over to him. These Lynn Franks votes. So again, November 23rd, 4 p.m. is when they're going to retabulate.
And
That's
you can't.
4-4.
Yeah, is that 4-4?
Oh yeah, this is
look at
100%.
that. That's
Yeah.
it.
So just absentees
Then
are out
absent,
and
And early votes from Thursday weren't counted.
Yeah.
And you can never, even though you see 2 Dems there, just like when you see maybe 2 Republicans and 1 Dem, you can't count on that 3rd placer 100% going up.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, he needs 40. Yeah, he needs what?
Needs 2.5 more points out of Lynn Franks. So
It's an
that's going to
interesting.
be really close.
It's an interesting
Yeah.
result there. We knew Genevieve Mina was going to win. This is the Guarantar. She's running for the Senate seat, so it's an open seat.
District 20.
Andrew Gray. This is the Ivy's Fonhold seat. She's not running. He did really well in the primary, 4 of 5, and he's got 47.
He'll.
Kohlhaas here, libertarian guy. He always runs.
Yeah.
He'll win this one, Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Forrest.
Wow, look at this.
Forrest Wolf is up.
Look at that.
2 of 5.
2 of 5.
2 of 5.
He's winning right now, though.
55-40.
Yeah.
This is.
This is a big.
This is the one you didn't make a decision on.
I didn't. Also, he's a buddy of mine. I didn't want to, but he's been working really hard going door to door. She's raised a lot of money, $100,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is a Democratic district, but if you work at Mark, if you work
Oh
really
yeah,
hard.
that district. Yep. I know that East End.
We got Stan. This is another one that we were,
Didn't call.
open seat because of. This is actually an open seat because of redistricting.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 of 4, Stanley Wright. He used to work for Governor Dunleavy as a staffer. Now he's working for the municipality. He's run before against Ivy's Fonholtz many years ago. No surprise here, Jamie Allard.
Yep.
Oh, you guys are going to have fun in June. We're going to have fun in June next year with Jamie Allard.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
Hold
The
on to your hats.
Oh, I know the Anchorage Assembly was helping her win.
They're taking out hats.
Hats.
No surprise here, Dan Sadler.
Yeah.
He's going to be going back.
Going
It's
back.
No surprise. Delana Johnson, no surprise. No real opponent there.
Kathy Tilton.
Tilton, look at that, 82.
Wow.
This guy is very interesting. We should do a whole segment on him sometime. I'll tell you stories. Eastman here, right at over half with 2 of 5. Now, there's a lawsuit here, too, with him, and the judges
Right.
ruled to the division not to certify this election until December, until the trial for his membership in the Oath Keepers.
So there's 3 more precincts that need to report. So this actually could be part of the ranked choice decision, because they're all Republicans, right? So one will drop off, and depends on where those votes go.
We'll just go through the rest of these real quick, and then we'll look for the next update. We got they're telling me this is to get off the screen. We got Jesse Sumner, the open seat from redistricting, and Menard did much better in the primary, but they were tied basically. But now Sumner's up, so this is going to be one of those ranked.
That's a total.
This is the ranked choice.
Yes, this is where you just roll the dice. Someone's going to win.
Four Republicans.
Yeah, the Republican's going to have that seat.
But Rauscher, that's not surprising. McCabe, ooh, whoa.
What district is that?
Doyle Holmes up on Kevin McCabe with 4 of 12 precincts.
Wow, that's shocking.
Doyle Holmes owns a hardware store. I've interacted with him over the years. He is quite the kind of mean guy. Look at that. That's 4 of 12. Wow.
There's a lot of precincts, though. I mean, you still have quite.
And this Democrat hasn't really done much. But that's an interesting initial result. This is another one where I picked Maxine Diebert because LeBon has. Yeah. Kelly Nash is telling her people she's very. She said there's 2 kinds of Republicans. She said there's traitors and patriots. Bart LeBon is not a patriot. That's what she said.
There's only 1 precinct out of 4, so I mean, but
that's
a big gap.
I think
to come
Diebert's
up
gonna get this one. She raised a lot of money and she's been surging. It's a Fairbanks race. No surprise here. This is the Steve Thompson seat. Stapp's gonna win that one. Proc's unopposed. This is another one where Grier got put into a very conservative district.
Wow, look
that's
at
interesting.
That.
I mean, I thought this was
4 of 8, 50% in.
Half of the district's in.
DeMars withdrew, but he kind of did it too late, so he's still on the ballot. But yeah, that's not a surprise. Carrick, again, this is the Adam Wool seat that's open because he ran for Congress, so that's no surprise. Tim Parker withdrew after the primary and he had quite a few votes. And then Cronk, no surprise. Edgman's unopposed. Well, no write-ins for Edgman. Look at that. They must like him. Oh, wait.
Well, there's no precincts reporting, which is interesting. It's 0 precincts reporting out of 35.
Okay, something's going on here. Something's wrong with this election.
Now, this race is interesting, 38. This is C.J. McCormick was unopposed.
Yeah.
But he picked up a write-in, this guy Myron Bannock.
Myron.
He's well known out there.
It's still hard to.
He was the head of YK Health.
Yes, health, but also
Alaska Village Presidents Corporation. Yeah.
Hard to do a write-in. Then we got a few more here. Nothing there on Neil Foster's race, and then Pocketok. So it's interesting, folks. We're going to have a lot more results. They're going to update this throughout the night, so we'll be able to go back.
Constitutional Convention is losing. Is losing. It's 69% to 30%. Yeah. So it's early. It's 140 out of 401.
All right. Go to break? Sorry. Before we go to break, real quick, I want to, Senator Stevens and Senator Simmons, thanks for coming in. And you guys have been there a long time in the legislature.
We're just beginning. What are you talking about? A long time.
Just tell us how it's been over the years, in the last 4 years. It's been very...
There's one point I want to make is that Murkowski appointed me to the Senate about a month before he appointed Stedman, so I have seniority.
Governor Murkowski.
Yeah.
So you guys have been there many years.
It's been this century, though. We're not from the previous century.
You're 21st century appointees.
Yeah. Modern guy.
Yeah, modern guy.
You're going to have a lot of work ahead of you with the new Senate makeup.
There's a big education curve.
A lot of teaching happening.
Yeah, well, there's just a lot of research they're going to have to do to learn the system and learn the state issues.
We were saying earlier, usually every 2 years, 1 or 2 new senators. This time, at least 5.
What do you think that's?
What's sort of funny is people when they run, they say, I'm going to go down there and really change Juneau. My thoughts are going to survive, and you realize you got to work with 19 other people in the Senate, and it's hard to get anything done.
21 and 11.
Do you see anything different with this kind of group that's coming, in the sense of?
Well, we don't know what the group is coming.
Well, we just predicted them. Did you not catch all that?
we got a few.
Yeah. We just organized for you.
Yeah, I think you're going to get more done in the center than on the extremes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what we need to do is concentrate on the center and get some policies put to bed.
It's been really contentious the last 4 years. Have you ever seen it that contentious in the past? I mean, it's been really kind of crazy in the legislature, but the Senate too, because you guys have had the majority, but oftentimes relied on the Democrats to pass the big legislation, the dividend or the budget, which is not really normal for the majority to have to rely on minority votes to get the big bills passed.
Well, that's true. Normally the majority creates or crafts the budget and delivers the budget. That's our constitutional obligation by the 1st of July. and that hasn't been possible. But I'll predict that the next organization will do that.
We heard it here first.
He might be locking some folks in their offices. Or in this.
Well, we've done that too.
I was in the room.
Yeah, we've done that.
I almost said, "Is anybody paying attention to this? The door is jammed shut."
But the media was in the room, and so was the public.
And the budget got done.
But the boys had to cut the deal and get their work done because of the clock.
Well, I want to thank you, Senator Stebbins.
And the girls, the ladies.
The ladies, yes.
Yes.
I want to thank you guys both for coming in, Senator Stebbins, Senator Stevens, our panel. We're going to take a quick break.
Good luck.
We're going to come back. We have some more updates from some of these election parties. We have some more people in studio. We got Calvin Troggy, representative to Midtown Anchorage, to come on the show next, and we're going to be right back with some more great interviews and some more results.
Yeah, great fun.
We're going to come back with footage from the Kelly Chewbacca campaign or party.
And needless to say, I can just put you guys while sitting.
Oh, it's hop in there.
This and this. And so you know what, Kelly? I know they've got a lot of money. They've got millions and millions and millions of dollars. And we can't compete with that. But do you know what you have? What? What do I have? And he said, you have, that's very funny, I like all your answers, but my husband, who's my best friend and is filled with wisdom, he said, you have millions and millions of prayers. There are people praying prayers.
The Democrats are at it again. Last year, they wanted to spend all the money in sight.
We support the governor's proposal to use money from the oil settlement as long as we move quickly.
This year, they want you to believe they voted against that spending. Last year, they argued that spending settlement money was legal.
That is the law in Alaska. The Attorney General issues opinions, and he is the highest court in the land, so to speak.
This year, they want you to believe it was illegal. Don't be fooled by the Democrats' flip-flop. Get the truth. Vote Republican.
2 years ago, the Republicans made a lot of promises.
We must focus on cutting the budget first.
Make some cuts.
We cannot continue like this.
Instead of cutting the budget, the Republicans passed the largest state budget in nearly a decade.
The legislature has been looking for that last little pot of gold.
And they found it in our budget reserve. Where will they look next? It's time for a change. Make your choice, November 8th.
We're very confused. The whole world is confused.
40% congressional pay raises passed under the cloak of darkness, million-dollar pensions, corruption. Congress is out of control, and you can do something about it. Ballot Measure 4 is for term limits for career congressmen. Help stop the corruption brought by career congressmen and widen your choices on Election Day. Vote yes for Ballot Measure 4. It's term limits. Ballot Measure 4 is for term limits. Term limits. It's something you can do.
What happens to Alaska's future if the gas reserves tax passes? Well, U.S. Senator Ted Stevens says the tax appears to violate 3 clauses of our Constitution. The lawsuits would stop a gas line for years to come. That's why all candidates for governor have stated their opposition to Ballot Measure 2. This is not about punishing the oil companies. It's about shooting ourselves in the foot. Ballot Measure 2, good for lawyers, bad for Alaskans.
That's my girl. Going to the airport? Come on.
What are you doing?
Come on. All right. Just lickety split.
This is the wrong airport.
Lickety split. Fast food. Nice 6 tacos and a large Coke. Let's go. I got Johnny Law on me now. Oh, Mallards. They won't let me up on the ramp, so you're going to have to walk from right here. That'll be $72.50.
The majority of Alaskans believe that having our capital in Wasilla will save us millions every year. But we're afraid of the cost of moving it. Well, the November ballot lets you vote for a move without risking a dime. Voting yes on Proposition 3 tells the politicians and lobbyists that Juneau is too remote and expensive. And if you're afraid of hidden costs, just vote yes on Proposition 5 as well, and the capital will never move unless it saves us money. Let's let the facts speak for themselves.
Some people would spend money to move the capital. Maybe they've forgotten about children trying to learn in poorly maintained classrooms. Perhaps they haven't been to villages where it isn't safe for the children to drink the water, or talk to mothers who are afraid to let their children play in crime-ridden streets. For all these reasons and more, I urge you to vote against the capital move. Vote no on 3 on Tuesday, November 8th.
I know the people of Alaska for years have wanted to move the capital, but have been stymied by high-cost estimates. To accomplish the move, we must elect a governor who will obey the will of the people and who is fiscally conservative, one who will not come up with inflated cost figures.
I'm Jack Coghill, and I promise that if you vote to move the capital, I'll move it, and I won't frustrate the system with bloated costs.
You have 3 very good reasons to vote against the capital move. 1, there's no cost estimate, no plan, no site, and no money. 2, the state is facing a $1 billion deficit. We simply can't afford to build new state offices in Wasilla. 3, the people trying to move the capital have publicly admitted their ads are misleading. And the reasons to vote against the capital move just seem to keep piling up. Vote against the capital move. Vote no on 3.
Okay, folks, we are back. We have with us the panel. Of course, we have Representative Calvin Troggy in studio. Matt Shuckerow is back. We have another update we're going to look at in a bit. Some more precincts have come in, but for now we got Calvin Troggy, Representative. How you doing? How you feeling?
Doing well, feeling well. Results are good. Expecting them to get better, and just glad it'll all be over soon.
Now you had, you won in 2020. So your first year, and you were in the majority actually, which is very, very, it took a month to organize again, like it did in 2019. So I want to ask you that you had a weird thing. Your opponent sent out a robocall at 5. This is really.
Who's at fault?
This is really loose. So somebody said it to me, and I thought it was actually you. It was about COVID, but it was a 5 a.m. robocall of your voice. He claims it was an accident, and then at the end it was like paid for by Jay McDonald. But did you get a lot of texts or messages from people saying, "Why'd you call me at 5 a.m.?"
Claims it was an accident. All I know is when you get a call at 5:30 in the morning from someone saying, "Hi, my name's Calvin Troggy," they don't listen to the rest of the voicemail. They just send you an email.
I texted him. I got it. I said, "Why are you waking me up so early?"
Yeah, so I got a bunch of messages and Facebook comments, and I was going to vote for you, but I don't know now, and all that. So it was a little disruptive, a little fun for 6 a.m. in the morning, but no, it actually ended up being a positive thing. We sent out a couple thousand text messages just saying, "Hey, really sorry this happened. Pretty dirty from our opponent, but if you want to talk, give me a call." And we just got a ton of positive responses from that, a few yard signs, so
well, it's looking,
that's always good.
We have more precincts reporting 225. You guys want to pull my screen up? You're 6 of 6 precincts right now, and you're up by 10 points. I'm telling you, you heard it here first. So
that's awesome.
There's you.
So we might call this race.
I think we're gonna call this one. No, again, for the listeners, we don't have any I don't think any absentees yet. They have been unclear if they're counting absentees. Some of the early absentees they've taken in. Matt, do you know, they've said, I don't know if they're counting absentees yet in this first batch or if they're going to wait till later.
The information I have was that, again, of the 34,000 absentees that they received, that they estimated 16,000 absentee ballots would be counted. But I got the impression was that those were going to be more at random, that the ones that were processed. So it is hard to tell, and I guess just based on the initial, looking at this information, I can't necessarily tell if those have been
So what I'm going to do here, it's lagging, but I'm going to pull up a cards cast report here in a second. We'll see in your race if it includes how many early votes and absentee votes. But you won in 2020. It took a month to organize again. It's really close, 21 out of 40, which is the bare minimum. Kind of what are you thinking? If you win, looks like you're going to win. For next year, is it going to be the same thing it's been the last 4 years with this really super close, we can't organize for a month after the session starts? Big question.
He probably didn't like the way you set that up. But
if I had a crystal ball, I'd have $1 million too, but I don't.
I've been saying that for years.
I've got some good influencers. What can I say? No, I don't know, and it's too early to say. There's still a lot of votes to come in, absentee ballots to come in. I think things are shifting pretty far the right now, and we're going to see a swing as more votes are counted. So, we're just going to have to wait. And I think at the end of the day, the margins are going to be close, and that means every one of these races is going to matter, and we need to have some finality on these races.
When you were out door to door, and what do people care about? What do they want you to do?
The number one concern I hear about isn't the budget or education or anything. It's partisanship and just being able to work together and have discussions with your neighbor about where the country's going or where the state's going.
That's encouraging.
It's the number one issue I hear going door to door. And then once you get past that, it's education is a huge issue. Continued lack of a fiscal plan, budgeting off the price of a barrel of oil. I mean, those are the kind of bread and butter issues that affect people every day. I mean, when was the last time you had? Well, I guess we had a couple really small ones. But we don't really see the level of road projects being funded through capital grants that we used to see. It has a real impact on the quality of life in the community and what your roads look like and your schools look like and what your community looks like. So no, it's those kind of staple issues that I hear about. But number one, partisanship and just working together.
I'll just real quick say on the cards cast report, which is the breakdown of each district, it's showing absentee 0, early voting 0, question 0 for your district. So for this district, I think it's 12 for you. It includes only in-person votes today, and maybe, no early votes even. So it's just right now in-person votes today. Doesn't include anything else.
I'm happy with it. My goal for in-person was 10%, and pretty close to that. So looking good.
Which is good.
And our district has a pretty high voter turnout. I mean, our district's pretty engaged, and
You live in it. Now that was your old. Now it's changed a bit with redistricting, but
it changed a little bit.
That's your old stomping ground.
Well, actually, redistricting just grabbed a few trees in Bicentennial Park.
Right,
really,
it did.
They took them out of East Anchorage.
Yes.
That's your Bicentennial.
Didn't get people, but got land mass.
A few beers.
Guys, I just want to
bears and moose.
I want to show you guys something real interesting with this new count with 55% of the precincts. Chewbacca's up at 47%.
That's amazing.
Murkowski at 40.5. This Chesbrough over here with Democrat with 9, and then Buzz over here with 3. So.
See, I suspected Pat Chesbrough would be more than that, 9%. That's consistent to what she had in the primary. So this is
Go down to governor.
Yeah.
Let's check the representative here. We have Peltola at 44, and then
consistent
with Palin being a little
above Nick Begich.
Yeah, Governor went up.
53. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
And this is the thing is that kind of obviously when we had the presidential race in 2020, Trump was winning when we all went to bed, right? And then as it went on, it came down and down and down. We saw that in the primary here too. So, yeah.
Well, what's interesting here too, if you look at this, is the last one, Walker was in second, and now Guerra's in second.
No, Guerra's
been in second.
Guerra was
the very first one, Walker was ahead a little bit.
Oh, in the first count, I think you're right,
Yeah, but now Guerra's in second.
And then we got Pierce here with, this is, I mean, if this,
about 5%.
If he stays at 50, above 50.1, plus 1, then
almost 5%.
So we can go through some of these other races later, but it's interesting how, we talked about this before, but Matt, I'll go to you. This kind of Democrat, Peltola doing really good, and then Dunleavy, Republican, doing really well, and then Chewbacca right now is doing very, very well. I thought Murkowski was going to be a higher, percentage on election day, but she's there at 40% with Chewbacca at 47. Again, we're a little over half the precincts.
Yeah, I mean, I think to Ivan's point, if you add up Palin and Begich's percentages, it gets you at, 50, 52, or 53%. So if you add up Begich and Palin, that's the same vote totals that Governor Dunleavy has right now. So there is a bit of a correlation of again, we don't know the precincts that these are coming in. I think we will see. I look at some of these races, and they are going to start tightening, where you're seeing some of these candidates that you're like, wow, I didn't think that candidate would be behind, or that incumbent is losing. These are going to tighten, and it's going to be close. And it seems a little cliche to say, races in Alaska have come down to one vote, but it happens consistently over and over again.
We've had a couple coin tosses,
so
right?
I think it is something to definitely pay attention to. I mean, anyways, it's something that we're all watching.
Here's the deal. I'm a big fan of Predict It, right? I go on to Predict It to see how to see how things are going. And basically, right now, we haven't talked about it yet, but the U.S. Senate is kind of like, which looked like it was going to red wave to like 53-47. It looks like it's being held by the Democrats with either 50 votes or they might get 51 based on Georgia. But I was just checking out Predicted. Lisa Murkowski earlier on today went all the way up to 95% to win.
Wow.
And based on those results that just came out, she's gone back down to 78. But the thing is, those results, if you take Chesbrough's 9%, Lisa's going to get 7 or 8% of those. That's going to put her up. But the whole key is that Dunleavy's at 53.5. This is day of vote. It's got no rural in it. It's got no question ballots in it. That 53 is going to come down into the mid-40s, and Murkowski's going to come to parity with Shabaka, and then the vote that comes from Chesbrough
So you think
will put her over
Dunleavy's
50
going to come
easily.
below 50 by the time the night's out?
What will?
Dunleavy.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just so I'm gonna pull up. It's going really slow, the website, but there's 5 of 5 precincts for. Hold on one second. I'm gonna pull it up. But 5 of 5 precincts for the Josephson Hensley race. He closed the gap a little bit. It's like 51. Again, there's no absentee. Hold on a second. This is 13. This is the Josephson Hensley race. There's 5 of 5 precincts reporting, and there's again 0 absentee, 0 early, 0 question.
You know,
so it looks like they've counted no early or no absentee votes.
Right. And this is day of voting. And remember, we're in a post-COVID world, right? And when COVID was going on, all the Democrats who were being sensible about COVID were sending in their votes and doing absentee, and the Republicans were going, screw that, I'm gonna go the way I've always done it, and go vote in person, right? And some of that has held over, right? So the day of is going to be skewed
more
Republican, and then the other constituencies will come in and everything will look much more normal. But Murkowski's won. Based on these results so far, Murkowski has been reelected.
I guess just one second. We're going to go live to Mary Peltola. She's speaking. We have Jacob Hirsch live on the scene. Let's pull that up. Mary Peltola. I think we got Jake. This is be a bit of a sound issue.
The social media stage has been amazing. I really want to, I'm going to stop talking in a minute, but I really want to thank Jeff for Carlish.
This is at 49th State, downtown Anchorage. We're having a bit of a hard time with the audio there. She's holding a face head of herself. It's awesome. So Jake's there, guys. It looks like maybe there's some cell phone issues with the volume.
That was it.
Yeah.
It's live. It's a live shot.
Yeah, it's alive.
Yeah.
So, Jake, if you can hear me, show us the room there. Looks that's a big 49th State
there's her son
room
back from the
downtown
Coast
there. Look
Guard.
at that.
He came in town for the election
That's a
results.
lot of people there. Look at that.
And that's the other thing is that Peltola's sitting on 44% right now, and that's going to come up.
That's going to come
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
For the same reason you think Dunleavy's going to go down,
Yeah.
these rural and these other
Yeah.
absentees are going to...
Absentee, early voting, and I think.
Yeah, Lisa and Mary will do better in rural Alaska for sure.
Jeff, I have the numbers here. So in 2020, we had 46.93% of votes on Election Day. In 2018, 70.78% votes on Election Day. 2016, 68.14% on Election Day. The projections that I have on Election Day voting is around 62.5% votes. Again, this can all change, but
62 now today.
That based on this general election,
of the total,
it was 80%, and it was 80% in 2018, and then day of in COVID 2020 came all the way down to 40 something. Right?
Yeah,
now it's gone back up
46.9.
to 60. It hasn't gone all the way back
yeah,
up.
so
to
the
where it
reality
was
is
before.
that on Election Day, that the estimates that I'm looking at, 62.5% will have voted today. The rest will be early in person, absentee. In the past, I mean, even in 2012, 2014, it's like 75%. And the high mark was obviously COVID. We had over 100,000 absentee ballots. and that was like 46%.
People discovered absentee voting.
vote
They
person.
said, I kind of like this.
And that's Ivan's point is that those people, there's a percentage of those
Yeah.
people that are still going to absentee vote because it's easier and they don't want to go out in public. Yeah, and they're used to it. And they're not scared of it anymore.
I will say, you can look at the break of Republican, Democrat absentee returns. Republicans are actually Republican, Democrat absentee ballot returns. Republicans are actually performing well. When I pulled the number earlier, it was like 1.58 Republican ballots to Democrat ballots. But remember, Democrats are only 13% of registered voters. So it is. But
1.8 is the ratio by party affiliation.
Yeah, so that is, to your point, 1.8 is party affiliation.
Right.
So it is something, it's a data point. It's not going to solve any of these issues. We'll have to wait and see. But,
but it's fun to guess.
Yeah.
All right, we're done.
I just did a bunch of research, so I'm trying to sound smart.
That's why I like having Matt on here, because he always has these really interesting numbers that he looks up, and it provides a lot of insight.
He just makes them up. He writes them on a sheet of paper.
No one's checking.
There's no fact checkers
I
here.
have nothing else to do today.
Yeah, we're going to agree with all those
And I have a
numbers.
So
staff,
House District 21 is interesting. Forrest is still.
Real quick, guys, we're live. This is Jacob Hirsch, our correspondent. He's at the Mary Peltola party at 49th State. There's a lot of people there. I mean, we saw quite a few people at the Chewbacca event earlier up on Old Seward at the main event, I guess it's called. So look at that. They had those at AFN. Those kind of pictures of her on the
cutouts.
The cutout that you could hold up to your face, and they were all
Everyone
over the place.
can be Mary.
We're also going to have Jacob later going to Lisa Murkowski's event over at Willowa, and then Governor Mike Dunleavy was here earlier. He's at the Marriott. So
well, and I will say, we were talking about this. It's downtown is happening right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's stuff happening at Flat Top. There's Lisa Murkowski's at Willowa. Mary Peltola's at 49th State. Marriott has Dunleavy's campaign party. It has Alaska Miners Association. It has, I'm told, AFP. So the only one, and I say this, in jest, but the only one who didn't get the memo was Kelly Chewbacca, who's out over on Old Sword or Diamond.
Somewhere.
But for the most part,
it's called the main event. It's
right by Mr. Prime Beef.
It's kind of like a conservative stronghold. It's like a conservative mecca over there.
Yeah.
There's a whole back room.
It's
like a secret conservative room. I've been there before.
Yeah.
It's very secret.
Secret.
You have to kind of go down the corridor. You go
they're
outside.
very nice small business owners, Jeff.
Oh no, it's great. They have food, but it's like you have to walk
Is there
through
a code you got to do?
A special knock.
Main event.
Conservative knock that only Jeff knows.
Only Jeff knows.
Someone told me, So it's interesting here on this. If we want to pull up my screen, District 21. This is the Forrest Wolf Charisse brought this up. Donna Mears race. Now there's 3 of 5 precincts, and Donna's closed the gap a bit. Let's pull this up here. So let me make the screen a little bigger. So and I'll pull up the cards.
That's
what is this? 21. So let me show you guys something cool here on the
Yep.
21. Let's pull up the cards cast, and I'm assuming this is going pretty slow, but we'll pick up the. You guys can get off this for a second. And we'll come back when we show the cards. It shows how many precincts, which precincts, and then early absentee. And I think Ivan made a good point. I mean, these numbers which I understand it, but it also I think it makes people question things like why do they go from 52 to 40? 48. Well,
I guess one thing we should, I don't know if I was off when the governor was here, lieutenant governor candidate. It would be a great question for the next lieutenant governor. Can you do what we started with this conversation earlier today? Actually get the results on time. It's a mathematical issue. You have so many machines to count so many pieces of paper with so many people. It's not complicated to figure out.
Well, even tonight they have 38,000. They physically
have them.
These
they
ballots.
Count them. They just. But the issue is, if you're short on machines to count them, get more machines and hire more people. Get them done to give integrity to the process, which now will sit for 2 weeks, twiddling our thumbs, wondering what really happened. And all the conspiracy people come out of the woodwork and think, see, it was all fixed somehow. And it's such an easy mathematical problem to fix. You just, how many machines, how many people, how many ballots? It's not complicated.
What would election deniers do then?
They would actually go back. They go back in their caves.
It's
not a good question to ask.
I don't understand why we can't
their
just
rocks.
let them
If you're a big election conspiracy like Dominion person, what if Dunleavy wins and Peltola? I mean, what do you?
Right.
The machines. But no, only these. Like my guy.
It only counted the Patola votes, not the rest
I'm going
of
to
the
tell
votes.
you, they will come up with an answer to that. Guaranteed.
They will try and get rid of ranked choice voting, let's face it, because that's going to be their prime thing. I think it's great. I think this is kind of the 20 to 30%. We've got a big, healthy middle that really does believe that it's the person, not the party, right? You've got the Republican 30% on the right, you've got the Democrat 20% on the
Why don't we
left.
take the next step and just get rid of the party registration on the ballot?
We could, but I don't
Right?
think that.
You just run, and that's what Assembly does.
Right.
Folks,
That's what the mayor does.
We're gonna real quick go to. We got Jake here. I think he's out, still at Mary's party. Maybe he's outside where the sound's a little better. There he is. Hey, Jake, can you hear me? You have the headphones on?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jeff.
How's it going over there? Looks like it's pretty popping.
Dude, it's a party. It's a pretty diverse crowd. There's a lot of people. Everybody seems to be having fun. And it's easy to have fun when your candidate's, winning. So far, you got 44.6 to Palin's 27.8, and Begich's 25.6.
What was she saying? We couldn't really hear. What was she saying earlier when she was addressing the crowd?
She was talking about,
He wasn't paying attention.
He was the fucking camera.
She was talking about something that we can all relate to, how the election mailers are over, how the phone calls are over, how this sort of long, brutal election season is finally over. We can start to declare a winner, which I think is something that everybody does not agree with, at least relate to.
What gotta wait 2 weeks.
Bipartisan message.
Have a drink. Don't drink and drive though. And I know you're going to the other parties. You're going to go over to Murkowski's and Dunleavy's event. So,
but we need at the end of the night, we need to know which party had the best food and the best beverages.
Little scorecard.
Little scorecard. You got to be doing it.
So far, it's this one.
So far, this one. As proven.
He's only been to 2.
As proven once again, the Democrats know how to throw a good party. Win or lose, we throw good parties.
Also, hey, is Jake growing a mustache? Do you got a mustache?
He's copying you, Matt.
Mustaches are in. I'll just say it.
You and Joe Plesser,
you know what?
staffer. He's got.
I haven't had any complaints.
He is on fire.
Good job.
Jake, you're doing a great job.
I'm really sorry I forgot about you in the intro. I feel freaking horrible about that. Okay, thanks for giving us the update there, and we'll see you at the next spot. Appreciate that.
He has a chip on his shoulder now.
Back to you, Jeff.
What a guy. 21-year-old. He just graduated college. He cold emailed me a couple of years ago and said, I want to write for the Landmine about going to college and COVID, and now he's back and he was working in
Did you get the wrong email address?
He was working in a scrapyard. He's applying for law school. So great to have him on board, and he's doing a.
That's appropriate. Working in a scrapyard and going to law school.
Did he get the landmine?
He's applying to law school, so he's got to get in. Wow, that was quite a part. I mean, you've had a lot of these deals.
Yeah, they're good.
Do you remember the old Election Central? That was
the real party.
We need to get
those were the days.
Those are the days.
At the Egan Center, there was some
Egan
at the
Center,
Egan Center,
yep.
some at the Denina Center.
Captain Cook.
Captain Cook.
Cook was
right.
the classic.
That's
where-
right.
You know, all I've heard about since I joined the legislature is how good things used to be. Come on.
Well,
I mean,
we're just saying, you know.
What happened here?
all the fun
But
people
I do think, Jeff, you need to put on for the next cycle that his job is to rate the parties. Otherwise, then,
No,
you know.
I think we should get him. He'll probably come back here afterwards, and maybe we'll get him a little interview and tell us how the drinks, food.
Dish on all of
A
it.
long time ago when I ran in 2012 for the Senate, I didn't know anybody. I kind of was trying to figure things out, and I got invited to a fundraiser from Joe Thomas. I saw him in June Fairbanks. Went and do an event. It was kind of got weird, but then I got a letter in the mail to go to this.
How come everything around you gets weird
Yeah.
sometimes?
It's the second thing he says.
The common denominator.
Weird.
So this is after I ran against Liesel and I lost, but I still got invited to this party, and I go to it, and it's all these Democrats. Johnny Ellis was there, and they were kind of like, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I was invited. It was at Bill Sheffield's house." And finally, I'm talking to Lori Herman. I said, "Man, this party's a lot more fun than these Republican events."
Yes,
She goes,
Democrats
"Let
know
me tell
how
you a
to do it."
secret. Like Republicans, they go to have a snack. Here, people come to get drunk and party, and much different vibe. So we'll go back to some of these results, but I think they said they're going to provide results to the Division of Elections throughout the night. So we're going to keep getting updates, and it's really a little frustrating, like Mark, you've said, on these absentees and where we are with these early votes. And
Yeah, I just don't understand why they haven't counted the absentees already. I mean, I think that should have been done.
Yeah.
That should have been done already.
It's a policy choice. I mean, it's a decision.
Yeah, but it seems like, this is such an easy thing, as I said earlier, to solve. And I don't know, for the issues around elections these days where people continually question, the outcome, we got to figure that out to reassure people that no matter what, the votes are counted in an appropriate way, which they are, but the deniers out there like to make it all up in the process. It just, everything that can be done to improve that is going to be a benefit to the process that people participate in elections.
You know what I just heard?
I'm sorry, are you running,
I
are you
just
running for
heard
governor?
that he was going to be the division of elections, the head of it. I just heard
I
him.
enjoy what I'm doing.
I think Mark Begich is happy to be in business.
I like what I'm doing.
Mark, would you
I get to criticize.
Would you take the role of the head of the elections? Would you?
No.
But you have such
Now,
great
I'd be happy to
ideas.
go in there and advise them how to do it.
For a contract, right?
For a contract.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to go in and just tell people how to do their job.
I would, if I could have it for one day, I guarantee you, in one day, we'd have the plan done.
You sound like a freshman
One day, and I'd
legislator.
do it for nothing. I just volunteer to go in there.
Well, like I said earlier, Florida for years, they have an older population. For years, they've been nailing this absentee and getting the results. And like I said, Ivan, you're from you're in Europe, you have France, Germany, these countries. They have these big snap elections for the parliament, and they have the results the same night or the next day.
Well, I mean, there's absolutely no technological reason why, when people scan their ballots, that can't bleep, appear on a central vote tallying thing, and then actually see the results come in real time.
Yeah.
Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. Why not?
There is, I think, a mix of tradition and how people like to run. Some of the people that have been doing, the volunteers that have been doing it for years, which I give them a lot of credit for all the volunteer work they do. But the system has to be better in this world we live in today. And it just, it just drives me crazy. I mean, all my elections were always absentee, wait 2 weeks, wait for another batch coming in from somewhere, and next thing you know, 3 weeks later, you find out who you won. Win or lose. And so it just seems an easy thing to do. Other states have done it successfully. Why can't we figure this out? And it is technology.
Yeah. Well, it's those Dominion machines,
Yeah, well.
The person who called Mike Porcaro was convinced that you missed this, Calvin, earlier. Somebody called Mike Porcaro and said the machine rejected my Republican ballot. It rejected it.
Because Dominion started with a D.
I never thought about it.
Didn't the Dominion?
That's all.
Didn't the Dominion people sue a bunch of these people for a lot of money, saying,
Yes.
"Look, you're messing our business up. This is you're promoting this, nonsense."
Hey, I was going to say, Jeff, we just were talking about Peltola. She gave a speech already. Some people would say it's early to give an election night remark.
Not on ranked choice.
Well, but so she has 44%. Just to explore this conversation, she has 44.6%. Between Chris By, Nick Begich, Sarah Palin, they have 55% of the vote. Again, I guess the question is the conversation of rank the red. We saw a 20-something% drop off of votes in the primary. Some people say that might actually be higher in a general election because less informed voters. So, 20% drop off was a little low. People may say it might be 30. So, I guess there's been a lot of effort post-primary amongst Republicans to say rank the red. I'll be candid, most of that came with rank the red, but
or this race, that race, this race.
Yeah. We talked about that earlier, and the rank the red was a mixed message. So it was ranked the red in some races, but it wasn't ranked red in all races.
Even in the House race, which has kind of, I think people acquiesced in the House race to say rank the red. Again, it usually came with a but and a comma clause.
We got a Mary Peltola press conference. I think we're going to try.
Oh, there you go.
Hopefully, we're going to be able to pick up this audio. They're going to pull it up in a second. But in 1 second, we're going to go to Mary Peltola press conference.
I was going to say the rank the red thing got completely devalued as soon as Sarah Palin came out immediately after the primary and started dumping on Nick Begich for not getting out of the race, and you're the spoiler, and and then they beat the shit out of each other. And who could expect them to rank the red after that?
It confused voters. I mean, I think the whole rank the red was also late coming to the game, right? We were, in the beginning, we were fighting primaries, and then we couldn't kumbaya as a Republican Party or Democrats, I guess. They came late too because Guerra and Walker decided that at the end too, but
they couldn't even do it.
Well,
and the governors did it.
I will say, at the end of this race, I don't even think there's going to be agreement amongst Republicans of who played spoiler.
Right.
Which is so funny because some people will say it's very clear who played spoiler, and some people will say, they'll point fingers. So I'm not saying who that is. I'm not saying. I'm saying everyone is going to. It sounds like Republicans are going to have a different view of who played spoiler.
Who do you think?
I mean, I'll just say one person might come in last on 3 elections in a row.
I mean, here's a question. Here's a question. If Dunleavy wins, and it's looking pretty good, if he wins, and the legislature attempts to do a repealer of ballot measure 2, which I'm not even saying they will, but let's say, in this weird scenario, they actually repeal it, and he gets it. Is he gonna? He won. Right. Is he gonna sign it? Is he gonna really? Because he won by this ring.
But I think that I think someone may propose some bill. It's not going anywhere.
Well, Callan, you had a bill that I was actually hoping would pass, and it was this election overhaul bill at the end on these donations, and it was your bill became kind of the vehicle at the end in the Senate, and they tried with 30 minutes left. They were on the floor trying to get it done, and they couldn't get that bill passed to take away. We didn't even talk about this tonight. These unlimited donations.
Right.
Walker, Dunleavy getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from individuals, and Texas billionaires. Bob Penny, his brother, Walker's getting some people in lower business people. I
want to get Mark to explain his rationale in saying that it's not going to come up. Because
no. I said I don't think it's going to pass. I think someone will introduce something because that's what the legislature does. No disrespect, they introduce all kinds of junk.
Right.
And that goes nowhere. Message.
No disrespect.
But no, he passed some good bills. I actually was at the press conference with him. Right.
But you're right. It's going to be so controversial that neither caucus, the House or the Senate, the caucuses will just be. It'll be a subject that will be like, look, we're going to have an organization. This is off limits, and that happens a lot.
Look at the organization in the Senate and what kind of appetite they have, and then if you look at the House, no matter
the Senate's one thing, but you've got the conservatives are a third of the state, and they hate this.
Right.
And the first thing they're going to do is get down there, and someone's going to draft it up, and it's going to go in. And
you're assuming. I think that it depends what the Senate looks like. They may not be in the power play. Right. They may be in the minority of the minority.
And also, you're right. Some people are going to introduce it, but granted, a lot of these people are unopposed, or they have one opponent. But a lot of these big races, they're going to be products of this ranked choice system. So how are they going to say like?
To answer your question, though, Jeff, if it did come up, and Dunleavy had the choice of either signing it or not, he would sign it, because there's no way he's not going to sign something that is wanted.
Or he might not sign it.
He just let it go into
law automatically, which is another kind of way that happens.
I will say, look, the campaign finance stuff is certainly going to be an issue. I will say. I said this earlier, the fact that these monies have gone to candidates and they're now accountable of candidates, that they have to put their name and their disclosure. We saw a lot of stuff in the final days from independent groups that people were it was the talk of politics and on Twitter of campaign mailers and who was behind what. And I will say when, all of the governor candidates, all three got big, large dollar donations. At the end of the day, it's their name on the disclosure. They have to. So there is a.
That's not in the governor's race.
We still saw big money.
Race didn't get a lot of big dollar donors. Not in comparison. I mean, when I saw the last report, I said, "Oh wow, look, Walker weighed $300,000. 250 were from two people." I mean,
and they didn't even know who one of the donors was.
Right, but the point is,
they thought it was
this kind of money.
They thought it was a CNN reporter.
Right, this kind of money. That when you can be a millionaire, billionaire, and put that kind of money in, has corrupted the system beyond belief. We have to do something to change this. I know people say, oh yeah, but that's the Constitution on the federal level, blah, blah. We have to do something because what is proven, the Georgia Senate race is $500 million.
Sorry to interrupt. We're going to real quick go to this Peltola thing. We got Mary there.
Oh yeah. I'm encouraged, but as soon as I say that, it'll come out 49%.
Thanks, Kelly.
He's doing a great job.
Go ahead, Liz.
I was just wondering what keeps you grounded. Short supply for you. Well, of course, my kids keep me grounded. Nothing but 14-year-old right home grounded. 16-year-old.
We have a really good sound system. It won't work with Zoom. It's a Rode. It's a very expensive mobile sound microphone system that we couldn't get to work with the Zoom.
All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Are we with Jake there? Or?
That looks like a lot of our campaigns.
It's campaign.
Folks, I want to say, if you're watching this right now and you enjoy our coverage, we got some great sponsors. Again, we had a whole bunch of sponsors. I want to thank them. But if you're enjoying this, please go to AlaskaLandmine.com/donate and donate to us. We have this equipment's expensive, the team's expensive. We got some great sponsors, but the more we can do, the more we can provide this coverage in the future. But yeah, that was we didn't really hear much from her, but it's obviously she's very excited. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We no result updates yet, but we're going to do some more. Interviews of candidates, analysis, and I want to thank Representative Calvin Troggy for coming in. You're in pretty good shape over there in that kind of Midtown South Anchorage district.
I think we're close.
We called it.
We called it. We'll call it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Calling it for Calvin. We're right back, folks.
Thank you.
Still my rep.
Whew.
Candidate Bill Sheffield talks about the childhood speech handicap he had to overcome.
I wanted to be able to do things that other people were doing. What do you want to do?
Catch fish.
Catch fish, huh? You feel something?
Yes.
Okay.
I got
what?
fish.
You think so? Look up there and see now. So I developed a theory all by myself that I'd have to work 3 times as hard as anybody else to accomplish the same thing. And I guess I've never forgotten that.
Sean Parnell's offered nothing but political attacks. Well, no amount of dirt can hide who's wasting tax dollars. Sean Parnell's given TransCanada and Exxon $500 million to build a gas pipeline, but didn't require them to build it. We've been waiting 30 years for a gas line. I'm Ethan Berkowitz, and your governor shouldn't waste tax dollars like that or sit around and wait for others to get the job done. No amount of dirt can hide that.
Nobody agrees with everyone all of the time. What makes Alaskans different is the way we respect people who tell us exactly where they stand. Because respect and trust aren't about agreeing. They're about knowing someone is telling you the truth. I won't change my stands according to which way the wind is blowing. I'm Tony Knowles. As your new governor, I'll always listen and I'll always tell you exactly where I stand. There's lots of bugs under the rocks with limited entry.
Something different is happening in Alaskan politics this year. Jay Hammond. All of a sudden, a man running for political office is actually talking about the things that are really important to us. Lowell Thomas Jr., a respected Alaskan senator. With his experience, he knows how to make government work. Jay and Lowell worked together for 8 years in the state Senate. Then they broke with tradition and ran as a team from the beginning. Together, Jay and Lowell want to put government back in the hands of the people because they know that's where good government comes from. They're convinced Alaska's future depends on teamwork, not just these 2 men working together, but all of us working together. Jay Hammond and Lowell Thomas Jr. Strong, sensible leadership for Alaska. Paid for by Hammond for Governor Committee, Doug Bailey, Treasurer.
Each of us has a hope for jobs, a hope for freedom to develop our resources and our potential. Only one man can answer these hopes, Jack Coghill. His experience and dedication to Alaska's people is unquestioned. His sole reliance on grassroots support within Alaska, unrivaled. Jack Coghill has the courage to stand up for what he believes in. Now, we must have the courage to vote our convictions, the courage to elect Jack Coghill governor.
2 years ago, with a group of Alaskan leaders pushing the Alaska gas line. My hair's changed a little since then, but one thing hasn't. We still don't have a gas line. It's time for Alaska to take control and quit waiting for someone else to do our job.
To get the all-Alaska gas line built, Alaska needs only one thing. We need a governor who understands what to do and has the courage to do it. That's Bill Walker, and that's why he has my full support.
Let's take back Alaska's future.
Sean Parnell's given TransCanada and Exxon $500 million to build this gas pipeline, but he didn't. I'm good. Okay.
I so want that one. So.
Are you okay? I'm fine.
Okay, folks, we are back. I hope you're enjoying those retro throwback commercials. Mark, you guys have all remember those commercials, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How about Berkowitz getting slammed by that loader?
What's the rule?
But he had a Carhartt jacket on, right?
He did have a
No,
Carhartt, yeah.
I feel like he had a Carhartt jacket.
somebody put that on YouTube. That's where we found it.
Oh,
a lot of these we got in old tapes and things, but I don't know what campaign person said. Let's put this on YouTube where the loader.
When I did commercials, I tried to do parts where I would do outtakes. I wanted outtakes, and they never would produce a reel of my outtakes.
Of all your times, you know,
makes you more human.
I had some really good ones.
Yeah.
Of all your races, you know, Assembly, Mayor, Senate, what was the kind of best and worst ad you made, or maybe against you or for you?
Actually, the best one I did was not even for a campaign. It was for, when you remember the Digi players you got on Alaska Airlines?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a thing about Alaska on there. And so a gentleman in town did these things for advertising about promoting Alaska. So he had me walk with them through the convention center. It was all ad-libbed. And it was just an interview about Alaska and how great it is. And it was kind of fun because I kept saying to him, they never, and he's filming this, they never allowed me to do these things. I can't believe I'm on this. Yeah. Am I going to be in a commercial? Is this what this is about? And it ended up, I'm on the airline
Saying
one day
that?
doing that whole piece. It became No Alaska, here's the mayor, at that time I was mayor. And it was me talking like, am I going to be ever in a film? They never put me in anything anymore. Blah, blah, blah.
That's
and
the
it ended
secret,
up,
though. It's kind of like you were real.
I was having it was probably my best one I just enjoyed doing.
And Mark Begich flew so much that year, so he could get the Digi player.
That's exactly right. I'd be seeing myself and I go, oh my God.
Being in the U.S. Senate before for 6 years, and then your business. Are you a million miler? I bet you're a million miler.
I've been a million miler.
You're probably almost a two, maybe a two.
Moving in on 2.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's nothing that, when you can go on Alaska Airlines and you say to yourself, oh, I know the menu. And when they started people pre-ordering, I already knew what was on the menu. So I was thinking, okay, do they have the cheese plate today? Do they have the pack? So it was really not a good thing.
So I have a question.
Sure, you used to work, you were a flight attendant for a long time, right?
Well, yeah, but for
Not
like
for
a
Alaska.
small Revolution Airways, like way back in the day, like before you were born.
I was born. I was born in '84. That's when I was born.
Yeah, so I started flying before then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look great.
Thanks. Thanks.
Good cover.
Good cover. Great cover.
Here all week.
Yeah. So you got upgraded all the time. Did you take the upgrade as a
Let
U.S.
me tell
Senator,
you,
or did you sit in the back?
Let me tell you, it was like lottery. I took the upgrade. None of this BS. Oh, I can't be up there because Alaskans know one thing.
Upgrades.
Upgrades.
Yes.
That is, these people that sit around. Now, once in a while, I get on and be, I'd already be seated, and they come. I'm not getting up.
You wouldn't make the whole march up front.
I got all my stuff packed up. I'm already sit. I got headphones on.
As senator, don't you have people for that?
Yeah, I wish. But you know what bugged me is the people when you're in those seats, and here's what they do. And I won't tell you who did it one day. I saw it, someone who was elected. When you're sitting in your seat, say you're at row 12, and here comes this person, and he puts his bag on row 11, and he's back in 25.
Right.
Oh, yes. No, I actually have these
They
cards.
go down to the low grade in my book.
I have these cards I made up that I had made. They're little business cards, and they say you get one bag carry-on, one small, because these people bring on these bags.
They bring
3
on
and 4
bags in bags.
And then they take up all the space.
Yeah, that's
oh, no. If I see you, I'm going to give you one of my little scolding.
Go ahead.
People get really mad.
What kind of scolding? What kind of scolding is giving someone a card?
Just say so you know that you're going to get shamed. So I'll say
he's a shamer.
It's the same guy who gives a card who takes his
You
socks
should
and
get a
shoes
sticker
off.
and stick it on their
No,
forehead.
I will say a really good friend of mine, a very successful business guy, said years ago he was on Alaska Air, he was in first class, and Frank Murkowski, the governor, gets on. And he's walking to the back, and he says, Governor, what are you doing? He's sitting here in first. And Frank goes, no, I'm back there with the voters.
Okay, so I'll tell you one story, and I can tell this because no one's watching this because we're off right now. Just kidding.
Yeah, we're off.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, so, and I did have a super good relationship with Congressman Young. We used to call each other on birthdays, and we'd harass each other and so forth. So one day I come in, I'm in the Senate, he's in the House, come in on Alaska Airlines, there he is in first class. And I say, oh, and I look back and I see his wife in row like 8. And I said, Don, what's going on here? And he leans down and looks, and at that point he had something on his leg, a thing around his leg, and he goes, look here. I said, yeah, but your wife. He just kind of smiled. I won't say exactly what he said because that would be inappropriate. But it was the one time, and Don's one of these guys, I got to tell you, all the time I knew him, he was just a real deal. And he just looked back to me, and I went back to his wife and said, what's going on? Why? He said, oh, no, he needs to sit up there. He's older. But it was...
I've seen more than once where a couple is together and one gets upgraded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a bit, it's like a thing. I've
not
observed
in my
that.
household. It's real simple.
You're
Deborah goes up front.
Deborah's going up.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not a complicated.
I've seen
It's a simple formula.
You take it in turns.
Happy
Come on.
wife, happy life.
Yeah.
It's-
I do
well,
ask for the free drink.
If I can change the subject to something a little bit interesting.
Yes.
Because ranked choice voting is on the ballot in Nevada, and Nevada and Arizona both completely went swung left to the blue for the Senate races, and ranked choice voting is passing in Nevada right now, 53 to 47, with just under half the vote counted. So it's a thing. It's becoming a thing.
It's a thing.
It's a movement.
Ivan, are you guys been paying attention? I've not really. I know the national stuff's not going as well for Republicans. Can you guys give us a quick little update on the U.S. Senate and the
two Arizona and Nevada gone solid?
It is either
blue all the way.
49 or 50 seats for the Republicans. So basically, the
Democrats
right
in
now it's
control.
50-50. The Dems have held 50-50,
Right.
and Georgia is going to a runoff, and with that might become 51-49.
Now, how do you explain? What about the House? Where's the House at?
To be honest with you, I haven't looked.
I haven't seen the latest.
Because how do you? Because going back to Clinton and either these presidents going back to World War II, when the president has a 44, less than 45% approval rating, the other party does really well.
But that's one factor.
But it's every time that's been that way.
Yeah.
And
That's-
Biden's at
that's
44.
one factor,
Biden's at 44 right now.
But you've got the big Roe v. Wade factor too, and it's a competing thing. So
Interesting with Roe, that didn't really. Charisse, do you think that played much into this race? I think if it was in June or July, it would have played in. Now I think it's economy and.
I think the economy has superseded everything. I think everything is about groceries, oil.
Inflation, yeah.
Inflation. I don't see. Maybe there was a big bump right after this decision, but I don't. I see people running on that, but I also see people moving.
I think it was two pieces. I think on the Supreme Court decision, choice clearly had an impact. It got more people motivated on a certain base level, and I think they definitely came out in some of the primaries. You saw them in some ballot issues. It continued, I think, until about the first part of October, and then the economy really started leaning in on people. And I think that started to move the voter.
Interest rates are 7% for a mortgage.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I think when people kept seeing the housing rates going up, they saw people not buying homes, then they go buy, groceries, and their price goes up. I think that played into the October. But prior to that, there's no question that choice motivated and got what was a lackluster Democratic kind of field out there, got excited. But as you move toward the end, the economy became the play.
Yeah, I think abortion was a big issue, and I think beginning of spring into summer, the leaking of the Supreme Court papers that said that they were going to overturn Roe v. Wade, I think that got people motivated. But I also think that Alaskans are not just one issue voters.
No.
I just don't think
Nobody
Alaskans
is a
are
one issue voter. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
You get polls go like, what's the most important issue for you in deciding who you're going to vote for whatever. There's not just one issue.
Right.
Any voter is going to have multiple things, from the character of the candidate to the economy, to crime, to Roe v. Wade, to any kind of preferences that they have one way or another. The House, by the way, is pretty much 90% still to be go to the Republicans. So
yeah,
it's no surprise they were down by 5 seats.
Yeah,
only.
but when you look at them, it's interesting. There's batches where they call them most favored for Republicans. Those are predominantly Republicans that are winning, but then you have Democrats picking up some of those. Then you look at the Democrats, most favored for Democrats. There's a few Republicans. It's a mixed.
Yeah.
It's and a lot of them are 51-48, 50-47, 52-47. These are all very tight races.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting.
A couple of interesting things I saw on social media today were from universities in Florida and in Michigan. Those were the two states where there were lines of students going round the block, like just endless lines. And so it'd be interesting to see when we have everything said and done whether the young vote, particularly driven by Roe v. Wade, wasn't a big factor in what went on here.
Well, you saw a big push, especially in the last 2-3 weeks nationally in different pockets of young voters, and the choice issue, climate change issues, a few others were being pushed to bring them out.
Because that's what's difficult about polling, because when you're doing a poll and kind of trying to predict, you're trying to predict who's going to show up to vote. And all a pollster can do is go back to 2 years ago or 4 years ago or look at the trends in past elections and see how age groups performed in their showing up to vote, right? And then you weight your results to that. And if you get something happening out of whack, like young people showing up in excess numbers.
Here's some examples. This is some breakdown of some party registrations of those age groups that are voting. This is some exit numbers. 18 to 24-year-olds, 53% were voting Democrat to 40% Republican. 25 to 29, 53 to 41 Democrat to Republican. And then as you got older, 50 and up, it changed to.
And once you go past 50, it's all over.
Right.
At that
But I also
point.
think that millennials or young people are a group of people that don't regularly vote. So that those really light button subjects will get them out to vote. And I think that's where they pushed those hot button items to millennials, like climate change, abortion, to try and get those voters motivated to vote because they don't vote.
There's a huge difference between party identification and ideology.
Right.
I think you'd see a much bigger split kind of in defining progressive versus conservative than, because 53-47 amongst 18 to 24, I'm stunned it's that split.
Here's an interesting economy. Republicans 64%, Democrats 33%. Abortion 77% Democrat, climate change 87% Democrat. Immigration, Republicans view that 87% top priority.
This is interesting how these issues, I mean, so different, but somebody's voting one, they have one vote, but these, issues are so drastically, different percentages.
Yeah, they're definitely polarizing for parties, right?
10% of the people who confidence votes will be accurately counted.
Where are you getting all this? This is great. Where do you get all this?
I gave him his vote.
I just pulled this up.
The people who are confident that their votes,
not
99% Democrat.
Well, and what's interesting, not at all confident, out of the total vote, 10% believe not at all confident, 86% are Republican.
Right.
It's...
Well, and the question is, if the Republicans they aren't doing as well. Earlier, I saw an interview. This is a real thing. They asked Trump, some reporter, how's it gonna, if they win, how's it gonna go? And he goes, well, if they win, I'm taking all the credit. If they lose, it's not my fault.
Right.
Right. It's that.
That's what he said.
I mean, this okay, so I hate to beat a drum, but the predicted market that's been really interesting to look at
is going down.
Is whether Trump will file in 2023, before 2023.
Are we going to ruin this conversation with this?
No. This is it. This is
well,
interesting.
I actually do want. I do want to go back to these results again before we take a break.
But it obviously in the last few days went up because Trump was kind of teasing this, and he goes to the Ohio thing with J.D. Vance, and he makes the announcement
how's Vance doing?
that he's won.
He's won.
He won. Okay.
That he's going to make the announcement on the 15th from Mar-a-Lago, right? And so the market goes up to 90 cents.
You love
but
that.
Then now with the Dems holding control, it's gone back down again. People don't think he's going to do it.
Folks, before we go to the next break, I want to go over these results one more time. Are you staying around? You got to run after this?
I got to run after
Okay,
this.
we'll make sure to say thanks before that. We're going to go through, they haven't done any new results yet. It's still 225 of 402, but just so you guys are aware, this hasn't changed yet. Kelly Chewbacca at 47.
I mean, let's just look at that. Okay, so Buzz Kelly gets kicked out first. Most of his vote, like two of the 3%, will go to Chewbacca. Should be on 49, right? And then Chesbrough goes out, and her 9% will go like 8-1. And so it's going to be really close based on this.
But again, right? These numbers will change with the absentees.
She will, and I say Senator Murkowski, with the votes coming from rural Alaska, she'll do 70%, 65%. She'll just kill out there. And then absentees and question ballots. Question ballots are usually Democrats because they get confused at times. No disrespect to my friends. But then,
question, the dazed,
right?
the confused, the Democrats. They don't know what precinct.
Right.
They're too busy having great parties.
They're having great parties.
They're having great parties.
After the break, we have Jake at Dunleavy's party, so we'll see how that's going. This is again Mary Peltola.
This is the high watermark, and
Yeah,
Chewbacca's only barely in it at that point.
Then we got this house race. We got again Mary
So
Peltola.
those numbers are pretty consistent to what the last
August
general special was. Very consistent.
And then we got Chris By over at Libertarian.
I gotta say,
and let's just stop and more than 2 points between Palin and Begich. So sorry, I'm calling it. It's all over for the nephew.
All over.
But it's all over for Palin and her 60-65% negatives going into the final.
What's interesting about that race? First
that's
off,
not going to go well.
I got to say I like Chris By. I thought he was.
Oh, did you see him in the debate?
I thought he was great.
He was a great. He's kind of like, hey, here's where I am. I loved his sunglasses and his.
What was
hair.
that question? I think it was
he
about
did
maybe.
have the sunglasses, but he just didn't care.
What was the
He's
one
like,
question that was about maybe gun something, and they asked him, should we do this? He goes, no. No, hell no.
Hell no. Yes. Yeah, he was like, I like that.
Hell no.
guy. I think, he has a future. I don't know what, but he has a future because he's just real deal.
He was real likable.
The other thing that I noticed when you look at those numbers, and, the last 3-4 weeks, like Sarah Palin just vanished from airwaves. I mean, she's like, and if you look at these numbers now, could she ever win? Probably not. But the fact that she just vanished, and then Nick came on strong at the end, the numbers are almost exactly.
Well, I'll be honest. I went to that PAC, Kelly Chewbacca PAC lightsabers event with that guy.
Did you get some of those?
I actually have a lot in my car if you want some. No, I do. Folks, if you want to
why don't you
Chewbacca
have
lightsaber,
them right here?
You donate $50.
Why are you giving them to guests?
For every $50 donation, you will get a lightsaber.
There it is.
That's smart. Look at businessman.
10%.
Again, folks, if you're watching, and I want to thank our sponsors in a second, but if you're watching, go to AlaskaLandmine.com/donate. We running pretty shoestring budget operation here, so you want to donate.
You can tell by us.
Well, we don't got to pay the on-air talent.
How much are we getting paid?
Yeah, that's right. I just got water.
Alcohol.
There's some pizza over there.
But what I want to say is I went to this, this James. They didn't even pitch the James Brown guy. It was this Chewbacca, Sheriff Clark thing at the Denina Center. And I'll be honest. I mean, 5-10 years ago, Palin would have attracted thousands of people.
Yeah, no question.
I mean, I just felt bad. There was only about 100 people there, and it just was really. There was a mechanical bull, and there was a big inflatable house, and there was this James Brown guy. They should have pitched the James Brown guy harder. They didn't pitch him.
It was
but
almost
it was really
like
kind of sad.
Someone gave me a comment a couple days ago, and they were not a big Sarah fan, and they said, she's, in this is their words, she quit on Alaska, and she kind of quit on her campaign. She just kind of stopped. And I heard this one ad, I couldn't even understand it. It was a little kid saying something, and I thought, what, that's it? And no juice behind it.
Do you understand that there was a hockey game going on in New York?
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
I'm just going to say.
I will say this, and you'll appreciate this.
Just saying.
What's the one thing you do not do as an elected official? Don't go to sports games, especially hockey games.
Don't leave town.
And get introduced.
Don't leave town.
Not even in town.
Chewbacca went to, if he wants to go, a Cowboys game. Don't you like the Cowboys?
I love the Cowboys. I just was at a game. I mean,
don't want to get into that, but
they won.
She went down to a Cowboys game for instead of a debate, which is just the kind of worst look.
Yeah. You can't do that.
Let's go back to my screen real quick, and we'll just show the governor's race, which is, I think so far pretty surprising. Dunleavy is at 53.5% with, again, 225 precincts. Scarra's up a little bit, a few points, point and a half on Walker.
I have to say something about Dunleavy, though.
Sorry, Charlie.
He never got off message. Dunleavy never got off message in this campaign. I mean, he just, even through the debate, he just kept on task.
Yeah, he didn't take any of the bait, and Garrett really came at him, and I thought maybe he was going to take the bait.
Never took the bait.
What also Dunleavy did was, in the last 18 months, the session, and he just brought it down, right? He didn't get into the hostile, controversial.
Right, no rhetoric.
He kind of, the people that were problematic for him were in the first 18 months, and then they slowly disappeared. And then he just didn't want to stir.
Talking about Babcock.
Right. And even like he got criticized, as you know, on one of the call-in shows, they criticized the governor all the time on the budget, didn't cut the budget. What he did was he played it without creating disturbance. In other words, he said, well, I'll take a little of this, cut a little of this, and then just kind of move through.
Well, in 2019, I think nobody who pays any attention would have thought he would have had a chance
Right.
at re-election. But then
But elections
it all
aren't-
changed.
I mean,
You
that's
got-
the elections don't
you got
matter in the
Tyson
first-
Tyson Gallagher and people like Laura Steiner.
It's
He
the
changed
last
his
6
whole
months of life,
his
man.
whole kind of office.
But he also went
leadership.
through the earthquake. He also went through COVID. I mean, there was, you can't deny that there was some leadership in play there. I mean, there was.
Well,
I mean,
COVID stopped the recall basically, and then
Yeah.
Ann Zink. Everybody loves Ann Zink.
I think so.
And that's all you saw for
Yeah.
a year.
If she would have won for governor,
I think she would
she
have
would
won.
have won.
I thought, a lot of us thought, and maybe he asked her, who knows, but a lot of us thought she was going to be the running mate.
Oh, interesting.
That would have been, Nancy's great too. People know her.
Nancy's- yeah,
No, Nancy's.
But no, that
Nancy's
wouldn't have
solid.
gone down well, probably in the valley.
Oh, good point.
Having
No,
Ann-
you're right. And
having-
yeah.
Well, that was Kirkus'
And-
message, was
yeah,
Ann Zink
no,
and Dominion.
and-
He was
and
literally with a
Zink is
bat
like-
breaking
is
Dominion
like
machine.
Fauci
We should
light.
have video of
Right.
that.
We should.
Right. That's a good point.
But then you also, COVID helped out with this recall, but then this invasion of Ukraine, I mean, the price of oil shoots up right at the beginning of session.
Right.
And then
Alaska's
boom, billions of dollars.
Alaska's always saved
Yeah.
by the price of oil.
Yeah, someone does something in the world, and we go, "Thank you very much."
We're like,
Yeah,
ah.
good. Yeah.
Well, folks, we're going to take a quick break. I want to thank Mark. You got to leave after this, but Mark, thanks for being on the panel. We're going to bring Matt Shuckerow back on after the break, and it's been really great insight. And I hope you come back in the future for more of
Absolutely.
these.
It's fun.
It's really
I'm
great
glad
talking to you.
I'm glad I was able to find a gig tonight.
Well, I'm glad you agreed.
Now you can go party hopping, and maybe you can
well,
call us.
I might have to call you. Which one
I
is the
think you
best?
should.
Again, folks, I want to thank our big sponsor, all of our sponsors. We have GCI as our kind of premier sponsor, Kevin Jardell, Alaskans for Lisa, IBW Local 1547, Hillcorp, Conoco, Legislative Consultants, Wendy Chamberlain, Heather Breaks over there, Confluence Strategies, Chris Noss, and did I forget anybody? Doug Smith, obviously, a friend of mine, Doug Smith, for kicking in. Really appreciate the support. And if you're watching and you like what we're doing, consider buying an ad or going to the website and making a donation. That's
And
how we
get
keep
one of
this.
those laser
And I'll give you a lightsaber. I mean, actually, yeah, if you want some, come see me. I got plenty. We'll be right back.
Safe roads, safe neighborhoods, seniors living with dignity.
When you boil it down, those are the cornerstones of our community. I'm Wayne Maloney. I live in Eagle River. In fact, I have for over 10 years. As a resident, I insist the government be responsive to the needs of our community. As your representative, I'll be responsive. More than that, I'll be effective.
Wayne Maloney for State House. He'll work for Chugiak and Eagle River.
I think our first Alaskans have been cheated. I think they haven't received a fair deal, for whatever reason there may be. And some are candid, some are real, some are valuable, some are valueless, some are bigoted. For whatever reason, they haven't received a fair shake. These people have to regain their birthright. I think one of the ways that they're going to do it, and I say they're going to do it, because you can truly never give anything to people, they will earn it. I think the Native people will do it through their land claims. And I can't think of anything that's going to happen to the state of Alaska which has greater value to not only for the natives, but for all Alaskans. And that's the just payment to a maximum amount and the just distribution of a goodly portion of land to the natives of our total state of Alaska.
Every time the wind blows now, we smile.
These wind turbines have saved us $500,000 in fuel costs.
Thanks to Ted Stevens, wind energy is electrifying Tuksuk Bay.
We make so much energy here, we export it.
Ted Stevens is pioneering energy alternatives for Alaska.
While the other guy is chasing windmills, Senator Stevens is making them happen.
I'm Ted Stevens, and I approve this message.
I represent you the same way I farm. Nothing fancy, just plain old-fashioned hard work. I'm Harley Olberg, representative for District 35, and I'd appreciate your vote on November 8th. Thank you.
She was raised on a Midwest family farm, went where her father's military career took them, worked as a zoo curator in Louisville, then a chemistry teacher, came to Alaska in her 20s, managed a bank in Kotzebue, learned to fly, graduated from Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, was elected to the State House, then Senate. She understands the needs of real people. She listens and works hard. She's Drew Pierce, your senator.
John Torgerson is a longtime Kenai Peninsula resident, having lived in Seward and Casilla for 34 years. John Torgerson has a commitment to his district and a background in business that his family are proud of. His wife and his 3 girls sometimes think he works too hard.
And sometimes they're right, but there's a lot of work to do. I've been walking and talking and discussing the issues: health care, welfare reform, crime, and the economy. There's a lot that needs to be done to make our lives better.
John Torgerson, the peninsula's only true conservative candidate for Senate.
My father first came to Alaska in 1929. We moved here nearly 50 years ago. My mom, my dad, my brother. I grew up in West Anchorage and graduated from Anchorage High School in '61. I was drafted in '64, and since '67, I've been a businessman in Anchorage, helping develop and build commercial real estate, creating hundreds of private sector jobs. One way or another, I like to think I've really contributed to our community. And I can't say enough about my family. They're always right behind me.
Norm Rokeberg, long-standing commitment to West Anchorage.
Unlike those politicians in Juneau,
Morning, gentlemen.
Joe Murdy gets things done.
The city taxed a whole group of folks illegally. Joe Murdy wouldn't put up with that nonsense. He stood up for him.
Joe Murdy and Community Patrol shut down a crack house just 2 blocks from here. They made it safe for my children again.
And that's in his spare time. As a commercial contractor, Joe Murdy has created jobs and met a payroll in Alaska for years. Joe knows business. Let's get something done. Joe Murdy, State Senate.
Okay, folks, we are back. How about that Joe Murdy? Senator Begich is leaving, but he said Murdy was quite the guy, huh? Quite the guy back in the day? Character. Well, we're back. We have Chris Bai, Libertarian candidate for House, coming up. We also got some of these Chewbacca lightsabers. If you're watching this, guys, and you want a Chewbacca lightsaber, get a hold of me. They gave me a few to hand out. I tried to give most of them out, but then they gave me a lot more. So I got 100 of these damn things. And
do they work?
No, they don't light up. It's kind of a $2 per unit deal. So let's go to Chris. Let's get Chris Bai. I think we have Chris Bai here, a Libertarian candidate for Matt Shuckerow is in the hallways on a big phone call, probably New York Times.
Music's kind of loud.
Oh, are you still hearing the music?
There you
we'll
go. Sounds great now.
Chris Bai, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, man.
Well, I got to say, it's obviously it's a lot of money in this race and kind of big name candidates, but your debate performance on the debate for the state, I had so many people tell me how impressed with you, the genuine answers and just kind of you really like answered questions where the other ones were being, pretty political. The one question where you said, no, hell no, next.
Yeah, well, not very articulate when needed, I guess.
Well, you kind of, as a Libertarian, you benefited from this kind of ranked choice deal where Tara Sweeney withdrew and then you got bumped up. I mean, what did you, when that happened, what were your thoughts about being, you're having your name on this U.S. House?
Honestly, buddy, I thought it was a joke. I was guiding a family from the Bronx or Queens maybe, and their little ones had fish all over the place. It was like the perfect guide day, beautiful sunshine, fish were biting, and I had a bunch of people call me. And obviously, when I'm on the boat with clients, they've got priority, right? Because safety and they're paying for it. So until my wife called and told me I had to answer the phone, that's when I realized maybe something was up. So it was fairly surreal.
So how did you find, who called you? How did you find out you were going to be on the ballot?
That gentleman would rather not be named, I don't think. So, but it's just a personal friend of mine who had some connections who told me.
So I got to say, many years ago, for a while, I was a Republican Party in 2008. They kicked us all, Ron Paul people out, and then I went and I was Libertarian for a couple years, many years ago. And I got to say, Libertarians, they're pretty fun. Fun group.
Yeah, we have a good time. We have a good time. I think most people are probably Libertarians at heart, right? Don't take people's stuff. Don't hurt people. I mean, those are pretty common beliefs between political parties. We just take it a little bit beyond what the comfort zone for a lot of people are, right?
I have Charisse Millett here, former representative. She also, earlier we were talking about you, big fan, huh?
Yeah, you did really well in that debate. It was impressive. It was fun to watch. It was fun to watch, like unscripted, just a real person have, some time on the air. It was, watching, slick politicians and then watching someone who was running for all the right reasons. So thank you for putting your name on the ballot.
Yeah.
I always appreciate people that take the call and put the effort forward. And it's no easy task to put your name on the ballot and be exposed to the public who doesn't like you because you're a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian or man, woman. It's exhausting. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, we decided we would have about as much fun as we possibly could. I kind of wish I didn't do very well in that debate, I didn't think.
I disagree.
I disagree.
No, I think you did great.
My Healy debate, I was a lot more comfortable, and the questions were known to us, and they were geared toward libertarian answers, and so it was a lot easier than questions on the fly, which really benefit incumbents and groomed politicians. Definitely doesn't benefit a normal dude, because you don't have that.
Sorry, Evan, go ahead.
You don't have that. It's not the experience. You don't have that exposure to on the fly questions.
Right.
Chris, like politicians.
This is Ivan Moore. I was actually at an event where I was on a panel, and it was like a watch party of that debate. And I was clear right up front as soon as the debate finished that you were the clear winner. I mean, people laughed out loud. They were kind of nodding away. And, it was a pretty Republican crowd. I personally loved your answer towards the end, where you showed your libertarian credentials by basically running down both Republicans and Democrats and saying, look at these people here. They're just, shills for their party. And you really kind of demonstrated your independence there. And so I've got to ask you, if the rules changed and you had to run as a Democrat or a Republican, which would you run as?
Ooh.
Oh.
Number one rule in politics: don't answer hypotheticals.
Don't answer hypotheticals. Someone like Ivan.
You don't have to answer hypotheticals. I'll give you that.
There's a theme that we've been running this whole entire time, right? Don't settle for the lesser of two evils. So I would just have to start a new party partner. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, you can still run as Alaskan Independence.
Yeah.
I guess that's where I'd have to
libertarian.
But that's the thing. It's frustrating, though, because I look at you and I see a really good candidate, and you're worth more than, what are you at, like 1.9% or something like that?
I don't even know. I haven't checked yet.
It's nuts. It's not like representative of the quality of the candidates. The system doesn't work in that respect.
Right, but the inverse is true too, right? I mean, if we hold our nose and we drop to our knees and allow our soul to be sucked out by either of these two parties, then what we're really doing is we're adding to the machine and not taking away from the machine. And that machine is dragging that wrecking ball up and back and forth. And I don't want to be part of that. I want to be the guy who grabs the wrecking ball and just rips it off. You know what I mean? And throws it away because I don't need it anymore.
Damn. He'd be good in Juneau, huh?
He would be good in Juneau.
Chris, I got to ask, now you had to, I think if I read correctly, you had to quit your job? You had some kind of federal job? Did you have a job you had to leave to actually run for the
I did.
The House?
Yes, sir. I did. It was painful, about a 60% pay cut.
This is because of the Hatch Act, right?
That's correct,
from the
because of the Hatch Act.
About federal employees.
Yep.
There's two people exempt from the Hatch Act. It's the, you know who it is?
Sitting elected officials.
President and vice president, because it applies to the executive branch. President and vice president are exempt from that.
That's correct.
That's correct. So you live in Interior, right?
I do. I live in Fairbanks, well, just north of it. So.
Well, I agree with Ivan. I mean, you're so many people. I'm telling you, a lot of people I talked to were very impressed with your debate performance, and it was an entertaining element where everybody else was very. Kind of canned, these answers.
Well, not so much entertaining as it was honest and genuine and authentic.
No, absolutely, that too.
I think that's so hard and so rare to find in candidates anymore. We have these polished, people that have been in office or ran for office lots of times, me included, that just becomes scared of their own shadow, so they say these, very, middle of the road conversations, and you have been honest and direct, and it's refreshing.
Yeah, I think what's important, and the one thing I hope I came across as being encouraging for other Alaskans to give this a shot, is that there's some incredibly bright people in Alaska. We always think about the grandeur and the vistas and all that crap that makes Alaska awesome. But in the end of the day, it's really the people that live here. And I have run into so many brighter people that should have been up on the stage besides me, or maybe instead of me, that would do a fantastic job representing the state. And they're really what are the driving force for the campaign. If you go to the website, most of that stuff's written by other Alaskans. I just sort of stole it from them after I asked them and listened to them. And we vetted it through a pretty simple process. Is it personal responsibility? Then it didn't go on there. Does it add to the debt? Well, that didn't go on there. And if it was constitutional, and then if it was yes, then it stayed on the website. And that's kind of how we filtered everything out. So it's been good.
Chris, I really want to thank you for coming on. I don't think we've seen the last of you. You've introduced yourself to a lot of Alaskans, and a lot of us, folks who watch the politics. So,
Right.
Best luck to you. And if I'm in Fairbanks or if you're down here, I really want to get you on the podcast. We'll do that sometime.
Hey, that'd be awesome. Hey, you guys have a fantastic night. You said I'm at 1%, 1.9%.
Let me pull it up here. I think it's about it's almost 2 actually.
1.93.
Yeah, it's
all right. I'll take that.
And the thing is, you're going to have an impact on this thing. Your votes are going to get. We're going to see where your votes go. Your second choice vote. So we'll be watching that. November 23rd at 4 p.m. So
I really appreciate it, gents. You guys have a fantastic night. I'm going to go to sleep. I got to be at work tomorrow.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah, appreciate that. Chris Bye, folks, Libertarian candidate for House. What a guy, huh?
Yeah, see you, Chris.
Now, I'm told by our lovely producers that are doing, and folks, I want to give a big shout out to our whole team of producers here. I can't even name it. Scott Jensen, Shirley Young, Trent McNally, Jason Sear, Noah. We got Steven upstairs. What's his? He's like a Recheknik. Paxton Welber, Allison Hovan. We have a whole. There's the control room there. We have people upstairs. I mean, this is a big. I'm telling you guys, this is not like a few people here. This is a whole production.
It's amazing.
A lot of these folks used to work together at KTVA and Channel 2, and they've been doing this a long time. So we have a really good team of folks. And obviously Jacob Hirsch is out there getting us the live feeds of these parties. And
yeah, he's supposed to be coming in from the Murkowski Central.
I think we have him at Dunleavy or Murkowski. Now I'm told by our producers. Can I say this yet, or should I wait? I'm told we have quite a guest, who I can't even believe it, but if it's true, I'm told we have Dave Sterin, who doesn't go. He's not much on the media anymore. He's working for the governor since 2019. He calls into the radio sometimes, but it sounds like we have him coming up here in a second. So, oh my God.
Oh, there he is.
Is that Jacob Hirsch and Dave?
Jake. Hi, Dave.
Hi, guys.
Ooh,
Hi.
a little bit loud there.
Hostage situation.
Where are you?
Am I loud? I'm sorry. No, don't make Jacob go away. I knew when he was like this fall.
Where are you, though? Where are you reporting from?
We're live from the Marriott in a room that could be the Denali, could be the Denali.
Dunleavy's.
Or the Denali ballroom.
That's Mike Dunleavy's.
Mike.
Now, Dave, have you seen these initial results? Now it's no absentees yet, but it's looking so far initially pretty good for Big Mike.
Well, I think if you go into that halftime, which is what election night is now because of ranked choice voting, you always want to be ahead. And if you're over 43%, maybe 45%, if you have more than three or four candidates, that's the position you want to be in. And I think that the governor is in good shape right now.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's obviously the clear winner in this race.
Dave, do you miss being on the radio? Because I used to fill in for you for.
What I miss Jason Bruni. 4 more years. Your sign's upside down. I'm these guys.
That's a commissioner.
Is that Jason Bruni? Is that
Jason
Environmental Conservation Commissioner Jason Bruni?
Actually, regulating water and cruise ship discharge and all of those things.
A lot of folks don't realize this, but Jason Bruni he's the third in line. He's the lieutenant governor's successor.
He's the designee.
Yeah. If things go down, God forbid, Bruni steps, he's the guy.
You're the designated survivor.
Well, we're going to change that after tonight, so I'll be the third line, and that will terrify
Dave, you know that
right now is terrified.
Dave, you know that requires legislative...
That's what your vaccine status is, and are you wearing a mask?
Dave, you know the Lieutenant Governor's successor requires legislative confirmation, right? Are you ready for that?
Wouldn't that be funny to do the landmine live with? Imagine me. Look at this guy. Look at this. I didn't know you were this tall.
It looks like it's really, really fun there. There's so many people.
He's
smoking inside! Dave, you can't smoke inside the Marriott.
Man, you guys, I'll be honest, it looks okay, but a little bit of a different vibe than what we saw with Chewbacca and Paul. Now it's getting later, so maybe some of those folks. Jason can't hear us.
Jason can't hear us.
Next time we're gonna have a better. We had an issue with our road system in Zoom. Long story, but.
No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Jason, you're doing great.
Watch him. He might try to.
Ho.
We don't.
Steady.
I can't hear you.
This is a family show.
We don't want him to try to.
That was.
Administration.
Oh, we can hear him though. We don't want to see him try to disappear, Big Mike or Nancy. He's the third in line thing, you know.
He is third in line.
Literally, he's Lieutenant Governor's successor.
Good old Alaska. So anyway, Jeff, I can barely hear you.
I was going to say he's also on the.
That's better. Thank you, Jacob.
He's also on the permanent funds board and all kinds of things.
In the lovely Jacob Hurd.
Dave, you just can't push a commissioner around, Dave. You just can't push the commissioner.
I can do that.
I know you just did.
I'm on the third floor.
Dave, just one more thing. Have you had any bourbons or any? Are you guys imbibing over there a little bit?
He's had an old fashioned.
So the Marriott, for those of you who are taking Twitter notes right now and are very upset, very outraged, the Marriott has Jim Beam White, which is a fine bourbon, and a Canadian Mist, which is Canadian whiskey, and, what do you say?
Hey, Dave, we have Blanton's here. I just want you to know we have Blanton's.
Oh, my God, you have Blanton's? Where are you at?
Yeah, we don't.
Dave, when I lived in Australia, they had Jim Beam and Coke in a can, and let me tell you, it was amazing.
There's nothing wrong with Jim Beam.
No, but it was Jim Beam and Coke in a can.
Jim Beam in a can.
Pre-mixed.
Oh,
we don't have this here in this country. I don't.
How epic is this that you have Dave staring?
To be fair, they called you Jeff, which I would never say.
Now, Dave, I got to ask. You've been with the governor since 2019. You left the radio. You've been doing this job for over 3 years. It's been a kind of wild ride. We talked about it earlier. We had this whole recall thing, and then we had COVID, and then we had.
Oh, COVID was nuts. It was nuts. You want to hear a COVID story?
Yeah, absolutely.
So COVID started, and people were playing come over whisper, and then COVID hit. You get these briefings from the CDC.
I just told him, yeah.
Or you need to cut to somebody?
No, we got some new results in, but I want you to finish your story, and then we're going to go back to the new results. We got the new results in, but we're going to go finish your story because I want to hear the story, and then we're going to go back to the new results.
So we get the initial projection numbers of fatalities from the CDC, and there's going to be 50,000 Alaskans that are going to die because of COVID. And you're sitting there, and it's a very sobering moment. I'm like, oh my God, and up to that point, people are complaining about toilet paper. We're going to have 50,000 or more people in Alaska that are going to die. And so you have all that going on. You're doing all of the, so we mobilize the guard. What do we do in the background? And then a few days later, you get the revised numbers no, we did the math wrong. We're going to have maybe 800 or 1,000 people that may die from complications of COVID. So, and I'm 5 months into this job, and as you know, Jeff, as someone who said, we're post-panning, which I'm a big fan of.
No, baby, I've been post-panning for about a year and a half, and waiting for folks to catch up.
You were post-panning, and you were right. You were absolutely right. And Twitter, of course, is going to be very outraged that you and I agree on this. They're going to post terrible things about me, because they're actually about both of us.
Well, they went after you on some New Year's party, right? That you're killing people.
And then here's the funny thing. So they went after me on a local news story, and then the local news story published a story about a restaurant that did exactly what I encouraged people to do.
Well, Dave, you're one of a kind. I want to thank you. We got to go to these results, but in the past, you let me fill in for you.
I want to thank you because since I've taken this job, you've been very good about covering the administration and covering the legislature, and now we're going to kick it back to you guys at Command Central with the latest results.
And I appreciate that. And I want to thank you for letting me fill in for you years ago on the show and kind of got me in the media world. I really enjoyed doing that.
I'm a big fan, Jeff.
Appreciate that.
I'm a
Thanks,
big
Dave.
fan.
Appreciate
Very
you.
happy for you.
Thanks for enjoy that cigar, buddy. Love that.
I will.
All right, folks, we have some new results, and they've been looking a lot. The first thing I'm seeing is this Chewbacca race has really tightened up. Let's pull up my screen there, folks, these lovely producers. Look at this. Now we had 280. Now we're at 280 from 225. We've gone up 15% in the precinct. So now Chewbacca is at 44.8. Murkowski's at 42.13. Earlier, we were at a 7% delta.
Right.
Yeah. In the previous results, it was 25% of ballots cast. Now we're at 33, so it's an 8%.
No, I think it was more than 25. It was 225. It was 53 before. There was 225 precincts reporting.
Yeah, 225 prior to this one.
Yeah. Anyone wants to get on Predict It, Lisa Murkowski's at 73.
Well, and I just heard that AP was going to call it for Chewbacca, which if they do that, that's going to be.
No, I think what you're mishearing is that they were probably calling her the winner of the first thing.
Kelly as a first round winner.
First round winner is what they were calling.
Well, I don't think they should do that yet.
Well, in this case, with a 33% turnout for this race, wow, 44-42, that narrowed a lot, that gap.
It did.
Mary, now she went up, right?
44 to 46.
Yeah.
So
and now Palin and Begich are on the same delta, that little difference there.
A little bit over 2 points.
Let's see about Dunleavy went down a little bit.
2%.
Yeah.
He was at 53. So now we have Guerra, comfortable second place.
Yeah.
Now don't forget these votes here. These Pierce votes are going to recycle, and this is going to happen on November 23rd at 4 p.m. So it's not going to be for a few weeks.
And we have 221.
How about some of these other races? Let's go look at some of these crucial races here. Stevens still up over half. Wow, this narrowed a little bit, this race.
So Roger Holland has overtaken Kathy Giesel. And
wow.
One precinct remaining.
Well, but Rosalind Casey's still in third place at Democrat.
That race, if you're Roger Holland, you're looking at a ranked choice vote tabulation, and you're like, Rosalind has to overcome Kathy Giesel, otherwise it's not a great outcome.
Rosalind Casey voters are going to vote for either her or Kathy second. Very few. Some will, but it's going to be a right, Ivan? Very small people are going to vote for Rosalind Casey and then Roger Holland.
Yeah. Giesel will. It doesn't matter who gets eliminated first. The person who wins will be the person who has
look at this
the most
one.
first and second.
Elvie was neck and neck earlier. Remember, she was down by a bit.
She's ahead by 9%.
Now that makes more sense. Again, folks, we were looking at the early, very few, much less precincts. So now we're starting to get a better idea. 12 of 12.
We see Matt Clayman coming in over.
Wow. This is 100.
13 of 13.
13 of 13. So all we have is absentees.
I think that Matt will probably scoot ahead.
I think he will too.
With early and absentee, and the things that come in, I think Matt will scoot ahead. Yep. It's go drop down to Senate District L, the Merrick McCarty district. That's where
Dunbar here. This is expected.
Yeah, Merrick is going to win that handily now.
Woo! 13 of 13. Look at that.
57 to 41. Now, interesting, if you go down to the Doug Massey shower race.
I just want to say real quick on the Merrick, sometimes having a little fun in the gym and, a little leg wrestling, that gets you where you got to be.
Did that happen?
Oh, yeah. There was no beer pong. Like there was no beer pong, but there was some leg wrestling.
I was worried about the beer pong.
And it was,
just,
say have some fun, and don't worry about these haters.
I was there.
You were? Oh yeah, you were there.
Honestly, I was like, if you guys watch that tape, it would show that I'm really good at ping pong and I'm really bad at basketball.
Yeah, I mean.
How are you at leg wrestling?
I didn't.
He didn't leg wrestle.
Yeah, and I was always taught don't show up to anything without bringing food or drinks. So
which is alleged, which we all did tonight.
We all did tonight.
So yeah, this Massey shower race. Look at that. This is closed. No, this is about the same, isn't it?
It's about the same. Yeah, Doug's about 410 votes behind.
We have 4 more precincts in this case. 5 more precincts.
We have precincts.
Can I say, did Doug Massey seem a little like?
A little down?
A little like lack of energy.
He did seem a little down, yeah.
Just so you know, he's been out waving
left it all on the field.
Waving signs from like 6 this morning by himself with a fire pit on.
I was just thinking of, like, in Jeff terms, it'd be like very low energy.
Because on the primary he came on, he was
Yeah.
really affable.
I think he still is, but he's entertaining his all his
maybe
campaign
that's
workers.
a testament of just how much,
Energy he
long
spent.
election season.
No, let's go back to the screen. Check out this Kawasaki race.
Yeah,
this is wow. This is if this holds 8 of 8. He's going to do better with the absentees.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
But he might get over the top. And we predicted it for Kawasaki. The landmine went for Kawasaki. This Joffrey guy, like I said, raised no money, but he's been telling folks to vote for Scott second. So we have no change there, no change on the Bishop
So it's
race.
really good. We got a sensible Senate, and probably end up with a coalition.
A sensible Senate.
A sensible Senate.
So it's left-leaning for you.
Hmm?
So it's left-leaning for you.
No, it's a combination of sensible Democrats, sensible Republicans.
I think that's why we're sitting next to each other now.
Rebecca
saying, well, it'd be nice to have a Republican majority.
Yeah, we knew Rebecca was going to probably pull ahead there. It's 12 of 15. We're going to get back to the Charisse Ivan. I like where that was going. No change there. Stutes, no change.
The first totals for District 6,
up there.
Louis Fleur was not doing very well. He's coming back, but obviously I think Sarah has got.
Yeah,
I mean,
8 of 9 on the precincts.
The Justin Ruffridge, I think that's a 500-point lead. And
6 of 6.
That's a decent amount. I mean.
Yeah, I think Justin is in.
Like we talked about earlier, at least 15 new reps. But now with these kind of races, I mean, I think it's going to be up to almost 20 new reps in the House, which is a 50% turnover. Which is we'll talk about that in a bit.
Craig Johnson's not new. He's going back. So.
There's going to be like Craig Johnson, Dan Sadler, sure, but they've been gone 4 years. It's a new.
Yeah,
Here's one, Jeff. The District 11. That's Walter Featherly, Julie Colombi.
Let's look at this real quick. So Craig's still up.
Yeah.
Wow, Featherly pulled ahead there.
Yeah, he
did.
But
again, with RCV, this is where Ross Beeling, who's who's kind of he's run a number of times, is conservative. His votes will end up probably.
Yeah, I think Julie. We predicted that for Julie.
Your book club partner, right?
She's a founding original member of the Landmine Book Club. She's been in there since the beginning.
Yeah. Should I join that?
You should join that.
Okay.
By the way, folks, go to the website. We have a tab there, Landmine Book Club. We have a book every month. Meet on Zoom in person. We have great books. We have a great group. It's really good. Landmine Book Club.
Jeff knows how to read.
I
can read. Yeah.
I can't believe how close District 13 is. So we've got Andy Josephson and Kathy Hensley, and they are literally 86 votes apart.
We call this for Andy because of the incumbency.
Andy's ahead.
I think that favors Andy.
Yeah,
it does 5 of 5, but that's so close. I won my first primary by 64 votes.
Wow.
So.
Okay, we got Elise, third time's a charm there.
Yeah.
Now this is the same kind of thing before we saw with Julie Colomb and Ross Beeling. We have two Republicans that are getting almost 55% of the vote here.
Well, what happens with
so this Denny? Oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was saying Denny Wells. I mean Denny Wells is not in a terrible position, given the fact that there is let's say 20 or 30% drop off. So if you take 240 votes, 250 votes off that, and absentee early may favor a Denny. I mean
but David's going to fall off, so his 892 votes are going to go somewhere.
But some of those could just bullet.
That's what I'm saying. Like the
that's a real
25 to 30% will be vote.
If you look at
Armstrong came way up from earlier.
I'm just saying that McKay should be winning that district. I think people have said that was competitive. The people who ran that campaign for Denny Wells, they kind of treated it like as competitive. I'm surprised that it is.
Well, what we're going to see when these retabulations happen for these House races, we're going to see just how much these third-party candidates make. Do they help or do they hurt? Some of these candidates. Now, Jenny Armstrong pulled ahead here. Remember, Liz was up by a tiny bit earlier.
Right.
7 of 7.
Hers is in court, right?
Hers is. There's a challenge on the residency, which is going to to be determined.
As reported by Jeff Landfield.
The story broke on the Landfield.
I didn't file the lawsuit.
Jeff Landfield QC.
So Zach Fields is up by
he went up a little more.
Wow.
600 votes.
Yeah.
Now look at this one here. This is the opposite of the two Republicans. Now it's two Democrats, where David Nelson, the incumbent's at 43. So they have more. The two Democrats have more than we're seeing in some of the other races.
Well, Lynn Franks will drop off, and his votes will go to
her.
Lynn Frank's votes will go to Cliff Grow, which could send him over the top of David Nelson. I mean, that's where ranked choice.
The Genevieve Mean is no surprise. I want to get to these Forrest Wolf ones, see what happened. Andrew Gray in good shape there.
Forrest Wolf is doing great.
No, so look at this. This is
5 of
5.
5.
5 of 5 and
he's
100 and some votes.
Yep.
And we got the absentees, so this is a close one. Now we got, now this one, Stanley was up by more. This one narrowed a little bit, 404. We got the absentees. That's 150 votes.
Jamie Allred still doing.
Yeah, we knew she was going to do that.
Well.
Any more surprises? Sadler, no. Dan Sadler there. Elena Johnson. Kathy Tilton.
Into the valley.
Eastman still over half.
Oh, over 50%.
But there's, again, four or five precincts.
Looks like Jesse Sumner, depending on where. I mean, I don't even know how to call District 28.
So Wright's going to go out first. Now she's the wife of
Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright, who's running against David
so she'll go
Wilson
out,
in the
she'll
Valley.
go out first, and then Rachel Allen will go out.
Yeah, because her votes aren't going to kick anybody over.
No.
Unless Jesse got every single one of her votes.
So that's a ranked choice vote example right there. We don't know what's going to happen.
That's the real ranked choice, that one. Rauscher, no surprise.
This is an interesting race here because, I think I would have said Kevin McCabe would have been reelected handily. I guess it just depends. Where does the Democrats' votes go?
Where does Joy Mandola's votes go?
And if that ends up in Doyle Holmes's camp, then it could be a much tighter race. And if you're either of those candidates, you're definitely paying attention.
Well, you still have 3 precincts
too.
Guys,
we're gonna go up. We have Shelley Hughes on the line, Senator Shelley
nice.
Hughes. So let's bring her up, and we're excited to talk to her. Senator Hughes, how you doing?
Say, how am I looking with my headgear?
You look great. You're looking great.
You look awesome.
Congratulations, you're just killing it. You're, I think, over 80%. I don't think you were too worried about your race, but.
Well, actually, because of my stand on the convention, constitutional convention, I was hearing I was going to lose a bunch of votes. So I'm really pleased.
Now, you were pretty supportive of this constitutional convention deal, and you came out with an op-ed we published, and there was a video. But I mean, it's really, really, really going down here. What do you kind of attribute that to?
Well, I'm bummed, but one of the things, it was like 2 months ago, I woke up and I thought, I don't like this ring choice moving, some people not, and I only spoke out against it a couple times in 2020, and I thought, what if it only passed 50%? And what if I would have a strong
hard time hearing her.
So this time I felt like, Alaskans really need to know. I think thought there was a lot of misinformation on their side, and that people need to understand that,
Senator Hughes, I'm sorry, we're having a real hard time hearing you. I apologize, but I want to thank you for coming on. We're having a little audio issue, and it's really hard to hear you.
Should I get the tech guy?
Let me move you back there because it's a little.
Yeah,
bit
maybe go to a little quieter spot because it's a lot of feedback is being picked up there. But she was really, she was one of the ones coming out hard for the convention. And look at that sucker, 70% no. I mean,
yeah,
I thought it was going to be in the 40s on yes. It's not even 30.
Not even 30.
Jesus, look at that. That went down big. Well, when you have $5 million, that helps.
You think it was $5 million?
The no, Matt was part of that group. The no group.
That, but do you think that the public is just scared of it?
Again, I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, there was 59 legislative races. Alaskans in the last two ballots.
Sorry, we're going to go back to Shelley Hughes. See if we can get her. We'll talk about that.
Oh.
Senator Hughes, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
That's much better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. No, the microphone's in the headphones actually, so that won't work.
Okay.
So tell us about this convention thing you were kind of going for.
So I felt like I should just pour a lot of time and energy into that because I felt like there was a lot of misinformation. And what I was studying about all the other states was that it was actually pretty safe and pretty successful and nothing crazy happened. And I thought, why not? I mean, I served before the gridlock and after the gridlock, and it's like night and day. And if Alaskans would have chosen, if they would have had the good information, I think if we would have had a little more money, a little more time, maybe Alaskans would have realized it was the right thing to do. But we've got a tougher road to hoe ahead because
it's real loud. So if you can speak up a little bit, but I want to ask you about. Obviously, there's a lot of time left on these Senate races. The Kawasaki race, the Clayman race, so it's hard to predict a lot of this, but where do you think the Senate's going to, you're right now you're a majority leader in a Republican Senate, but it's been pretty fraught with dividend and some of these other issues, where do you see the Senate going next year?
Well, it's a strange year, Jeff, because of ranked choice voting, and so some of these is going to take a little while, but I'm getting the signal. Hold on a second.
They're asking if you can talk a little bit louder.
Oh, you want me to talk louder? Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay,
yes.
So I will yell, "Hey, Charisse, love you, miss you."
Shirley, love you too.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to tell because some of the races are really hard. I will say one of the surprises was Tuckerman, because he came out so strong ahead in the primary, and the fact that he's behind, that was a surprise. And so some of these other races, it looks like Roger Hahn's going to have a tough time, just based on the fact that the Democrats' votes she'll be eliminated first and may probably go to Kathy Giesel. So that'll make a more interesting Senate. But, you know, I sent out texts to all my Republican colleagues today, just hoping that we can work together as a team. So that's going to be my goal, is to try to bring us all together. And, you know, if you know, depending where a person is, and I know some people are on the other side of the spectrum, but when you work together, unified, you can get actually good things done. And if the Republicans hold the House, if we can have a Republican caucus in the Senate and a Republican governor, we can get some good things done. Now, some people might disagree with that, but I believe, you know, when we're looking at the pushback at the federal level, when we had President Biden say today that he didn't want any more drilling, no more oil drilling. I mean, we've got serious things. So the more unified we can be here at the state level as pro-resource development, pro-business, pro-strong economy, I think is better for Alaska overall.
Well, Senator Hughes, thanks again for coming on and talking to us. And it's I know it looks like it's a lot going on there still, so we appreciate you coming on. And we'll be watching all these races here in the next few weeks for the ones where the ranked choice voting is going to have a factor. So thank you again, Senator Hughes.
Thanks, Shelley. Good to see you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for covering it and getting the word out to Alaskans. Appreciate that.
Yep. Thank you, Senator Hughes. Sorry, Matt, you were talking about the convention and kind of the money.
Oh, look, you know, I think at the end of the day, when it was all said and done, you know, 59 legislative races, 2 special congressionals, a U.S. Senate race, a governor's race, I mean, and the fact that issue rates are 10 times the cost of candidate rates, it did take a campaign to get out there and to message and to get on the airwaves. So, you know, and to put that in perspective, I think the total number will end up being somewhere around $4.5 million total spent on the campaign. But I mean, in the last 2 ballot initiatives in 2020, somewhere like $28 million was spent on ballot initiatives. So in the grand scheme of things, particularly on the issues, you know, it's not as much money as we've seen in recent years. And to be honest, you know, Shelley Hughes and others and I were on the other side of this issue, but it was never partisan.
Right.
It was just a difference of approach. There's a lot of things in a private conversation and even a public conversation. There's things that I would agree with them that probably need to be changed. My perspective was just doing it through opening everything up. I mean, there's some issues that I can tell you that Republicans would be very unpleased to see done, and I know that they would have gotten probably beaten on because of how the other side would have organized, and it would have just pit, you know, region against region, industry against industry. So, anyways, I think
the risk to philosophy was great in a convention. I mean, it really was. Philosophical issues would have been. Social issues would have been hard fought.
It would have been great for my business.
Well, the thing about it is you're right. Going through the amendment process, going through the legislature, you still have the opportunity to do all of that. And I think that we see the dysfunction in the legislature playing into this, right? If we
I was going to run to be a delegate.
Well, I mean, I would have wanted you to be a delegate.
Oh, I would have been on the inside.
It would have been loose.
Oh yes, I mean, I would have been, you know, I would have been the secretary.
Yeah, you would have been the.
Put me in charge of that baby.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think both sides recognize right now, even within our own legislature and in our own government, state government, that we can't agree on anything. And I think the convention would have just blown up and been more partisan.
And I think that's why, kind of all indications were that it was going to fail. But I think all of us are surprised by how much it's failed by. And I think people, even if they might have had sympathies for, wanting to change stuff and kind of voting yes, probably just got to the end and, the default was no. It's like,
Right.
if you're not sure, then leave it alone.
Right. The risk assessment was, nope.
Well, guys, I'm being told everybody's getting pretty tired. I don't think we're going to get any more results for a while. So I want to close up here, but first I want to thank. We're going to go over these results one more time, but I want to thank just the big ones. Don't get mad, guys. I can hear them getting mad back.
Yeah, you guys are paid attention.
Jason went damn. So I want to thank our sponsors. We had great sponsors, a list of them, including GCI, our kind of premier sponsor, our panelists, Ivan Moore and Charisse Millett, Matt Shuckerow, earlier Mark Begich, all of our guests. This has been a great show. Our crew back here is just give us that crew shot, guys. We have a great crew here in the control room. This is not something you just put together with an iPhone, okay? There's a lot of stuff going on. We got Trent, Shirley, Scott, Noah. We got Paxson, Allison, Steve upstairs. We had Jake Hirsch. We have Jason Sear. We had Maddie, our friend Maddie Coe would help out with some graphics. We had.
What about Jake, our roving reporter?
I said Jake, the roving reporter. He's been great. We had Cale Green to make the intro videos. I mean, there was a lot of moving parts here to make this thing happen. So I don't think we're going to see many more results tonight.
I don't think so either.
Let's just real quick go over the big races. Pull up my screen one more time. With 280 precincts reporting, or about 70%. Murkowski is down a few points to Chewbacca. Again, folks, this is no absentees yet. And, there's going to be this whole ranked choice element, which will happen on November 23rd, right before Thanksgiving at 4 p.m. We're going to do very likely a little landmine event to kind of talk about these races. The other one is Mary Peltola at about 46.6%. Again, Palin and Begich are around the same where they were with the last elections. And then the governor is up here over 51 with Lescara at 23 and second, and Walker and Dragus.
I mean, I will say the fact that Pierce has 4.5 and that Guerra, Walker collectively at this point have 43, it's not great, right?
No.
I mean, those votes are going to, we said before, those are going to go to Dunleavy or nobody.
I mean, but again, as everyone's saying, if early votes, about 24,000, and if absentees, there's 32 absentees that have been returned. I mean, there's a lot of votes to be accounted for.
I think there was 70,000, a couple days ago, there was 70,000 early and absentee votes.
This conversation will be a lot different in 5 days.
Yeah.
It will be a lot different probably in 2 days, because we'll have more of the absentees and we'll have more of the votes that are coming in. And I think this conversation will be a lot different. I think races will tighten up. I think once we go through.
Yeah, we'll be covering this. We'll be all the media and Landmine and everybody else is going to be looking at this. So it's going to be, the next week and 2 weeks. They're going to be doing updates as they go. And if you go to the Division of Elections website, they have some dates where they've said they're going to do new batches. So it's going to be happening a couple times, and then the big one on November 23rd. So, Ivan, last thing I'll ask you, what do you think about, as a pollster? I mean, what you thought about?
I think it's a win for balance, a win for moderates. I think the Senate results, if the Clayman result holds up, and if the Kawasaki, which looks very, very likely, holds up, that makes a coalition in the Senate look very likely. I haven't actually done a totting up of how the House will look, but I'm sure that'll probably be a small Republican majority. Dunleavy looks very strong, so having continuity is good. And so I think all in all, pretty satisfactory set of results.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna, thanks for that, Ivan. We're gonna go back to Jake one more time. We have Jake Hirsch. I think he's probably still at the Marriott. I don't think did he get to the Rakowski? Where are you, Jake?
Hey, Jeff, I'm still at the Marriott. It's, 11:30 here. Party's still going. This is the biggest one. I mean, the energy here is palpable. Also, I think people are it's later in the night, so people have been drinking more, so that makes it more interesting.
So what have you, between Chewbacca, Dunleavy, and Peltola, tell us give us the ranking of most fun, most alcohol, most food, most people.
I think it goes Dunleavy, Peltola, Chewbacca. And Chewbacca is only because it was like kind of small and crowded. Peltola was like real high energy. You could tell people were really stoked to be there. But Dunleavy, I mean, listen, man, nobody parties like the Republicans. I'll tell you that.
Oh, Ivan will disagree with you.
There was like nobody there. I think he's messing with us. There was like nobody.
No, there's 3 rooms and they're all full.
Well, here's the deal. I will say it's Dunleavy, Alaska Miners, and I'm hearing it's AFP. So it's 3 parties in one.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of brought.
So he's not messing with us.
I mean, I'm just saying that it's 3 parties in one at the Marriott.
Hey, Jake,
What if I ever mess with you?
Jake, is there still time for all of us to come down to the Marriott and like have some festivity time?
Or will it all be over by the time we get there?
I don't see this ending before like 3 or 4.
I feel like we're taking the party to the Marriott.
Guys, let's get the crew, let's get the gear, load it up, get to the internet connection.
And we'll do our last round of elections from Darwin's.
From Darwin's.
That's it. Well, Jake, great job tonight. Thank you so much for going to these events and getting us the footage. And Dave Steering was great, Jason Bruni. And what did you think your first time doing this? Kind of what were your expectations and how did it go?
You know what? I think I learned a lot. I learned as I went. I learned that the microphone on my phone is bad. I learned that like you got to be real aggressive in a press conference. You got to push forward.
Oh yeah.
You may have to hit some people. I did. I'm not ashamed of it. And listen, it's something I've always said. A town with ranked choice voting is like a mule with a spinning wheel. Nobody knows how he got it, and damned if he knows how to use it. But listen, man, it's been great. I wish I could go to Murkowski's. Maybe I will go to Murkowski's.
You should go. You should go. I mean, that's a great analogy with the mule and the wheel. I don't.
In the wheel. Nobody knows what's happening.
I took that from The Simpsons. That was from The Simpsons.
Ah, well.
Yeah, that's not mine.
Jake, it's been great. Hopefully you'll get back here. We'll do a little debrief. I really appreciate you. You've been great addition to the show and having you out there and getting the footage and talking to these folks.
Yeah, my pleasure, Jeff. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
I'll see you back in the studio.
Thank you so much, Jake. Appreciate that.
Night,
Jake Hurst, guys. A big round of applause for Jake Hurst, huh? Just killed it tonight. Now, next time we're going to get this roadcaster mic thing figured out.
He killed it tonight, except for not being able to come up with an answer as to what Mary Peltola said.
Guys, high energy. It was, what did she say? Damn. I mean, to be fair, I've been at like these I've been at these events before where you're focusing on equipment, and you just don't hear what they're saying because you're focused on something.
You put it on the spot.
So,
I put him on the spot. That was a.
Matt, have you ever been in a press conference where you're like focused on something and you lose track of the presser?
Matt has never.
No, he's like no.
Well, yeah.
I don't lose track.
No, I mean, I think that I get where you're coming from. Definitely, it happens to me on other things. Sure.
And then some, drop the question on him and.
Yeah.
Mind goes blank.
Well, again, I want to thank you, Matt Shuckerow, Ivan Moore, Charisse Millett. We had Mark Begich, all of our guests. The panelists have been great. Jake, the crew. The crew just really. We had Jason Sear guys flying from friggin' Hawaii to be here. Okay, like we flew him in. I mean, he didn't fly in on his own. We flew because he's that good. Right? We had Scott and Shirley and Trent, Pax and Allison, Jake, Steven. Leaving anybody out? Kale made our little intro video. So we just an awesome team. Noah doing the audio. I mean, this is a big, guys, this is not an iPhone, okay, and a computer. This is a big project. So, again, our sponsors, Doug Smith, Legislative Consultants, Wendy Chamberlain, Heather Breaks, Confluent Strategies, Chris Noss. Oh, my God, who's Chris? Why am I forgetting? Royce Weller, his partner over there. Really, really great to have them. ConocoPhillips, Hillcorp, the IBW Local 1547, Kevin Jardell, and Alaskans for Lisa. Folks, great show. Stay tuned. There's going to be a lot more updates coming out with the absentees coming in over the next few weeks. November 23rd, 4 p.m. is going to be the ranked choice retabulation. It's going to be big. Check out the credits. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time on the Alaska Landmine here. And make sure to go to alaskalandmine.com/donate if you want to kick in here and support our little operation.